Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Nice. It's Tuesday, May the 17th. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you until 7. This is where everybody comes out to play in the morning. The reason we cover every story you could ever wish to discuss. Everything from Colleen's fury at Rebecca's evil texts. She's apparently fiercely ambitious. Coca-Cola building caps into plastic bottles to cut waste. All those poor Russians. No more Big Mac. No more of these quarter pounder with cheeses. Nothing at all, because they're closing in Russia. So, and it's only going to get worse for you, loves. Hope you enjoy it. It can't be long before we kick out every Russian in this country, can it? And close their embassy. I mean, it's not their fault, but Putin's basically destroying the country. But, of course, he's too stupid to realise. Jake Daniels becomes the first professional footballer to come out as gay. Although, I have to be honest, I looked at the picture of him, I thought perhaps I was looking at the wrong picture. He's got to be the oldest 17-year-old I've ever seen in my life. But very brave, because I think he's because he's the first. Justin Fashanu was the first one, and that didn't end very well. That was in the early 90s. And then there was another footballer who came out, but only, you notice, after he retired. Because the simple reason the football fans, well, you've seen those Liverpool fans, oh, boo, 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 boo. Yes, they complain about everything. You can imagine if they knew that there was somebody gay playing for Liverpool. Oh, they'd have a field day, wouldn't they? Have an absolute field day. Doctor Who will have its first trans actress, ticking boxes by the sound of it. What difference does it make? It doesn't make any difference at all. The wonder drug being developed to treat cataracts without surgery. And I've got a really cheap house for it. It's beautiful. Very nice. Unfortunately, it's going cheap because it's close to the cliff edge, and if you don't buy it before the weekend, it could disappear. So, bye. Prince Harry speaks of fears for his children's online safety, but he was out playing polo the other day because he doesn't really have a job, does he? And if you're happy and you know it, you must be age 50 and over, which is fantastic. So I'm 50 and over. I'm very happy. Very, very happy. 7 style secrets fit for the Queen. Rod Stewart thinks his big nose is why he did so well with the women. I'm sure his wife must be delighted, still talking about past glories. Has he got a big nose? I think so, yeah. I would think so. But also, that's why he did so well with the women. Imagine if you're his wife going, why don't you just shut up? You're an old man now, for goodness sake. It's ridiculous. Yeah, of course, look at the size of that conch. God, blimey, I tell you. You could land Concorde on that one, couldn't you? I love the idea that he's still got the same long hair because he's a rock musician and they have to have long hair. It wouldn't look the same, would it, if it was a little bit shorter? William takes on more duties. OK, you can take away the pictures now. We're done hero worship. William takes on more duties as he stands in for the Queen, and the Lieutenant Commander fined £5,000 for hitting a woman on the bottom. I think so too. We name and shame. The awards ceremony is no longer the must-have ticket. We still do award ceremonies. They do them very big in America, and they have their sort of the usual bunch of, this is for this and this is for that, and if you don't get it in one, then you get it somewhere else. I have been to award ceremonies. I've been to the global award ceremonies. They were very good. They were done so well. Seriously, I mean, I know we've got a department that deals with it here because we have everything. And it was just, I got my special prize. I've got 2 awards because I got one from Radio Times as well. And, I mean, just absolutely amazing. I mean, it's always very flattering for people to get awards, but you feel a bit guilty with the money, because you've taken the money, you get paid for doing it. It's like the Oscars and things like that. You've been paid very well for doing your job, and then you get an award on top of it. I think you should have to pay. I think you should. In fact, there was actually an award ceremony set up some years ago. The more money you paid, the better chance there was of winning. In fact, most people who sort of applied to this particular company got an award. Basically meant nothing. Didn't mean anything at all. Val Kilmer's comeback, despite everything, cancer and all sorts of things. He looks. He's in the new Tom Cruise Top Gun thing, and he looks a bit pale. Don't know whether or not they asked for things. He looks like a corpse. I know he's had sort of issues. How old, Val Kilmer? I don't know, 69? 62? Oh, right, 62. Never get it right, do I? Never get it right. Seaside paddlers ordered to stop stripping and naked on the beaches. We don't need things like that, I think. It's very unnecessary. Also, it always looks like it needs ironing, so please don't go out there and do that. The Ryanair boss, warning of the summer price hikes. It's all going to go up this summer, I'm telling you. If you think it's just going to be bills, it ain't. It's going to be everything. It's going to be absolutely everything, including food. And That's going to hit people quite bad. So as if you're really going to go out and buy Victoria Beckham's clothes at the ludicrous prices she's charging. No chance. No chance at all. No chance. I do like the idea, though, that McDonald's are selling up in Russia. All of them. They've written to all the people who hold them, because it's a franchise. You do know that, don't you? Like most of these things nowadays. And they're still paying the staff in the Ukraine. McDonald's staff are still being paid. But they're going to be so upset over there, aren't they? Because now they're going to get nothing at all. The fast food chain's boss says the presence is no longer consistent with its values after they invaded Ukraine. Very shortly, they'll be scrabbling around on the streets. There'll be more corruption and crime in Russia than there is at the moment. I mean, there's enough corruption going on there. Well, you only have to look at the president. How do you think he got that rich? Corruption. That's what it's all about. It's almost like, going back to the Philippines and Ferdinand Corrupt Marcos and his ghastly, revolting wife who robbed the country blind. Planes loaded with gold to take out there. Luckily, he died shortly after that, which was good news. The Mercury's going to hit 80, which was very good. The Mercury hitting 80 is the hottest day's forecast. Which is nice. We just don't know which day. We don't know which day. And the pub owner who's raised a glass after finding an Oliver Cromwell coin. It's a shilling from 1658 or something. It could be worth about 12,500 quid. He thought it was a penny. And it wasn't. So he's done very. Pubs need a bit of help at the moment, don't they? Mind you, very shortly everybody's going to, because everything's going to go up. You watch, hairdressing costs will go up again. Nowadays people spend a fortune on getting their hair, ladies especially. So what a lot of ladies, we go back to where we were before. People who do it themselves. I know a lot of ladies who go to men's hairdressers. If you've just got a fairly short hairstyle, you just pay. A lot of people did it themselves. I had one of my producers cutting my hair during lockdown. I bought the clippers and Jake cut my hair. I'd sit there with a towel around my shoulders and he'd cut my hair, which I thought was brilliant. I loved it. Very nice. Noreen says, we went to the most amazing gig last Saturday at Amersham. It's a club and the man who books the acts is retiring, so it's his last big night. Mike Berry, Mike Darbo, original members of the Foundations, the Four Pennies, the Kinks, the Casuals. When Jessamine go, Herman's Hermits, Quarrymen, all sang their hit numbers. Great crowd with friends we've made watching music, and we're also friends with the musicians. I think you'd have enjoyed it. I'd have loved it. I'd have known all the words. That's a fact, Noreen. I would have known all the words. I know all the words to all those songs. The Foundations. What do you build me up? Build me up, buttercup, baby. And the Kinks. As long as I gaze on Waterloo sunset. The Casuals was Jessamine. When Jessamine... Before your time, isn't it? So that's the trouble. If you're a child of the 50s, you know all these songs. It's really, really absolutely amazing. We love it. Downton goes uptown for the American premiere. And Mylene goes head of class with life lessons. She was in the papers yesterday, crawling on her hands and knees with her children in case they have a fire at the house. I think personally tempting fate. And she blindfolds them so they know how to find their way out of the house, because it's smoke which kills you. It's not the fire which kills you. The smoke inhalation would get you first of all. So at least she's training them to do it. I mean, to be honest with you, whoever came up with that wheeze, it's quite I've never even heard of that before. But it's like, you should know how to get out of a building. In the event of a fire. I'm just going to have to sit in here, actually. I'll be thrown out the window into Leicester Square, which could be lovely, actually. Wild garlic on Cocoa Pops, the children with refined taste and their parents who indulge them. You've never had so much crap in your entire life. It really is quite embarrassing. Mummy's going, oh, she likes lobster. She's like 7 years old. God in heaven. Only lobster and caviar for our... posh pop. It's Samantha Brick. You remember Samantha Brick? There's a career that went nowhere. Meets children, including, with very rarefied taste, Cocoa Pops and broccoli at the Christmas stocking. And there's one called Danielle, and she spends £300. I mean, God knows, you think that there's something the matter with these people. There's one here, Sophie, pictured with her mother. I mean, these children very young, but they like, we like sort of like a fish platter and, okay, stuff like, who on earth are these people? Very shortly, they won't be able to afford any of it, and the mummies look as though they're just revelling in it, in the publicity. It's quite worrying, actually. Other favourites include beetroot and so wild garlic with a rhubarb hot sauce. This is for Imogen, who's obviously... I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't touch it with a barge. Who can afford this stuff? Look at the size of that lobster. That's got to be a 50-quid lobster at least. At least 50 quid. And she's touching it like it's sort of, it's a fish finger. I think the mothers are slightly cracked on, in these sort of things here. But, they all enjoy. Must be a nightmare to take them on holiday. Where are we going? We're going on a holiday to Spain. OK. Will we, Mummy, be having lobster? No, you bloody well won't be. No, you'll eat what you're given. More and more parents are keen to ensure their children enjoy truly fine dining from an early age. Indeed, the luxury domestic service recruitment agency, Polo and Tweed, recently advertised for a chef, 625 quid a week, for a family with a 6-year-old, an 8-year-old and a baby. The advert instructed that the eldest child's favourite dish was a lobster risotto with samphire. I mean, for goodness sake, pretentious or what? God in heaven. It's a little bit worrying, actually. I work hard, she says, and our days out together are part of our quality time and trying new experiences. We've been to the Ritz. That's where she had her first spoonful of caviar and she loved it. I mean, dear God in heaven, you're just alienating. Often we go to London Borough Market where we'll try different artisan cheeses or mussels, steamed in all sorts of flavours. And apparently both girls know how lucky they are. She has an older daughter who's 13. And she's got the confidence to in restaurants. She asked Sophie to order for herself. She's very familiar with the dishes. We often get sushi, and she particularly loves having sashimi with soy sauce and using the chopsticks. Other favourite dishes: Thai, lobster, seafood platters, chili con carne. She loves it all. It's so wonderful, isn't it? God in heaven, come into the real world, love. Come into the real world. Very embarrassing. So happy birthday to Enya. Claim to fame, lots of albums, but you've only ever heard of Orinoco Flow. And Paul Whitehouse. I'll tell you how old they are a little bit later on. And John Lydon takes a fresh pop with the sex... Oh, go away, you boring old man. Honestly, you've had your day, love. It's finished. Go back and advertise butter or something. Apparently, he says that the film portrays us as whatever it was. He didn't say rubbish or something like that. It was too sort of dirty or something. And you think, God, you're an old has-been, aren't you now? John Lydon, Johnny Rotten. God, blimey. Do us a favour, mate.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Does it? Oh, sorry. Caught me unawares there. I was just checking, actually. I've got the funniest email. I don't know who it's from, actually. Probably some barking mad person. And it says here, you have to listen to this one. This is hilarious. This is really dim. I work for the local authority under which you reside. They don't know. They've got no idea. And you have persistently maintained, you really must learn English, persistently maintained via your radio programme that you've been refused the issue of a freedom pass without proof of identity and address. You have further stated that although you have provided a driving licence, it was not acceptable. This is completely untrue. And this email is to suggest you cease and desist spreading untruths to prevent any further action. Bring it on, girly boy. Bring it on. Can't wait for you. What are you going to do? Turn up with your hamster? Oh, honestly. Well, you're more stupid than you say. You don't work for the local authority. We know where you're from. We think we're under the care of the local council. That's what you really mean. You're probably in sort of a home or something. And driving licence is not acceptable, I'm afraid. You need to read the thing. But, of course, as you don't get this pass anyway, you have no idea. I love the idea. Desist spreading untruths to prevent any further action. Bring it on, lovey. Go on, girly. Go on, bring it on. I can't wait. I love these sort of things because we've got a huge backup here just to make you look even more stupid than you really are. Roger says your friend Dawn Neeson is brilliant when on the telly. She clearly says it the way it is on all subjects. She does. She absolutely does. She says it all the way through, and she's a huge fan of this programme, which is always good news. Although she did say, yeah, she'll be up now. This will be late. This will be late for her. Although she did say, cut out the Eurovision thing, just give the award straight away to the Ukraine, because we knew they were going to win it. The producer, of course, is waving the flag for Sam. We're flying the flag. I think that's the last you can hear of him, but there you go. Jeff says, I went to Tom Kerridge's pub in the park on Thursday where Sister Sledge performed. Really? Tom Kerridge. We were talking about Tom Kerridge a while ago, mainly because of the price he charges for chips, I think, and fish. And people were going, how much? How much? But I like the idea that Sister Sledge were performing. And, oh, look at this. Oh, it's food, isn't it? I can't bear looking at food first thing in the morning. This is Pub in the Park. And it's lovely. So Tom Kerridge and his mates. They've also got Rag and Bone. The Kaiser Chiefs, Professor Green. God, Professor Green. I thought his career finished ages ago. He turned up on something on the television where they made him take his shirt off. General Levy? I don't know. I don't know. Craig David, TS5, and the Kaiser Chiefs are huge, aren't they? So you can get all of those acts there, apart from the one we never heard of, General Levy. I don't know. But we like Tom Kerridge, and Meet the Hosts. Look at the meet. They're all over the place with the hosts. Look, no, up the other way. Picture, down. There you go. Click on the hosts. Who's cooking? Who's cooking? James Martin, I think. What's the matter? You've got Andy Oliver. We like Andy. It's a very slow website. It's very shoddy. The Hairy Bikers. Well, I don't know whether or not they'll still be on because one of them's not very well at the moment, as we know. Simon Rimmer, who's off the television. Michelle Roux Jr., Tom Kerridge, Grace Dent, don't know. Andy Oliver, we know. Matt Tebbutt, Saturday Kitchen. Oh, is it? Oh, right, okay. Melissa Thompson, Layla Kazim, no idea, and Ravneet Gill. I don't know, actually. I watched a programme last night with Charlie Dimmock. She's aged. And it was where they go into somebody's garden and they say, do you fancy having a garden makeover? And they go, yes. And say, do this garden makeover. And it's about 5,000 quid. Anyway, Charlie Dimmock brought some of her own plants in. But there's another woman who co-presents with her, a black woman, whose name I can't remember. She was brill. She was absolutely brilliant. And she didn't win because they obviously have it's between Charlie and this woman. And the people vote for, they do a diagram and they show you what it's going to look like. And I have to be honest, I mean, part of Charlie's was, okay, I can imagine in a year's time what it's going to look like. But it's this other woman who I thought she was brilliant. I sat there captivated. She made a bird's nest out of wire and put it in a hanging basket and put eggs in it because it was like a wicked kind of gut. It was really good. I mean, it was really, really good. But it was this black woman in particular because she was so enthusiastic about everything without it coming over as false. It's very difficult to be enthusiastic on television without, coming over as... It's Charlie Dimmock. It must be a garden something. We'll put in Charlie Dimmock and then they'll tell you what the show... There's only two of them presenting. They have an army of boys. Well, men. And they're there. Garden Rescue. Could be Garden Rescue. But this woman was... And I remember thinking, oh, please don't let fame spoil you. No, Garden Rescue. No, that was the... No, must be another one, actually. Oh, dear, what a shame, isn't it? Perhaps it isn't Garden Rescue. Yeah, somebody will know what it is. What's it called? Because this woman was great. Because, you get people who sort of go on television and they're all sort of unaffected. And then immediately the television companies start using them on everything. Like the bloke from the repair shop. He's now become so dreary and so boring because he's on everything. Sat from Gravesend said, General Levy is incredible, so famous. I've never heard of him. Nobody's heard of him round here. Not a clue. General Levy, who is he? Known as... Oh, he's Paul Scott. He's a ragga DJ. Best known for the track Incredible, which he recorded with MB. It's another language, isn't it? I mean, he's fairly ancient. He's 51. So he's an English ragga DJ, regularly employed on studio tracks by drum and bass DJs. You see, I'm none the wiser. But he's incredible, says Sat. So there you go. We have to take your word for it, which is good. Quite big in his field. Oh, he's got a field. Ragga. You see? Actually, do you know what? I'm actually huge into reggae. Always was, from an early age, reggae. And one of my favourite songs, nobody's ever heard of it, Train Tour to Rainbow City by the Pyramids. Dun, 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 dun. And I love things like that. And I bought all the reggae albums. I used to go down to Trojan Records. Trojan Records was the only company based down in Willesden in a big Nissen hut kind of thing. Every time there was a hit in the charts, within 2 weeks there'd be the reggae version out. Oh, it was brilliant. It was brilliant. I mean, everybody grew up in the charts with David Ansel Collins. And the most, that one. And certain record shops, yes. I'd go to all sorts of record shops. Hillingdon, down in West Ealing, there were record shops. Certain places that people knew. Contempo was at Tottenham Court Road, which is where Dale and I used to go to. And they were specialist shops. You'd go in there and they'd just be playing things and you'd stand there and you'd go, I'll have a copy of that. And they would do it in Soho, in some of the record shops. The guys would constantly be DJing, not talking over it, just playing the records. And you'd hear this sort of thudding out, and you used to think, got to get that one. You had no idea what it was. You just go and buy it because it was brilliant. Very big into my music. And I've just bought a CD album of, yes, they did have the little listening booths. I'm that old. I did buy a CD of Motown hits, but all the instrumentals of the big hits. And I play that in the car all the time. So today it's going to be, I sing along. Today is going to be Moody Blues because I absolutely love it. Steve, General Levi. Now, wait a minute. Is it General Levy or Levi? One of the biggest jungle drum and bass stars. Biggest tune was Incredible. Incredible Nutter from Mark the Postie. He says, love the show. Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. And Steve, Jake, your favourite airline pilot here, off to the airport to fly down to Santorini this morning. For anybody, says Jake, travelling to the airports today, expect chaos. Get there early and please be respectful to one another because people lose their tempers. But if you leave it till the last minute, and blame traffic and all that kind of, it's not going to wash. I want to make sure that people get away. And Jake's quite right. If you get there early enough, and I mean early, you stand a good chance of getting on the flight. If you leave it till the last minute and then go, we couldn't find anywhere to park or anything like that, if you lose your temper, they'll make sure that you don't fly. It's as simple as that, because the people working it, it's not their fault, the fact that the bosses can't employ enough staff. So don't start being aggressive because they have the power to go, we're not flying with you. You'll not be flying with us. I love it on YouTube. The American ones, there was somebody, a woman, and she's arguing with the bloke, and she uses the B word to describe one of the women working behind the desk who's just standing there checking people in. She calls her and so the bloke comes over and he says, madam, he says, you can't. He was quite polite to her. He says, you're not speaking like that to our staff. He says, you'll not be flying with us today. So she then lets rip with another load of foul-mouthed abuse. To be honest with you, I mean, she needed locking up in chains. It was as simple as that. I've never heard such language. And so he said, you're not flying with us. And he took her ticket and ripped it up in front of her. I'd have done that. That would be absolutely my kind of thing. I loved it. Steve, I didn't manage to see the blood moon yesterday, says Kim. Too cloudy. However, at the moment I can see a beautiful big moon with a golden hue to it from my kitchen window. Kim says, love a bit of reggae myself, Steve. I love it. Roger says ragga, house, garage and drill. These forms of music are alien to me. Oh, here we go. Garden Rescue. And the lady's name is Erit Anderson. Check. Is that her? Arit. It's Arit. Is that the one? But is Garden Rescue with Charlie? No, I don't think it is her. Perhaps there's another one. See, there's Charlie Dimmock. Oh, she just changed her hair. The rich was an Arit Anderson. If it is her, she's brilliant. I just hope she doesn't get affected because they're going to take her and they're going to pop her on all sorts of things. And she was so gracious because Charlie Dimmock won and she went, this is really lovely and it's beautiful. And I thought, how nice, how refreshing. How refreshing to see stuff like that. But Paul in Enfield, thank you. You have spelt it wrong, but it doesn't matter. And Steve, just following up on yesterday's message. Flights are booked, says Robert. We'll be travelling business with my guide dog, Coco, in the cabin from Australia to Dublin next month. After 17 years, we'll meet my mum at the airport, so it's going to be very emotional. So you can take your guide dog in the cabin. How wonderful. I like that. Dale says, Steve, I used to visit the Beggars Banquet record shop in Kingston to buy a lot of the obscure punk and indie bands from the 80s and 90s. Not sure if it's still there. I think it is. Still there. In fact, I'm pretty certain whether it's called Beggars Banquet. Is it still called Banquet Records now? I know. And I know exactly where it is, actually. I know exactly where it is. It's down past Primark in Eden Street. So you go there. You don't find these places very often, and yet to buy vinyl, blimey, those are the staff. Look at people queuing here. Amazing, isn't it? I'm very pleased when you see things like that because vinyl addicts, vinyl's coming back. Of course, most of us don't have record players, but you can buy them now and plug them into your computer and play it through your computer. They will plug it into the car. Who was it who did that? Was it Lenny Henry years ago? He said he was doing his sort of Del Boy thing and all the rest of it. And so he was buying albums, he said, but it's got a CD player in the car. He said, so I cut them up with a pair of scissors and he said, put them into the slot. 27 minutes to 5. My God, I'm in a good mood this morning. I hate it when I'm in a good mood. Because yesterday my accountant phoned me. He didn't. He left a message, and we're sort of, I forget what we're doing. We're doing something. Can't remember. It's something very exciting, and so I've got that. I've got blood test today, which I don't mind actually. I'm not wild about blood testing, where they sort of strap your arm up and then sort of put the needle into the bit. I can't look. In fact, it makes me go cringy even thinking about it, which is very bizarre. Very bizarre. What else we got? John Lydon, boring old has-been, actually. The British company have launched the world's first eco-friendly wine bottle made of paper. It must be special waxed paper. It can't just be paper. It will just soak through, wouldn't it? So that's quite good. William taking on more duties as he stands in for the Queen. Well, that's all right. We don't mind that. He can do it. Charles is getting on a bit now, so maybe he's a bit too old for it as well. And then after these, I'm looking at the wine bottle, so that's it. It's 5 times lighter than glass, and presumably it's recyclable. It seems quite a good idea, actually, couldn't it? Will it really work? Well, of course it works. And they get different designs out. They look really nice, actually, don't they? But whether you could reuse them again for putting water in or something like that after you've had the wine, I don't know. Actually, the funny thing, I don't really drink wine very often. I drink Prosecco, but I don't drink... I know, you'd never guess, would you, really? And, Steve, the lady in Garden Rescue is Flo Headlam. So let's have a look at Flo Headlam. It is. That's her. I recognise her immediately because she wears glasses. And Garden Rescue is on BBC One, airing at 3:45. Charlie Dimmock and Flo Headlam. She's amazing. She's really good. She made this basket, as I say, the other day. And she just seemed nice. She's a designer. Obviously, she designs gardens and probably other things. And she knew her plants as well, which always impresses me when she was going, oh, it's this plant and that plant, and they put these things in. And Charlie Dimmock wanted this thing. They wanted like a witch's garden. So Charlie Dimmock, famous basically for sticking pumps in vases so you get a water fountain. But she didn't want that in this garden. What she wanted was what looked like a black puddle with water bubbling. Just bubbling. And so she put this thing in. You can get a water aerator and it just sends bubbles up to the surface. But she put a black dye in, which is totally harmless to amphibians or plants or anything else like that, which was black. So it looked just like a black pool with these bloop, bloop, bloop things coming. I thought it was much better than the usual fountains because I've got a ball that turns. And bit unusual, I realise, to talk about it at this time of the morning, but there you go. But you're right, Ian, on the AM40, Flo Headlam. She's super. I like her a lot, actually. But as I say, I'm now bored with this bloke off the rescue programme where they put things together again, because he started dressing like Notice Me, the Flat Cat, Jay Blades. Here's a programme about me in the East End. God help us. Honestly, it's just... Yeah, the producer liked it. Have you noticed? The producer loves everything I hate and hates everything I love. It's a great working relationship, actually. So he thinks. The government minister who says, if you want to survive this recession we're in, get a better job or work more hours. Well, I'd love to work more hours. No, I wouldn't actually. I'm quite happy with the way. I like the hours actually. They suit me really well. I often talk about this to people because they always go. It always makes me laugh. You get people who go, "Oh, you're on the graveyard shift," and you go, "No, only if they're about to bury you." But no, there's no such thing as a graveyard shift. We're in London, 24-hour city. Go outside here, loads of people all over the place. Covent Garden, all the bars heaving. It's London. It's a 24-hour city. Graveyard shifts don't even exist. Probably do in the peasanty places you probably live in, where everything closes about 5 o'clock. But we're all sort of singing and dancing. I can go out and get a full 3-course meal now if I want to. Loads of places around here, which is very popular. And also, I'm still here doing breakfast. All the breakfast shows in this building start at 6. And me. And me. Oliver from Muswell Hill says, I went for a long 2-hour walk whilst I listened to your interview with Ian, so I laughed, cried and burnt some calories. So it's the winning combination, actually. Jane says, I've been having regular blood tests for the last 36 years and I still look away when they do it. Unfortunately, my last blood test results took 2.5 months to come back, and only after I chased everybody from the consultant secretary and the GP practice. Well, mine, they'll send off the bloods today and they'll be back in 2 days. So that's good. Taffy Nige from Pontyclun. There was a Rasta record shop under Ladbroke Grove Tube. Well, that's the place to go. If you want to go to, Ladbroke Grove, you can't move. You really can't. Borodar. Yeah. You know what it means? No, we have to wait. And he said, but I got a rare copy of Misty and Roots live record. Now I'm back in Welsh Wales. Get all my music from Spillers Records, the oldest record shop in the world. Love to Ash and Aid in Cardiff. Love ya. How lovely. Yes. How lovely. That's good. A Rasta record shop under Ladbroke Grove. That's the place to go to. If you're going to go, you might as well go, mind you, I suppose if you really want to get your Roots records, you go to Jamaica. Go to Jamaica. Go there. Because I used to love the sound systems. The sound systems would belt things out. And when we used to get all these different people over here, there were lots of sort of British black groups doing reggae. And then we got white groups playing reggae as well, which, all of the specials, wasn't it, and people like that. And I used to think they were absolutely fun. Scar, and I always loved it. I don't know why. There was just something, it just kind of hit me. At the fun fair, people would gravitate towards all the rides, well, most of the people I knew anyway, in fact, all the people I knew, which were playing Tamla Motown, soul, and reggae. And if they were playing your favourite record song, you just crowded around that particular ride, whereas all the leather-jacketed boys on their motorcycles would hang around, whilst they were playing Steppenwolf and Deep Purple. Black Night is a... So it used to go on. Memories, very good. The hunt is on for 650 pupils to sit in the Children's Parliament. Oh, God, no. What for? I mean, when you listen to somebody... Did you hear that MP who was on with Nick Ferrari the other day, who didn't know the answer? And he was quite right. People go, oh, he's very harsh. And you went, he was absolutely spot on. She was coming on to talk about one thing. That's all she had to do. And she didn't even have the figures at her fingertips. The answer was on the press release. She'd not read it. And you think to yourself, shoddy. Very, very shoddy. And, and it's not being rude about somebody. It's just a case of, we remember when poor old... I'll never remember her name now. Diane Abbott. She didn't know anything. She knew diddly squat. She didn't know how many police officers they were bringing in, how much money they were spending. She knew nothing. And you think, why do they bother putting people up for these things? Because they just make people look stupid. Even Boris doesn't get it right most of the time. I did like, though, all the people are now jumping down the throat of that ridiculous buffoon the other day who was throwing eggs at the Margaret Thatcher statue. A rather silly, pathetic little childish man who now they're trying to... Although, funny thing, which I noticed, and I heard it on LBC as I was going home, they were saying that they contacted all the Labour MPs in Liverpool, 5 of them. Not one of them had a comment to say about the football chanting and stuff like that. And you think, wonder why not? Because next time they'll be out on their ear, that's why. Wayne Rooney all smiles as he arrives at court. He's totally unrecognisable as Wayne Rooney now. Perhaps if you're not playing football, perhaps you don't keep as fit. And Rebecca Vardy, where are you getting these granny outfits from, love? I've got to know. I mean, really, they're all turning up in these outfits. Probably where they come from, this is considered class. Down here, we see this on a regular basis. But poor old Rebecca Vardy with her huge oversized handbags, I'm assuming makeup. Could be guessing. And then this old lady outfit. Looks dreadful. Victoria Beckham has insisted being very thin is an old-fashioned attitude. Oh dear, you'll have to get rid of all those clothes in your shop, dear, for very thin people. We've looked at them. And so she says that there are a lot of curvy women in Miami and they really own it, I'm sorry, do you think we're really stupid and we've not been to Miami or something, love? We were going there before you were even thought of. I love the way she sort of thinks there. They walk along Miami Beach with not a lot of clothes on. They look fantastic. They show their bodies off. We say, who are you? You're just a woman with an old clothes shop in London. That's it. Not very good. But apparently she does eat the same food every day and has done for 25 years. Grilled fish and steamed vegetables. And that's it. Oh, so boring. So dull. So uninteresting. She says, I love the fact that Harper was around women who were really celebrating their curves. I mean, God in heaven, what planet are you on, dear? What planet? And the gay footballer, Jake, bagged 4 goals in a game the day after opening up to his family. I don't really think so. I think they've known for some time. They're not stupid family. They're really not. He's the first male to come out in 30 years while still playing. He told his Blackpool teammates of his sexuality on Friday and went public yesterday. Listen, they're not going to bother about it. God knows. I mean, if they bother about it, there's something the matter with them. Who does he play for then? Does he play for Blackpool? I didn't know Blackpool had a football team. We do now. We do now. He says, the day after I told my mum and sister, we played Accrington. Accrington? Who are they? Accrington. Do you remember that advert on the television? You know, sort of Accrington Stanley, and the kid goes, Accrington Stanley. He joined Blackpool aged 7. He says, if by me coming out other people look at me and feel maybe they can do as well, this would be brilliant. Yeah, I mean, it's lovely to be very positive. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that in certain parts of the country and certain countries around the world where, you know, they just wouldn't entertain anything like this at all. So well done you. But, you know, I think it's great. Although, actually, I was talking to somebody earlier on, they said the moment I saw him, I knew he was gay. And I went, really? I looked at him and thought, are you sure he's 17? That's the first thing I thought of. But anyway, former Aston Villa star Thomas Hitzlsperger came out after his retirement in 2013. In other words, he didn't do it when he was playing football, mainly because the fans are going to be shouting obscenities. I don't care who you are or what happens. They're a bit thick. They're a bit Neanderthal. That's what they'll do. That's what they will do. It's a shame, really. He said, of course, I'm aware there will be a reaction to it and there will be homophobia maybe in the stadium and on social media. Oh, there will be. All you've got to do is rise above it. These thick people, it's generally their own sexuality they're worried about. That's it. You don't need to worry about them at all. Listen, Tom Daley, even now, says he's surprised at the homophobia directed at him and Dustin, you know, because they have a child. Their own child. But you get people who are a bit stupid and simple. They don't know. Jean in Ealing says, where can I find your interview with Ian Dale? My God, I tell you, I don't think there'll be any of them left very shortly. We're downloading like there's no tomorrow. So all you have to do is go to lbc.co.uk. Listen carefully. I shall say this only once. Go to lbc.co.uk. Download the Global Player app. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything at all. It'll happen in seconds. And then on podcasts at the bottom, type in Ian Dale All Talk. And Ian is I-A-I-N. OK? Just in case. And you'll find it there. And as I say, I mean, we've downloaded thousands upon thousands upon thousands. I mean, I haven't heard it, even though I did it. I haven't heard it. Producer's heard it. He's heard it, and his mother's heard it as well. She says he sounds like a very nice boy. Obviously, a woman of an impeccable taste, or she's still got the drink problem we were talking about a while ago. It's 14 minutes to 5.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Sorry, very happy today. Tuesday, May the 17th. Love the show, say the team at GB Rail Freight. They get their mentions on a regular basis. Jenny in Farringdon says, have we ever had a monarch crowned at Prince Charles's age? I think William will pick up the baton. No, he will be the oldest. He will be the oldest one. I hope he lives long enough. I mean, he seems to be doing okay, doesn't he? I mean, I've sort of kind of changed my stance on Charles. You know, I mean, we know he talks to plants and he's a bit crackpot and all the rest of it, but he's sort of stuck with it. You know, and he's sort of gone through, and then Diana dies, and as I say, I didn't think the marriage was all that. I really didn't. I think she was there for air and a spare, and that's exactly what she provided. And then that accident, you know, no matter what conspiracy theories you might think of, you know, and the kids seem to turn up around. I mean, Harry's a bit of a naffo. He sort of, you know, went off the rails with his drinking and his boozing and his sort of all the rest of it. Apparently, I think Charles and Diana only met 12 times before getting engaged, because they come from an era whereby you see somebody, and he'd seen her in a field, apparently. He'd seen a photograph of her, in a dress that you could see through, and you went, oh, pretty little thing. And that's how it works. And so they then get introduced by mutual friends. And I think in this case it was Mountbatten who I think did the introductions, because he'd been Charles's mentor, even though Mountbatten had a bit of a history with certain things. Was he dead by that time? Are you sure? I mean, I couldn't remember. Perhaps, well, Mountbatten certainly had something to do with Charles. He definitely mentored him. But anyway, so Charles had seen her, and they decided. And of course, in those sort of families, you don't turn them down. You wouldn't go no, except in Harry's case, where nobody wanted to marry him at all. Diana's sister Sarah dated Charles briefly in the 70s and was one to introduce the future royal couple. And she was young. And she was naive, and she didn't realise that, when somebody said, I really love you, it's a case of he was having the affair already with Camilla Parker Bowles. Camilla Parker Bowles and him had been an item for years and years. It didn't make any difference. And so when they were talking about the railway carriage where they used to go for secret assignations, he wasn't meeting Diana, he was meeting Camilla. Camilla was the one in the railway carriage, And so when they got married, it was a case of he'd finally done what he could do, because he couldn't do it before, because she was married to Andrew Parker Bowles, known as the man who laid down his wife for the king, future king. And so he couldn't. But the moment, she then separated from Andrew Parker Bowles, then he was free to marry her. So, in fact, he should have married her in the first place. But it didn't work like that at all. Steve, I have no sympathy, says Paul, for any scouser after they booed our future King William in the national anthem. Disgraceful and no class. Well done to the lad on coming out whilst playing at Blackpool. But it opens the way for others. Well, they always say there's quite a number of gay footballers out there. You're just not aware of them. Just not aware of them. I mean, I knew somebody who played for a well-known team who was gay, but it wasn't known. Because for some reason, football fans are a bit unforgiving. They don't mind you owning millions and bedding every bimbo in sight, but God forbid, But they do shout the loudest. Homophobe. Oh, absolutely. Mainly because they're trying to cover up their own homosexuality, because they're so embarrassed. What, mate? Yeah, let's all go and have a bath together, shall we? Yeah, we love it. We know how it goes. Britt says, I'm shattered this morning, been up since 3 a.m. with the puppy. He doesn't sleep unless he's laying on you. Nightmare, but beautiful. Yes, my next door neighbours have got a lovely dog as well. And he used to leap up, but they go, no, don't jump up, don't jump up. And so now he sees me and he likes me. Very popular with dogs. I was looking at a dog the other day, actually. There was a couple who were looking at houses with the Appleton man, whose name I can't remember, who does the House Doctor, and he does the Place in the Country. And this particular couple were moving from £1 million property, and they were looking for places out in the country for their 3 dogs. Appleton. What's his surname? Appleton, Place in the Country. There he is. Alistair Appleton. We like Johnny Irwin as well. He's another very unaffected one. Jules Hudson's very good, and Nicky Chapman's very good. But we like Alistair Appleton. He's a broadcaster. He looks very smart, and he's also got. He sounds like he's got a great radio voice. But he shows these couples around. They had 3 dogs, and they were moving, and they were looking down near Henley. £975,000 for this house, which just went. I'd have bought it immediately. Absolutely. It was modern, and I don't do modern. I don't do modern at all. And it was beautiful. Everything was electric, the blinds that came down, the heating and everything else. It was just really amazing. But they ended up buying the first one, which was a barn conversion. Remote control for everything. Yes. It was very good. Very nice indeed. We like all those sort of things. But unfortunately, Paul, you're always going to get people who, I've never heard of them booing William before. I've never heard of that. I mean, what a bunch of peasants. Ferry cross the Mersey? I don't think so. It's just, it was an embarrassment for them, even more embarrassing for the Labour MPs up in Liverpool who didn't say a word about it. Oh, no, we couldn't comment on that, otherwise we'd be voted out. And at the moment, we're on the gravy train. Piers Morgan banned an abuser who shouted, well, too late for that time. He'd just taken his microphone off. He didn't ban him at all. An activist claiming to be trans and going by the name Jamie appeared on Piers Morgan's Uncensored last night. But Jamie says, I only came on here because I thought it would be kind of funny, but I want to say And Piers says, I've always supported trans rights and to be fair and equality. He apologised to viewer. I say viewer because we're down in single figures now. Bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? What can he do about it? That's what people think, you know. But nobody's watching his programme, even though they've shoved a shed load of money at it, more money than you and I could shake a stick at. And it was, you know, you don't expect people to be like that, people to sort of come up with words like that. But, you know, just to get over yourself, as it were. Also, the Liberal left, writes Clemmy Moody in her little column today, pelting statues and booing the national anthem. Within hours of a statue of Thatcher being put in place, hardline agitators were beside themselves at the prospect of destroying it. One protester lobbed eggs at the memorial, while left-wing Twitter users called for it to be used as a new public toilet. Class act, aren't they? Let's go and wee up their front door. Apparently it came 24 hours after Labour refused to condemn Liverpool fans for booing William. And the national anthem at the FA Cup final, you know, little beats the hypocrisy of the Be Kind mob, hashtag. I mean, they really are pathetic. And those Labour MPs, scuzz of the earth. I mean, really, that's the sort of thing you think, is it? Hope you get voted out next time round. There'll be enough people who can vote you out. That's always the good news. Always the good news. Also, oh, look, lovely picture of lightning turning the sky purple over Stonehenge. People like Stonehenge. I've never been. I mean, well, I say I haven't been, not recently. I went years and years ago because I used to live down that neck of the woods. And also, Portsmouth's Spinnaker Tower was illuminated as a strike hit nearby, while the lighthouse at Portland Bill in Dorset. I mean, I love lightning. Don't you love lightning? I love it. Do you remember there was that man who used to work in one of the big national parks in America? He'd been hit by lightning so many times, and he survived. Except for the last one. Or did he die of old age or something? Took his own life or something. But these lightning storms, we didn't get anything like this in London. Wonder why. Perhaps they know we'd cause a bit of trouble for them. And lightning bolts, you know, they just go... And I love the way it cracks and everything else. Really impressive, isn't it? And people take pictures of it. It lit up Hampshire and Dorset. Where do we live? Middlesex. Fat lot of blooming news that was, but it doesn't matter. Val Kilmer... returning to Top Gun against all the odds, it will melt your heart, besides, you know, all the things he's had. Roy Sullivan was the United States Park Ranger in Shenandoah National Park in Virginia. He's been hit by lightning, well, he was, on 7 occasions, surviving all of them. For this reason, he gained the nicknames Human Lightning Conductor and Human Lightning Rod. And he's recognised by the Guinness World Record book as the person struck by lightning more recorded times than any other human being. How does that happen? Hit by lightning on 7 occasions. This is millions of volts, isn't it? Millions of volts. Roy Cleveland Sullivan. You can tell by the way he looks. He's of the old school. Well, he must have done because he died in 1983. But he just looks like a park ranger. And that's what he was, actually. But known... for being hit 7 times by lightning. He died when he was 71, actually. So, I mean, to be honest with you, to survive being hit by lightning 7 times. I love all these people. Didn't we have somebody on the programme a short while ago who was in charge of sort of following the storms in Kansas? They have these people who chase storms. And I remember thinking that'd be quite good, because I've seen all the things about hurricanes and twisters and all the rest of it. And I quite like, I don't want to be in it. Storm chasing, broadly defined as, I think, the deliberate pursuit of any severe weather phenomenon, regardless of motive, but most commonly, you know, for curiosity, adventure, scientific investigation, or for news or media coverage. A person who chases storms is known as a storm chaser, or simply a chaser. And you sort of get there. There was a meteorologist, actually, from Mexico City, who was killed in Minnesota while chasing storms. Don't do it. Don't do it. But they do have people that go out there. Oh, look, that's sweet. Storm chaser proposes to boyfriend. Mind you, a bit dangerous. These twisters, have you seen them? They just... They come down to the ground, they pick everything up. And we know we've seen it in The Wizard of Oz. But I wouldn't want to be... Yeah, right. Yes, I've seen The Wizard of Oz. Yes, a high-cultured programme. There's a picture of Prince Nassim Hamid. He apparently is an ex-world featherweight boxing champion. He certainly ain't featherweight now. He's absolutely ballooned. He was formerly 9 stone, hence being featherweight. And he now lives in Berkshire. He's hardly recognisable. He's hardly recognisable. He retired at just 28 with a record of 36 wins and 1 loss. Yes, mainly because they sort of dragged all these people out of cemeteries to fight him. That's how the boxing world works. You know, they either dig them up from cemeteries or they find them in old people's homes. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And we'll take more of your texts and emails after the news at 5 this Tuesday morning on LBC.
On your radio.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1 with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC. It's Tuesday, May the 17th. Doesn't matter where you are, whether you're going to work, going back home from work, or just sort of sitting up because you can't sleep, or just because you like the programme, which is very nice indeed. We've got seagull stories this morning as well, because they have found a seagull who has regularly trotted into Tesco. He just walks in the front door, picks up something and goes out again. He re-emerges. He likes mini cheddars. Well, seriously. The feathered thief which flew off to enjoy its treat has become so notorious it's known as Steven Seagull, after the actor Steven Seagull. Tesco Extra staff in Paignton say the bird has been known to strut into the store 3 times a day. Well, you have to do something about it then, don't you? Because they make mess everywhere. I wouldn't want to go in a place like this. Apparently somebody's photographed him doing his shoplifting. He has taken Doritos before. Obviously got no taste whatsoever. And Lisa Buck says, I told the cashier he just strutted off with some Doritos and she said, oh, he likes those. I mean, you can't make it up, can you, really? You cannot make it up. I don't know how they know it's the same one. Because we get lots of seagulls around here, but I just assume they're stupid and lost. And they sort of fly down there. And, you know, if you're lucky enough to get a pigeon run over, the seagulls will eat it. They seem to eat most rubbish, actually. But we got loads in Trafalgar Square, and still we've got these idiots who go around feeding pigeons. Small wonder the council spent a small fortune trying to clear up pigeon mess because of these buffoons. I remember Val Kilmer in his role, Steve, says Mark, as Jim Morrison of The Doors. Yes, I mean, because he looked very similar, didn't he, to Jim? There was somebody who died very young, didn't he, Jim Morrison? I remember seeing a picture of Jim Morrison's grave. Is it in a French cemetery? I don't know why I thought French cemetery. I can't remember. He was only 27. And I remember seeing a picture of him. He had lots of sort of long hair. He looked a bit like Peter Frampton. And there you go. He's buried in a cemetery, the Père Lachaise cemetery in Paris. I don't know why he was buried there. I can't remember, actually. But he died very young. It was 3 years after his death, Courson. And I don't know, who's Courson? But anyway, he was found dead in the bathtub. He joined, his girlfriend, Pamela Courson. And she died of a heroin overdose at the age of 27. Dreadful, isn't it? It's the 27 Club, isn't it? That's what they say, this urban legend that musicians, artists and actors die at the age of 27 with statistically anomalous frequency. Although the claim of a statistical spike for the death of musicians has been repeatedly disproven by research. But all the 27 Club, Brian Jones, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, Jim Morrison, Jean-Michel Basquiat, Kurt Cobain and Amy Winehouse, all drugs. All drugs. I don't think any of them weren't drugs, actually. I think every single one of them. Suicide and drugs. I don't know, were they suicide? Which ones were suicide? Kurt Cobain was a suicide, was it? Janis Joplin. I don't know why is it that people get into drugs and things like that? I mean, I know they say, you know, heroin's addictive, but you don't find normally, you know, you bump into people in your circle of friends. You might find somebody who's done cocaine or speed or something like that. You don't find anybody who's gone, oh, I tried heroin once. You know, I chased the dragon. It tends to be, you know, completely different people. I remember seeing Jimi Hendrix on stage and looking at him thinking, you're off your face. You know, they're not even coherent. How can you think you're having a good time? And that's the addiction, I suppose, isn't it, really? And pop stars tend to sort of be a little bit cleaner nowadays. Well, they have to be. They have to be. Although there was somebody who came out a short while ago and said nobody would know, but I am actually an addict and have been for some time. And you think, you know, if they're doing stuff in moderation, some people do it to keep going. But I remember Sid Vicious, you know, for the Sex Pistols, a more pathetic person you'd be hard pushed to find. Tried to be all sort of butch and, you know, mean and all the rest of it. But at the same time, really, him and Nancy Spungen, they were just off with the fairies. But Val Kilmer, I definitely remember as Jim Morrison. Definitely, but interesting. A Royal Navy officer struck a female RAF colleague's bottom and said, "This one's beautiful." I mean, I don't know where he's coming from. Lieutenant Commander Gary Story made the remark whilst very, very drunk before slapping the flight lieutenant forcibly on the backside. She was left in distress, whilst the married dad of two was asked to leave the officer's mess on the Falkland Islands. I mean, you couldn't be further away from life, could you really? He issued a sincere apology and admitted disgraceful conduct of an indecent kind at the military court in Wiltshire. It heard he'd spent 19 months at sea in 2 years and was struggling being away from his family. Oh, that warrants smacking somebody on the bum, does it? Oh, my God, honestly. The judge advocate, Robert Hill, said he was within the width of a cigarette paper of being kicked out of the military after 18 years. Instead, they handed him a severe reprimand and a £5,000 fine. What's got to be at sea? What's that got to do with smacking somebody on the bottom? That all he got was a £5,000 fine. So, but just watch him. If you bump into him on any places like the Falklands, he's liable to become a little bit peculiar. See, perfect afternoon here in Coffs Harbour. Listening as I walk, says Moffy. Blue sky, sunshine and 23 degrees. We've had record rainfall, so the sunshine is fantastic. Père Lachaise Cemetery is the cemetery of Father Lachaise. Chopin is buried not far from Jim Morrison. Yeah, they have this thing. I just remember seeing a picture of his tomb, and it's just got Jim Morrison, hasn't it? I think it's in fairly... And Chopin, I think also in fairly big writing. You're not going to miss it. You're not going to miss it. But I just remember that it's a cemetery full of these big monuments to people. Yeah, look, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? But they sort of... Still the fans go there. Still the fans go there and put sort of tributes and leave... It's a very messy cemetery, actually. People also written on the gravestone, which I don't like. I don't like people writing there at all, because it's just not my sort of thing. Kathy says, I loved Amy Winehouse, miss her and all the songs she might have sung. Well, that was the trouble. It was another one of those things. People go, oh, yes, you know, we sort of wanted to look after and everything else, but people didn't. That was the trouble. People didn't. They didn't ask enough of her. She died alone, you know, in Camden. And as they say, the good die young. I mean, there was no doubt she had an immense talent, but nobody knows what's going on behind the scenes, do they? Like Caroline Flack, people, you know, afterwards going, oh, isn't it terrible and all this kind of thing. Nobody really knew what was going on in her mind. Nobody knew. You know, in the case of Sarah Harding, she had cancer. So there's nothing you can do about that. But again, her name was dragged up in court the other day by Rebecca Vardy. Yeah, because she was alleged to have taken photographs of a handbag. They went to an awards ceremony and she photographed inside the handbag. I don't know what she was hoping to find, but obviously quite devious and not very pleasant. And somebody said after, I think Jordan was complaining. We did it on the programme. Jordan, you know, the former model, was sort of saying, you know, you shouldn't really be mentioning things like this. It's just not right. Steve, I've had a number of friendly blackbirds in my garden, and one that came into the house. All he did was hop around the hall. When I asked him, what are you doing? He hopped back outside again. I love blackbirds. Yeah. What are those birds you're supposed to say? How are you today, Mr. Magpie? That's right, Mr. Magpie. Do you salute them? Oh, you're mad as a fruitcake. Honestly, you don't salute magpies. But you're right, actually. I think that's what you do. You salute them. Because it's 1 for sorrow, 2 for mirth, 3 for a funeral, and 4 for a birth. I thought it was 1 for sorrow, 2 for gold, 3 for a secret never to be told. Magpie, which was that great programme. Some say if you fail to salute a magpie you've walked past, bad luck waits patiently behind the next corner. It'll be a bus. Do you know, for the first time yesterday, I saw a picture of Penge. I get on the Penge bus most mornings, and they were doing a thing. This couple were looking at houses, and I got no idea where it is before. I just know it's a 176, and they said, and here is Penge, and it's served by about 3 different railway stations, and they've got. Have they got Crossrail? No, that was somewhere else. And I remember thinking, oh, that's Penge. I had no idea. No idea at all. It's sort of, it wasn't as exciting as I thought it was, really. I thought it was going to be really quite exciting, but it wasn't. But the house prices are going through the roof everywhere, mind you. It's London, isn't it? For some reason, we're expected to pay, an awful lot of money for property, which you can get for a third of the price elsewhere in the country, which is sort of a bit depressing, actually. Also. A burger cook who began his business in lockdown has seen one of his creations crowned the best in Britain. And he said it's all down to cooking with beer-flavoured cheese. I know that when they do the rugby in Twickenham, the Barmy Arms, they do burgers and they're soaked in beer. They soak them in beer, then they cook them, apparently. But Danny Hawkes bashes his beef patties thin so they get a crispy frilly skirt when they're fried. They're served in a toasted brioche bun covered in beer cheese with candied jalapenos, American mustard, pickles and burger sauce. And now it's been named the best in Britain. Best Britain. Yeah, that's it there. Looks disgusting. I'm sorry, is that a brioche bun? But anyway. Danny's Burgers took after he posted a picture of a burger he'd barbecued at home. Now fans queue for more than an hour at the food truck he operates outside pubs in Bristol. He said the work's hard, but, it's... thank you. But I absolutely adore it. Hugh Broom. Hugh Broom. Magpies, he said. I hope you're well. Hugh Broom. Every so often, about every 2 or 3 years, Hugh Broom sends a message. Hugh Broom used to be with LBC for many, 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 many years. And he used to do the travel. He's got a farm. And every so often he'll send me a text like, I'm listening or something like that. We all went down there one time. He's got all these chickens. He does different coloured eggs. He sells logs. He's got cattle. He's got everything. Really interesting. Look at that. And we found a picture of him. He's in Farmers Weekly. Bless his heart. Honestly, he doesn't seem to have changed at all, really. Doesn't seem to have changed at all. But he was very good on his travel. Very good on his travel. He's a beef farmer now. How lovely. Do you know, it's always the kind of thing that I'd have loved to have done, but I tell you, you've got to have a discipline to be a farmer, whether it's beef, chicken, sheep, doesn't matter what it is, getting up in the ridiculous hours of the morning to, do cattle feeds or, making sure that the animals are giving birth at the time they're supposed to give birth. And I love watching any of the farming programmes on the telly, but always have such fond memories of Hugh. They're funny, just out of the blue, these people pop up.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Do you know, I'm frozen to death this morning. It's very cold in here. You know what? I think somebody's adjusted in my studio, the air conditioning unit, which is one of those things. Chris says, Steve, I was always told to salute a singular magpie because they mate for life. So that magpie either hasn't met its mate or it's lost it. Yes, they do mate for life. Whenever you find one magpie, you'll see the other one there. Yeah, always, always, always. It's like swans. Swans do that. And, Steve, I always remember the magpie saying 1 for sorrow, 2 for joy, 3 for a girl, 4 for a boy, 5 for silver, 6 for gold, 7 for a secret, never to be told, 8 for a wish, 9 for a kiss, 10 for a bird you must not miss. I loved Magpie. I thought it was sort of the rougher version of Blue Peter. It was, if you were really sort of looking, you had Mick Robertson, Tommy Boyd, Jenny Hanley, and it was done at Teddington Studios, just down the road from me. And Mary says, I'm going to tell you a secret. I still have that poster of Jim Morrison in my loft. It's worrying to have a frisson at 5 a.m. when you're 70. Listen, 70, I'm quite close to 70 now. In fact, I thought about it the other day and I thought, perhaps I've got it wrong. Perhaps I've decided, I'm going backwards or something. Sam says, I've been listening for years and I remember the wonderful Hugh Broom, along with J. Louise Knight, the lovely Amanda, and of course John Warrington, who I hope is well. Yeah, he sent me a thing the other day. He downloaded the the Ian Dale interview with me, and he said it was wonderful. He said he laughed and cried because John I keep in contact with, not every single day or every single week, but certainly every so often we'll sort of exchange texts. And J. Louise Knight is wonderful, and Hugh Broom and the lovely Amanda, and all these different people. They're all people that you bump into, and as you get to, I quite like it when I get a text from somebody. And Jay is still, that J. Louise Knight is still here. She's in the afternoon now. It's just that we don't hear her in the morning because we get Joanne Webb. Bless her heart. So who have we got here? Oh, edited the TV Biz column, and they're doing this programme where they're hanging out together and they jump in ice and do all this kind of thing. It's the most boring twaddle I've ever seen on the television. But they've got all sorts of people, a band of celebrities, including Diane Buswell, Patrice Everett and Professor Green. I mean, who seriously is called Professor Green? I mean, honestly. And they've also now got Lee Mack and Holly Willoughby, another disastrous programme for Holly. I mean, the golden touch is disappearing. The Games, the one with Wim Hof, yeah, that's on BBC, isn't it? It's a BBC thing. But to be honest with you, I mean, I don't know. And then often she sort of just pops back and we all have to sort of put up with her as well, which is okay. But The Games was just tragically awful. Hemorrhaged audience, faster than just about everybody else, which is a little bit worrying. What have we got here? Liverpool fans, then Everton, they're most likely to wear replica kit to watch their team on television. Good. I love the way that football fans get ripped off by the clubs on their strip. I mean, some clubs change the strip on a regular basis. And, of course, the fans have, but sometimes more than every year. There'll be an away strip or there'll be a home strip and everything else. And the fans have got to buy it because otherwise you're not a proper fan. Not a proper fan. So glad I never supported football. Usually 3 different kits every year. It's the people who go on holiday and wear their kit. Where are they coming from? Liverpool, probably, I should imagine. Kourtney Kardashian and Travis Barker are now officially married. Who cares? Most boring family in the entire universe. Sam Faiers has confirmed the birth of a 3rd child. So they're still not married, actually. Perhaps you think you should get married, love, or perhaps you're not sure about it. A little bit worrying. Scandal going on there. Fancy having children and you're not married. Disgraceful. What else have we got here? Do you know a crocodile can't stick out its tongue? Like you're going to worry about that, aren't you? Oh, look, there's a crocodile. They're rerunning, excuse me, the programme in America. The programme in Australia, where the boy used to feed the crocodiles and all the rest of it. The one who got killed, Steve Irwin, and him with his son, who appears on American television, and his daughter Bindi. And I used to think they were quite good. I remember when they brought him over here for an awards ceremony, and he turned up in exactly the same outfit he wore on the television programme. And good day, cobbers. And he was all a bit over exaggerated. God, look at this. We're going to feed this one here. It was a little bit like sort of David Bellamy and all these other Magnus Pike, these mad people. Brad says, whenever my girlfriend sees a single magpie, she says, "Hello, Mr. Magpie, how's your wife?" I assume she's under the care of the local authority. Hello, Mr. Magpie, how's your wife? He says her family's always done it. Oh, there you go. And Steve, I feel like I'm in a Wim Hof show. No heating or hot water for 3 weeks now. Getting used to cold showers, says Stu in Norfolk. Cold showers, very good for you, actually. Very good. And Jane says, we used to travel from Yorkshire to Bedfordshire to a farm that a friend of my father's owned. We used to love bottle feeding some of the calves and looking for the free-range eggs lying around the farm. Endless fun for children. Oh, I agree. We used to love stuff like that. That was very, very nice indeed. And what else have we got here? Celebs who are slightly different. Gemma Arterton, the 007 actress, was born with an extra finger on both hands. Have you ever heard of such a thing? An extra finger on both? I've never even heard of that before. Jane Seymour has different coloured eyes. One is green and the other is brown. David Bowie had the same condition, but he wasn't born that way. Lily Allen, the singer, has a 3rd nipple, which she showed off. I've heard of people like that. Harry Styles has got 4 nipples. Well, that's just greedy. That's ridiculous. Yes, so he's got 2 extra nipples. He said they're a bit smaller than the other one, so I don't look like a cow. Tilda Swinton has a 3rd nipple. Megan Fox has the condition brachydactyl type D, known as clubbed thumb, which means that her bones are shorter and rounder than her other digits. Jennifer Garner, the Elektra actress, has another one where the pinky's toe bone is shorter than the other toes. God. And Matthew Perry, the Friends actor, shut a finger in a door as a child and is now missing the top of the third digit on one of his hands. So now you know. And Ashton Kutcher, the actor, has connected toes. It's usually seen between the second and third digit. How bizarre. Sounds like I haven't got anything like that. I don't think. Well, certainly. So birthmarks? Certainly not. Well, I mean, no, not even any birthmarks. Don't have anything like that at all. It's a little bit depressing, isn't it? I feel I should get some, really. So Colleen and desperately attention-seeking Vardy, the latest day. Colleen left smiling but clutching a crucifix after calling Rebecca. It's getting so stupid, isn't it? It really is. But apparently, we're now told that Rebecca Vardy was told by her agent, the one who's too ill to appear in court, to drop this case and not go anywhere with it. You know, it's just nobody's going to win on it. As I say, all you get to see is a lot of really cheap, tacky little outfits. I've never seen anything like it. So the Top Chef slammed an MP who claimed people can cook a nutritious meal for 30p. They did it on This Morning yesterday. They had Holly dared to go back onto the programme, and they had a woman there cooking a thing. She did lots of tomatoes, baby tomatoes, put in the bottom of a thing, and then she did that with garlic, loads of garlic by the look of it. I mean, you'd never make any friends ever again. And then she baked it in the oven, took it out, and she mashed them with her fingers and all the rest of it. A bit disgusting. And so she reckoned she could make a meal for a £5. But Jamie Oliver's been doing this for ages and ages, you know, making sure that people cook, because nobody cooks. Nobody cooks anymore, do they? We all sort of rely on takeaway. Even I had paella the other day, which I bought. It was the most awful paella that I've ever had in my life. I can't remember where I got it from. I think it was Waitrose. It was very dull and very uninteresting. It looked better in the actual packaging than it did when I put it into the frying pan, it was just Spanish seafood. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, made here, and I'm assuming sort of based on Spanish seafood. To be honest with you, it really was dull. So I've made a mental note. In my mind, I make mental notes. Don't buy that ever again. Eurovision winners. This is the Kalush Orchestra performing for members of the State Guard on the return to their homeland, which is good because they won. And apparently Vladimir Putin's commanders are slaughtering their own wounded troops rather than rescuing them. Captured Russians said a lieutenant colonel shot dead squaddies as they lay injured on the front line. I mean, can this really be true in this day and age, that people would do that? There was one man there were some people who were taken into a cellar, 5 of them. They were basically starved, had their hands behind their back, they were meant to kneel, and then somebody shot them in the head, all 5 of them. And you think to yourself, these Russian soldiers that perpetrate these crimes, they're going to get their comeuppance. They're going to get their comeuppance. There will be a war crimes tribunal, and Russia will suffer immensely. It doesn't matter what little posturing Putin says. You know, we can do this, we can do that. You won't have a country left. You know. Steve says, Jerry, you mentioned dreadful TV. Have you seen Romeo and Duet? No, I didn't really want to see that, actually. It didn't really interest me. This is sort of where I think single love seekers. I mean, you know, put it this way, you only have to look at these people to realise why they're single. Ugly. You know, it's as simple as that. There's no point in lying about it. They stand on a balcony and they're serenaded by love matches that they can hear but not see. Singers have just one song to entice a singleton down from the balcony. Only then will the two come face to face for the first time. The newly formed couple will then head off on a duet date to learn a duet before returning later. I'm bored already, aren't you? To perform that number in the ultimate romantic love battle, the crowd's chosen couple then get whisked off for another date to see if love can truly blossom. Now, it'll be a one-night stand, as per usual, with all these dreary programmes. It's on ITV. It's presented by... This is Oti Mabuse, isn't it? Obviously, her agent must be sort of working overtime to get her something like that. I mean, these people, they go in there and there are people on... It's like the dating programme where they go and have to sit in some ghastly restaurant with Fred Syriacs leering over them and some barman sort of going, oh, yeah, have you ever had a date before? And you look and they go, no, I'm a wedding singer, goes this girl. And I thought, well, there must be something the matter with you. Good-looking girl. And she couldn't get a date. And then we heard her talk. As I say, we had it the other day with that gay girl who, didn't let the other person go to the toilet without giving a kiss on the cheek. Small wonder that one went nowhere. I mean, to be honest with you, she's to be avoided at every opportunity. But, if you have to go on television to tell people you're so naff that you can't find... It's like, have you seen the one where they get two sort of guys, or it could be three guys, and you get some poor girl who's covered in tattoos and rings and everything else through her nose, and they have to find an outfit for her, and then they bring it back, and then she puts the outfit on. Is it Dress to Impress or something? Whatever it is, these people look even worse when they put on the other outfits, and you look at them and think, I'm not surprised you're single. God, there's some unattractive people out there. Steve, I still cook from scratch every day, and I bake on a regular basis, says Jane. It's very rare. It's very, very rare, I promise you. It was, it's just not... people just want it easy. I nearly bought a fish pie the other day, but I've come to the conclusion, you buy a fish... I should have bought it from Sandy's. But if you buy a fish pie, it's mainly potato. They pipe on so much potato on the top of it, you think, if I'd wanted a pie of mashed potato, I'd have gone and bought mashed potato. I'm taking a break. I'm telling them about my mashed potato. Still to come, David Attenborough, who got excited watching two dinosaurs having sex. Honestly, really.
What do you get when you mix fashion designers, financial advisors, and dance studio? No, not a catwalk of strutting accountants. No, not a ballet piece about balance sheets. I'm actually just talking about Workspace. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. I trust you are well this morning and looking forward. When is this blooming heat wave going to arrive? We should arrive in a minute. Although actually, it's today, is it? Oh, I'm not sure. A good heat wave before I have a blood test. Maybe not a good idea at all. So it's going to hit 26 degrees today, ladies and gentlemen. 26 degrees. Sunny intervals and a gentle breeze. I think they just write that as a matter of course. I don't think that's true at all. 23 tomorrow, then it's down 22, 19, 20, 21, 19. But today, 26 degrees. Might undo an extra button on the shirt. Graham in Southgate says, I remember working for Crown Communications in Hammersmith, and Mansook in accounts used to do your expenses. Yes, he used to do everybody's expenses because happy days, expenses. Sorry. I can remember. Actually, the funny thing was, years and years ago, and I'll tell you this is breaking a confidence. When we were in Gough Square, we used to have expenses. You could claim for going out for interviews, and it was claimed for on mileage basis. And I think it was something like 36p a mile. And the union had to argue because the company only wanted to pay for one way. And the union argued that, well, you had to come back again. So they managed to get it twice. We used to get a milk allowance, phone bill paid, and a newspaper allowances as well. But expenses, you would. So I remember my boss at the time, because in Fleet Street, it was always said that if they paid you 50,000 a year, you could make another 50,000 on expenses. In fact, I remember one particular journalist whose name shall remain totally nameless, and he managed to get his expenses up. He would spend a whole shift doing his expenses. And he would then, he'd shout out in the newsroom, how much is a taxi to Heathrow Airport? And that somebody would say, oh, it's 40 quid. So he'd put down £40. And taxi drivers in Fleet Street used to give you books of receipts. They'd go, do you want a blank receipt, mate? They'd give you a blank receipt and you'd put in whatever amount you wanted to. And I'd go out with my boss for lunch. And when we'd come back, he'd say, do you want to claim it or shall I claim it? I say, well, you paid, I'll pay this time. And so I would then I'd take the receipt from the restaurant. I'd put it down on the expenses sheet, lunch, so-and-so, so-and-so. He'd then sign it. I'd then take it to Mansook, and then Mansook would pay it. So it was just a most bizarre system. I don't think it happens anymore. I really don't. But anyway, he said, loved seeing all the LBC presenters. And my desk was next to Sophie Wessex when she worked here. It's great. You're still going strong, says Graham. Well, I think I'm going strong. I don't know, actually. I think so. I'm getting there. Yeah, it seemed to be. Monica from Melbourne says, Steve, I've been wondering, do you know what perfume the Queen wears? Silly question. Well, actually, it's not a case of do we know what perfume she wears. It's a case of there are strong rumours she likes White Rose by Floris and Guerlain's Le Bleu. Which sounds, Floris is by appointment anyway, which is I think it's a floral blend with a spicy carnation, and that's the one she wore on her wedding day, and it's remained close to her heart and her wrist ever since. So Floris White Rose Eau de Toilette. It retails 50mm bottle for about 60 quid, so it's not expensive. It really is not expensive. And the Guerlain Le Bleu, which dates back to 1912. And again, it's unusual, spicy, sweet citrus with aniseed and bergamot. Pretty bottle, though. Pretty bottle. And that sells for £60 at John Lewis and Partners. So if you want to smell like the Queen, because sometimes you do sort of, people wonder about that. I mean, I used to say the Queen Mother smelt of mothballs, 'cause that's what she smelt of. That's all I can tell you. So, now you know the answer, Monica, and you can probably order that around the world. Kate, the Duchess of Cambridge, I think she likes white gardenia petals, which is aluminum, which sells for about £125. Again, not very expensive. That's the one I think that she wore for her wedding day in 2011. Because it doesn't take, because people, it's a really naff bottle. The Guerlain bottle looks an awful lot better. But you're paying for the actual thing inside. It's like everybody knows what aftershave I wear, because it's so blooming expensive. Old Spice, yeah. The mark of a man. Do you remember they used to say that on the television? Denim was quite a popular one. That was very good. And that was very rude. Denim was very rude. The bottle had a sort of a zip on the front of it, because it was, and on the television advert, it was somebody pulling down the zip and then a hand would come across and sort of stop you doing that anymore. And High Karate. Valerie Leon did that one. High Karate. I mean, there were all sorts of aftershaves, very popular. I quite liked, what was one that I quite liked, actually? Pinot Silvestre, which sort of looked like a fir cone kind of bottle in green. I think it was Pinot Silvestre. And is that what, was I right? Yeah. There it is. Yes, there it is. Original. You could still get it because the top notes on that one: juniper berries, basil, lemon, lavender, and bergamot. But just remember, because you won't know this, so I'm telling you anyway, that every single aftershave or perfume will smell different on you than it smells on somebody else. I can put on my aftershave now, and I can't smell it. Everybody else will smell it. They'll go, "We know you've been in the lift because we can smell it," and so that's the way it works. But I remember trying Eau Sauvage, was a very popular one. What was the one that Dale bought me? He bought me one, actually. And I think it was Issey Miyake. And I put it on and I went round to see him one day. And he said, "Oh, what's that awful smell?" I said, "It's the aftershave you bought me for Christmas." He said, "I'm allergic to it." I had to wash it off. Hilarious. But all sorts of different things. Adam Woodyat is planning a return to soaps by washing dishes in his local cafe. He said he wanted to help out his pal. I'm not sure whether he's going back into EastEnders. I thought there was talk a little while ago that he was thinking of doing it. Doctor Who bosses have caused a stir by casting Yasmin Finney as a character called Rose. That's the name of the companion played for 5 years by Billie Piper. And returning showrunner Russell T Davies, who originally cast Billy in the role, refused to elaborate whether she'd now been replaced by Yasmin. Is this a trans actor? Is this what we were saying earlier on? I've lost track of this one now. I can't keep up with everything. But he said, "How could there be another Rose? You'll find out in 2023. I don't think I can wait. I can't wait. You'll find out Yasmin can change the Whoniverse." Oh, I think I could be right. I could, yeah, that's the clue there, isn't it, really? And also because I'm looking at the picture and I'm thinking, Kim Marsh reckons she could make a comeback on the Corrie Cobbles. Please don't, dear. Please don't. I can live without it. And does Kim Marsh still do BBC? I think she still does the programme, yeah. She left she left the soap in 2019. She says, "I've got a real soft spot for Corrie, and one day I've no doubt I'll set foot on the cobbles again." Really? Think again. I don't think so. I don't think these people sort of do it as like sort of throwback. Oh, I might go back to it if I feel like it. And you go, "Oh, right, okay." What about Brute, advertised by Henry Cooper? Yeah, his slogan was "Splash it all over." Splash it all over. And that was, unfortunately, it had the most... Well, you could still buy it. can still buy Brut. Who wears it? I've got no idea. Will in Stockton tells me that one. And a giant pig that hightailed it from they've changed the bottle on Brut. That down, go down. No, cross to the right, and down. No, cross to the right, cross to the right, thank you, and down. Used to look like that, the little bottle. It was much smaller, actually. And it came with a little metal collar to it with Brut. I'm not gonna tell you if you're going to laugh at me. I remember all these things. Anyway, a giant pig that hightailed it from a slaughterhouse has been named after Greg's outgoing boss for the work the chief exec put into producing the vegan sausage roll. Animal rights group PETA have called the porker Roger, after Roger Whiteside. He was found on the side of the road and now lives in an animal sanctuary in Norfolk, until the thing dies down, and then he's straight off for sausages and bacon. I love the way. How does a giant pig get away from a slaughterhouse? When they come off the lorries, seriously, it comes off the lorry and they go down a little windy track, and that sort of takes them into the part where they don't come back from. And that's it. And they go, it's like every year you can guarantee a turkey will escape, and they go, we're now looking after it. And you think, what about the other millions that are being killed? Were you speaking about Chopin earlier, says Helinka? I did. Well, only because he's in the same cemetery. Well, bits of him, I should imagine. But did you know that at his own request, his heart was removed and dispatched in an urn to a church in Warsaw? He sadly died of TB. Oh, right. So his bits of him are in this cemetery in France with Jim Morrison, and the heart is in a church in Warsaw. Wow. See, you learn something new every day. Thank you very much indeed, Helinka, for that one. Cheeky car thieves are doing donuts around cops, but hardly ever end up in court. I've decided to electrify the handles on my car. It's so much safer and so much more entertaining when people touch it, which I would advise them not to do. I mean, do you know, we've got so many cameras on our place now. It's amazing. I mean, CCTV is brilliant. And at night time, it's almost like it's daytime. Although we've got a couple of rough sleepers in Twickenham. Where they've come from, I've got no idea, but they seem to have all their possessions in suitcases. Yes, all the flats can go onto your television and see all the screens. I think it's between 16 and 20 cameras. I can't remember, actually. Seems to be an awful lot, put it that way. Yeah, just on mine. And it records 24 hours a day. So, from the moment somebody walks onto the property or even past the entrance, you are caught on camera, which is good. I love it. Colleen tells the Libel Court Vardy's messages were evil. I just don't like either of them. I can't bear them. I know that people are provided with endless entertainment, but Rebecca Vardy, obviously, some sort of naff fashion parade. I always thought she was naff. What else we got here? If ever you doubted the importance of Eurovision, then talk as I did to a 20-year-old student in Kyiv. Bursting with pride, writes Vanessa, and optimism, describing the Ukrainian capital streets as resounding with cheers. So they've still got television then. They've still got all these they can still watch television, everything else. So there you go. Thatcher's haters are ignorant of her enduring legacy, writes Stephen Pollard, the political commentator. But her name still provokes an almost deranged anger. But it's so funny. Somebody was talking about it yesterday, and they were saying, people were saying, why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? And so she did that. She delivered, and then they all complained about it. People never satisfied, never said it. But then you get these stupid people who want to sort of egg something, as I say. But the papers are making inquiries into whether he's still got his job.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Well, we've got 12 minutes to 6. Calls for a windfall tax on energy firms to ease the cost of living, expected to be blocked by the Tories today. This is after the Bank of England chief warned of apocalyptic food price rises. You have no idea. That's why. Oh, they've done it, actually. In one of the other papers I mentioned earlier, this is actress Yasmin Finney, cast as Rose, who is a trans actress. And but why they make a big deal about it, I've got no idea. It really doesn't make any difference at all. What they're saying, Billie Piper was playing trans? No, of course she wasn't. It's just a role, isn't it? Retirement for Tyson Fury. Good, longer to stay away, the happier we all are, I should imagine. I'm so bored, honestly. The man who wears got the most peculiar dress sense makes Tyson, not Tyson, and makes Lewis Hamilton look as though he's well dressed, which we all know he isn't. Also, a teenager claims she was attacked by a Tibetan Mastiff dog near to a farm where a little boy was mauled to death on Sunday. Apparently they've had issues before with this place and dogs, and the police are investigating at the moment. And, there are signs. Dogs are loose, do not leave your vehicle. Another sign declared, warning, beware of the dogs, they bite. One of these dogs has been destroyed already. Who are these people who keep these sick dogs? Tibetan Mastiffs. I don't even know what they look like. I don't even know. I've never even heard of them. But somebody says, I was on my own. I had to climb along a wall to get away. It's not known if the same dog was involved in the attack on the boy. There was a 48-year-old man arrested over the incident. Oh, that's it. Oh, my godfathers. What sort of person would want a dog like that? I thought it was bad enough with sort of pit bulls and the sort of people that buy them. And then you look at these mastiffs, they're huge. Absolutely enormous. They do, don't they? They look a bit nasty. Especially when you see them baring their teeth. But GMP Assistant Chief Constable Scott Green says, our thoughts remain, of course, with the loved ones of the young boy. What a dreadful way to die. Dreadful way to die. But, to actually have signs going, dogs are loose. Do not get out of your vehicle. You're not allowed to keep dogs like that. Definitely not allowed to keep them. It's ridiculous. Also, Darren Lewis, writing in the Mirror today, says, I couldn't resist an and finally about Rebecca Vardy and Colleen Rooney, because let's not kid ourselves, even some of the people who publicly lambast the trial as a waste of time, money and resources can't help discreetly catching up with each daily instalment. Oh, exactly. They just come over as dreadful. Lots of praise for the teenager, Jake Daniels, coming out at 17. Perhaps he's not tall or something, because I'm looking at the picture and I'm sort of thinking he just doesn't look 17. But he told Sky Sports, I'm only 17, but I'm clear this is what I want to do. I wonder what encouraged him to do that. There's got to be something which sort of triggers it. You don't just it was like Philip Schofield. We had to wait for ages and ages till he finally came out, but it was hardly a big surprise to anybody. That he's the first UK male professional footballer to come out. You find it in other sports. Nobody particularly worries about it. But football in particular, not the best place, but I'm sure he will cope with it. McDonald's to permanently leave Russia. Going to be a lot of Russians very disappointed today. No more double thick milkshakes. It's not your fault, I realise, but, maybe you should perhaps vote out your premier. Only a thought. I don't think he'd let you because he's in control of everything. There's also a smartwatch, which is set to help people with Tourette's and to control their involuntary tics. The device, invented by UK scientists, delivers electronic pulses to the wrist. Lovely. Last thing you need, isn't it, really? This is nothing new. Nothing new at all, because I had something like this years ago to stop smoking and to stop snoring. And it was a device you put on you. It looked like a bit of a thick watch, and it had a little microphone in it and two metal prongs underneath. You put it on your wrist, and when you snored, this thing activated and would give you a shock. So you would then change your position in bed, so you would stop snoring. It would give you a small shock, or you could adjust it to give you a bigger shock. There's one boy here, 13. He said his tics had made him fall off his bike in the past. The very idea that they're now going to give you sort of, electric shocks onto your wrist. That's the kind of thing to frighten you completely. It's like when they sort of say to you in America, here shortly as well, we'll tase you, get out the vehicle, tase you, 50,000 volts. They fall to the ground instantly. Hilarious to watch, but of course if you choose to be stupid and ignore calls to get on the ground, well then you get everything you need. It just sends out wires. The volunteer police officers are going to be armed with these taser stun guns from today, I believe. From today. That's going to be a bit of a worry, isn't it? Some of these volunteer police officers, being let loose with a taser. Oh, wait a minute. Pick that bit of litter up. No, do it yourself. Zzz. They're not allowed to just do that, are they? Priti Patel will... Oh, not Priti Patel again. God in heaven. Will say in a speech to police that special constables should be able to use the electronic stun guns if they complete the specific training. Lovely. Yeah, perhaps you can use it on people going to Rwanda, dear. Because there's 400 people turned up the other day. 400 asylum seekers. And so far, nobody in Rwanda. Nobody. Nick says you should try the the aftershave Molecule 01. Sidcup Julie says, I use Molecule 1 from Selfridges. I can't smell it on me, but people can. Bottle's pretty. It's supposed to go with the temperature of your skin. Yes, your skin determines on what it smells like. So different. I think it's a flat, faintly cedary scent with the warmth of sandalwood. If not the complexity, it's a quite pleasant smell on the masculine side of the tracks, given the woodiness, though worn by both ladies and gentlemen. There you go. It's what's commonly known. Because the only other ones were Calvin Klein, who did what they did was unisex perfumes, all of his CK1s and all the rest of them. Blue Stratos, says Stuart. Horrible. Yes, I don't know who would ever buy that. People who couldn't afford a proper one, I should imagine. And Catherine says, when I worked on a cruise ship, I used to sell perfume. We would advise to not rub wrists together. This bruises the fragrance during the top notes, and it mixes the person's natural oils with the perfume, changing the smell. That's what I was told anyway. Yes, we used to the worst thing was you go into a shop and you go, tss, and then you sort of slowly rub it in, blow on it, and then you go outside and sort of half an hour later you go, oh, what was that? What one was it? You've got no idea what you put on there. Kim says, apparently Elvis has a penchant, or had a penchant, for Brute. Really? Good Lord. Never heard that one before. And May says, I had a blackbird that came to my kitchen window and tapped for it to be opened. In he would hop and sit on the window ledge. He loved a treat. If the back door was open, he'd hop in and get into the dog's bed with him, looking for bickies. My dog never bothered him. Also, there was a seagull that used to come and sit on the shed roof and look in. When it saw you, it would start bobbing up and down. Yeah, they do that, actually. We called it Stephen. Thank you. And in the nearby town of Dingwall in the Highlands, a seagull walks into a bakery to get his treat every day. Oh, they take advantage, seagulls. It's outrageous. I mean, first of all, they're wandering into Tesco to pick up Doritos and stuff like that. Now they're wandering into bakeries as well. A former student is demanding money after slipping on a night out. This particular man broke his leg falling on a wet disabled access ramp. This was years ago. This was 2017. And he now wants money. He suffered from a rare cancer as a teenager, and part of his right thigh and shin bone had to be replaced with prosthetics. And his lawyer claims the fall complicated the issue. Apparently, the Students' Union have admitted liability for his fall, but they're set for a High Court battle. He wants $4 million. Whether he gets it, I've got no idea. They're nowhere near court. They haven't even reached trial yet. And here's a picture. Who's this? This is Sir Jeff's Jubilee Tea Party. And this is Sir Jeff and Karen Connie at Wembley. Everybody's looking forward to all these parties, aren't they, to celebrate the Queen's Jubilee. I'm not sure I'm sort of... They did a thing the other day on the... We had to put up with Denise Van Outen hosting for sort of Steph McGovern. I don't know why they bother with Denise Van Outen. She's struggling to string two words together. No, Steph couldn't make it. Far too busy, obviously. And they had a bloke on who made this trifle. It looked delicious. Now, whether it was the trifle that won the prize, I've got no idea. But, But the funny thing is, every time you see poor old Denise Van Outen, you keep thinking that the next minute you flip over a channel and there she is on Gogglebox with her ex-cheating boyfriend. And they keep showing it. You think they could have airbrushed him out by now, but they didn't. They didn't. What was the other one? Most people aged 50 and over are more content with life than any other age group. Holidays and hobbies are among the things they're most satisfied with. Hobbies? Who has hobbies anyway? Do people still do hobbies? I don't know, actually. But apparently a poll of adults found that over 1 in 10 aged 50 plus have a more active sex life than before. Who? Who? Tell me who? Who are these people? Never heard of anything like it. Honestly, over 50s having sex? Oh, dear me. It's this dating programme. They put these sort of people on there, and some of them just look like they're desperate to be with anybody. I can't watch it anymore. I've given up. John Lydon, little Johnny Rotten, takes a fresh pop at the Sex Pistols drama series, saying it's too sleazy. He did previously threaten to sue the producers, based on a memoir by Steve Jones, which goes into detail about his sex addiction. And then John claimed it's upsetting as a lot of it has sexual connotations which are dubious at best. They've gone for the wrong end of... Oh, go away, you boring old so-and-so. I can't believe that Steve Jones looks so old now. He's so old. I mean, he didn't... he was sort of... I don't know, Lydon is 66. I can't believe this is being streamed on Disney+. Disney. I mean, it's in the last place. And Steve Jones is... Yeah, he's 66 now. It's amazing. Danny Boyle, who directed this series, says John complains we didn't approach him. We did approach him, and I'd love to have had him involved. But of course, he's a bit of a drama queen, isn't he? Oh, would you do that? They don't like it. They don't like anything like this at all. Well, don't watch it then. But the pub owner, I quite like this pub owner. His name's David Gorton. He stumbled on what he thought was an old penny during renovation work in a pub. He'd sucked it up in the vacuum cleaner, but got it out and put it in his pocket. To his amazement, it was an Oliver Cromwell silver shilling, dated 1658, that was probably dropped by a drinker. Must have been a very rich drinker. A shilling. Wow. David, who's revamping his pub, which dates from the 1650s, says there was a clunking noise. I thought I'd hoovered up an old nut or bolt. They reckon it's worth about £12,500. A shilling. I mean, that's a 364-year-old coin. They say somebody dropped it drinking. Somebody robbed somebody, I suspect. Definitely. My aftershave shave of choice is David Hoff Horizon Extreme. It's Davidoff. Oh, Davidoff. Every time I wear it, somebody asks what the lovely aroma is. Oh, not sure about that one, John. I haven't Davidoff. When Hilda Ogden in Coronation Street wore Panache perfume and said it was called Panache. You should say that one. Only her. So Davidoff Horizon Extreme. It's the word extreme that kind of frightens me a little bit. Anyway, we'll take a short break. Back in 3.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 4 minutes past 6. It's nice to be company. It's a Tuesday morning in London town. Doesn't matter where you are, whether you're going to work or you're resting or you're heading for the airport. Let's hope you're heading in plenty of time, because there's going to be queues all over the place and some people disappointed, and we'd rather you actually got the flight. But you do need to leave in plenty of time because they just don't have enough staff at the airports. It's a great shame. We've had a look at this Davidoff Horizon Extreme now. It looks quite nice, actually. Very pretty sort of bottle. I don't know the price of it. There you go. It's about 20 quid. It's currently unavailable at the moment. Well, that's what it says here. Seems to vary in price, actually. £38.40, bigger bottle. But for 125 mils, they're looking at £19.99. It's not an expensive one. It's not an expensive one. It's sort of at the cheaper end of the market. So all the papers are running with this dreary Victoria Beckham story, that she says being thin is old-fashioned and believes women today want to have boobs and a bum. I mean, I don't know whether or not she thinks she's invented a new language or something, but women have always been like this. It's only stick-thin Victoria who sticks to the same food all the time throughout her entire life, whereas Dave heads over to his mum's place to have gammon, eggs and chips. So he obviously doesn't subscribe to any of this rubbish she comes up with at all, because otherwise they're cooking 2 separate meals in the kitchen. He says you can't beat dinner with mum. Gammon, chips, pineapple, fried egg, coleslaw and mushy peas. Sounds revolting. What a horrible combination. Small wonder he's the way he is. Gammon. Dear. But mind you, gammon, chips and pineapple, okay. Fried egg, coleslaw and mushy peas. God. Inside of you must be absolutely terrible. I was so laser focused, says producer's friend, Sam Ryder. Went to bed early and ate salads. But where does it go from here? Because mainly the moment Eurovision's finished, that's it. It's all over, isn't it? They don't generally have a career after that. And I don't know whether or not he will actually end up with a career. International superstardom beckons, yes. You can see them all abroad, can't you? No, I don't think so. Do you know our pets take preference over our partners, apparently? Because apparently pets are always there for you. They never grumble or judge and love a cuddle. What a load of old rubbish. Of course they don't. They don't judge. Of course they judge. Who wrote this rubbish? Oh, luckily, nobody's put a name to it. They're too embarrassed. It's just got Daily Mail reporter. They say, ask what makes their pets so special. Nearly 6 in 10 said it's because they don't judge. This is somebody who doesn't know anything about animals at all. Of course they judge. Heavens above. There's plenty of affection in return, with owners saying birthdays and Christmas are special occasions for animals. They don't know Christmas and birthdays. They've got no idea. Who writes this? The answer is somebody who's too embarrassed. Can I put my name to it? No, definitely not. You know, apparently, owners say they enjoy 14 hugs or embraces with their dog or cat every day, and they laugh 8 times a day. Apparently, man's best friend is also important for children, with 9 in 10 owners saying their dogs have a special bond with their youngsters. I mean, honestly, you know what this is? It's with, I'm not going to tell you who it is, because it's a company who've paid for this, and it ties in with a film which is coming out in July. What a load of old rubbish. You know, apparently, owners at Christmas and birthdays splash out on gifts, and a fifth even spending more than on loved ones. Jackanory. Steve, I've ordered a 2mm sample of Creed Aventus to see whether I like it, says Rupert. If you're allowed to say, where'd you buy yours? In a shop. Yes, the usual place. You get them in shops. You just go into any shop. Well, it's got to be a sort of shop that can afford to sell expensive aftershaves. So more pictures of, you know, Rebecca Vardy leaving. There's something about her I don't like. She always seems to leave by herself. Perhaps she's Billy No Mates. Who knows? I don't know. I've got the what? No, the Minder didn't appear to be here. And to be honest with you, this ghastly outfit she's wearing, which is an old lady outfit, you would need a Minder to keep people from going, get that off. It's awful. Dreadful. And it's all these, every day, a different bag she takes in. What she's got in it, I've got no idea. Probably more sort of rubbish about who is Davy Jones and where is his locker. PM gives more time to fix the Stormont stalemate. But the more worrying fact in the paper today, 325,000 people are living with undiagnosed dementia. In fact, there was one man, I don't know if you read it, he'd been on medication for dementia, and it turns out they got it wrong. He didn't have dementia. And so he was, you know, really, you know, quite amazing. Tory MP Lawrence Robertson, a vice-chairman of the all-party parliamentary group on dementia, said the latest figures show how important the government's new dementia strategy is. But this man, that's right, 7 years he spent living with the spectre of Alzheimer's before finding out he was misdiagnosed. He said, the wife and I sat in the car crying for an hour because we got so many plans for the future and everything was just destroyed overnight. This is Alex Preston. And he woke up every day planning his death because he didn't want to die of dementia. Only to find out he was incorrectly diagnosed. The Leicestershire Partnership NHS Trust says it's now conducting a review into the case. He was diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's at the age of 55 by a consultant at the Bradgate unit, part of the LPT, in 2014. Mr. Preston, now 62, had 2 scans and completed several memory tests over the space of around 6 months. After this, his consultant told him he had Alzheimer's. The diagnosis destroyed both himself and his wife, Susan. I mean, I find that absolutely unbelievable. They get a misdiagnosis for that many years. Pfft. This sounds like serious money to me. That'll be going to court straight away. The mother-in-law of the man who boasted about throwing eggs, the idiot of all idiots. This is little Jeremy Webster, 59, but mental playing age, probably about 7, I should imagine. I throw an egg at you. She actually said he was childish. So, within a few hours of the unveiling, the University of Leicester understood to employ Mr. Webster as deputy director of its Attenborough Arts Centre. Yesterday said it takes any act of defacement. Well, they'll kick him out. He should lose his job immediately. He is the deputy director of the Attenborough Arts Centre. How would he feel if somebody walked into the Arts Centre and started destroying and throwing... Anyway, yesterday Yvonne Barnes, an admirer of Baroness Thatcher, told of her shock at her son-in-law's alleged actions. Mrs. Barnes, 87, said Margaret Thatcher lasted a long time in power. I'm going to have to call my daughter. I didn't think that Jeremy would be this sort of person to do it. It seems very childish. Well, he's an idiot, isn't he? He's an idiot. I mean, and also, he's employed by the University of Leicester. Do they encourage these sort of things, of people vandalising things? It doesn't matter what it was. Mind you, out of the 3 eggs the poor little creature threw, only 1 hit the statue. He wouldn't be winning you a coconut at the fun fair anytime soon. But Mrs. Barnes said Mr. Webster was... and she didn't realise that he was the man who targeted the statue. She said, nobody likes people at the top of government. It's the way it goes. But I didn't realise Jeremy had a strong dislike of Mrs. Thatcher. Of course, I mean, he's probably too stupid to realise that she's been dead for a number of years. This statue, £300,000, if you please. £300,000. And the museum houses an exhibition dedicated to the town's most famous daughter, and a J.B. Wetherspoon's pub also stands close by, while the statue, which has 2 security cameras trained on it, overlooks a mobility scooter shop, a restaurant, a bank and a slot machine arcade. Sounds lovely. But anyway, the South Estevan District Council will hold an official unveiling ceremony at a later date. But it'd be nice to think that Jeremy Webster was now sort of sitting there twiddling his thumbs. What a stupid, stupid man you must be. I hope that when you sort of emerge from your house this morning, people just go, boo, boo. Who did I see being booed the other day? Somebody was, apart from the Liverpool fan. No, there was somebody else who was booed on something, and I can't remember what it was, actually. Steve, I have 2 favourite aftershaves, Creed Aventus and something else called Alexandria II, which I've had a look at, actually. But this is Parfum. This is ladies, isn't it? Not sure about the bottle. 140 quid for 30 millilitres, which is, so 275. Oh, the bigger bottle, 100, is 495 at Harvey Nicks. That's a bit more our price, isn't it? We like that, actually. Steve, I'm a nurse. And when my patients, when I ask my patients what they look forward to most about going home, the answers are usually 1, their pets, 2, their bed, and 3, their children. Way down the list is their partners, says David. Yeah, partners come way down the list on this one, which is very interesting. Little Julie says, from the Mediterranean Sea. They're out there on the Mediterranean Sea. We're en route to Marseille, having a great time. Food is wonderful. The crew are lovely. We've got a couple of shows booked. One is an aqua theatre show. The other is an ice show. Yes, this ship has its own ice rink. I know. I've seen it. Sounds lovely. I hope you have a nice time. Sidcup Julie says Fierce by Abercrombie and Fitch aftershave is a melter. Smells absolutely lovely. See, but different things smell differently to different people. So I can wear Creed Aventus and it'll smell, one thing on me. If the producer wore it, it would smell completely differently, because he's never going to be trying it. It's as simple as that. No point in tempting him, is there? Oh, another half a page on dreary old Victoria Beckham. Skinny women, they're so old-fashioned. You have to get rid of all those clothes in your shop, dear, and put in clothes for people with proper bodies. But of course, Victoria Beckham's always been stick thin, hasn't she? That's why she eats what she eats. She's terrified of getting fat or wrinkles or anything else, which is not so good. So here's Jake Daniels. He makes all the papers. He said teammates have been supportive. He plays for Blackpool, as I say, which, if you don't follow football, you won't have the faintest idea. But he brushed off the prospect of verbal abuse, insisting he'd ignore it. Absolutely. Just ignore it. What's the point of, paying any attention to it? They're only silly little people, and hopefully the other people standing in the stands will be looking at them going, saddos.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, couple of birthdays to celebrate today, and also a little piece in Ephraim Hardcastle, who says, will Dave and Vic Beckham concede they're now middle-aged? Gabby Logan has asked them, aged 47 and 48 respectively, to appear on her podcast. She fears that neither will accept they're in midlife. Well, I mean, Vic's heading to 50, and now telling us about women want curves. Very embarrassing, isn't it, really? She says, I think I'll give it a go, though, and still ask. And turning up on the television yesterday, Keir Starmer, he looked like he was caught in headlights. It was hilarious. It was like he'd wandered into a hen night, and he was the stripper. And he sort of sat there. They kept saying, oh, and coming up, on the programme. Was there. He was quizzed over the Beergate scandal. A bit late now. Everybody else has done it loads of times. Jane Moore, who I think has turned 60, I believe. 60. Linda Robson was there. Brenda Edwards as well. And Ruth Langsford, who's now making more money than her old man because of her clothing line. All he's advertising is something for people who can't walk very well, which isn't quite the same. Perhaps he should recommend it to Her Majesty. Which would be good. And Phil says, I told little Julie yesterday that ships with ice rinks is nothing new. The Titanic had one. Tanker driver Phil going directly to hell without passing go. Do not collect £200. Do not write to me ever again. Isn't it funny we still talk about the Titanic, and yet when you think about it, it was so many years ago now that it's still lying there at the bottom of the ocean. It's become the most famous ships, hasn't it, of all time? Sarah in Sevenoaks, who says one of my favourite perfumes is Chanel Coco Mademoiselle. I have others, but everyone always comments when I wear it. My mother used to like Diorissimo by Dior. And that was particularly nice. I always remember the pretty bottle, like sort of like a tweed. Tweed Lanthoric was very popular, I believe. Not in our house. It's still going. Diorissimo. It really is. It was a really lovely, really a nice fragrance. Eric Hall, the now long since gone football agent, he used to wear women's perfumes. He said they smelt nicer than men's perfumes. Or men's aftershaves. But Diorissimo is lovely. I might actually, I feel like going into one of these big department stores, just having a little test of Diorissimo, just to refresh my memory. The bottle's changed. But they do, and how much is it a bottle? It's about 70 quid, £99, something like that. Good Lord. Christian Dior Diorissimo medium handbag, £1,645. Must tell Rebecca Vardy. Let's go out and buy it, dear, which is very good. Also, wait a minute. It's so cold. I can't tell you how cold it is. They've got children in the paper, and they are children who are pampered by their parents about food. Not just normal food. This is food that you wouldn't have thought of at all. Caviar to start, then maybe mussels, then lamb brain, rounded off with a plate of artisan cheese. This is not MasterChef. These are normal children. And they're just some of the dishes 5-year-old Sophie Barron has recently devoured. Her mother, Danielle, is a children's therapist coach and entrance exam tutor. She said, "We've shared fine dining experiences everywhere, from the Shard to the Ivy." She's 5. I don't know. She said here, "She's my favourite dining partner. She's just as much of a foodie as I am." She lives in Walton-on-Thames. She spends up to £300 on a meal for herself and her young daughter. Indeed, she said she's never had to resort to the kids' menu when they dine out together. Danielle claims there's no mystery to it. All it is a consistent spirit of adventure at the dining table. And there's more and more of these parents. And they say, whenever we go, one of them said, whenever we go out, we let her choose her own items from the menu. And I'm thinking, oh, God, children in restaurants, your worst nightmare, isn't it? And so what are you having? I don't know, is the Chateaubriand, is that the medium? I just can't imagine it. Apparently, her name's, one of the children is called Xanthi, who loves seaweed in ice cream and gravy. Is there something the matter with these people? I've never heard of this one. There was one here. He was trying steak before he even had teeth. Really bizarre, isn't it, really? As for following in the family foraging footsteps, Xanthi is well on the way. This winter she asked, why don't we eat our Christmas tree? So we ended up cutting it up and using it as a recipe to cure trout. I'm obviously in the wrong world. I think I've wandered into something a bit strange, actually. Stephen says, morning, Steve. A lovely clone is Taylor's of Old Bond Street, luxury sandalwood, an inexpensive classic barbershop aroma. Woo-hoo. See, the trouble is sandalwood pops up in all over the places, doesn't it? But an aftershave, when you put it on, Stephen, as you know, it will smell one way, and then an hour later it will smell different as it sort of blends in. I mean, sometimes I have sort of caught myself, going, oh, that's nice. I thought, oh, it's me. They say that truth is stranger than fiction, but Richard Osman's debut novel unwittingly mirrors a story straight out of his family archives. The Thursday Murder Club follows a group of friends in a retirement village as they investigate unsolved crimes. But the TV presenter recently found out his ancestors formed a detective group to solve a real-life murder centuries before he wrote his book. Osman's 4 times great-grandfather discovered a dead body and became involved in one of the biggest murder trials of the 1800s. Gabriel Gilliam, a fisherman born in Brighton in 1789, would secretly smuggle food for the family. Osman made the discovery during an upcoming episode of Who Do You Think You Are? He says, given the books I write, you just couldn't make it up. We like him, actually. Like him. He's very tall. He's very, very tall. I wonder if they're going to replace him on Pointless. I mean, they're not going to replace him. Oh. I was always amazed that when he sort of told us that the computer he was looking at was completely blank. It's just a fake computer, and I was quite disappointed. But I thought there must be loads of those sort of things. Andrew Morton's got a new book out. It's adapted from The Queen to be published, I think, on May the 24th, and it's got the Queen ready for anything. And all sorts of things. The Russian spaceman who stroked the Queen's leg above the knee, and Prince Philip's withering reaction to Harry and Meghan's arrogant demands. How lovely. Poor old Harry and Meghan. He's resorted now to playing polo. He's managed to find another few numpties to go and play with. Enya celebrates a birthday today. The Orinoco, one of my favourite records, actually. And how old is Enya today? She is 61. Do you know she's had loads of other albums out? She's terribly prolific with these albums. I bought quite a few, actually. She's sold 80 million. But insisting on she has at least 3 years off between records. Her grandmother was the first female drummer in Ireland. I mean, that's an interesting fact? Well, I think it's an interesting fact. And Charlie Gerling interviewed Richard Osman, she says, on the red carpet for the TV BAFTAs. He was charming, flirty. And he said his third book will be out in September. Charlie Gerling from our entertainment department at LBC. And Global. She's huge. Global is huge. Very exclusive. I thought he was lovely, actually. I got them both in at the same time when they were on Pointless. But mind you, I liked all the boys from Top Gear. First lot round, not the second lot round, first lot round. Also Paul Whitehouse, the Welsh-born BAFTA-winning comedian and writer who starred in The Fast Show. And his catchphrase was, "Suits you, sir." And, of course, he's now starring in the Only Fools and Horses thing, isn't he? Oh, has he come out now? Oh, horrified. Anyway, he's 64 today. 64, described by Johnny Depp as the finest actor of his time. I'd keep that quiet. You know what Johnny Depp's like at the moment. Also, Dennis Potter, born in 1935, the man from Pennies from Heaven and The Singing Detective. And after being diagnosed with cancer, he rushed to complete his final 2 plays, saying, "My only worry is that I die 4 pages too soon." Lovely. And another one, apparently, in 1916, Summertime Act was passed. 4 days later, the clocks were put forward for the first day of British summer. Why don't we just blooming well leave it? Change the clocks forward, backwards, just leave them. Makes it so much easier. 1986, the satirical puppet show Spitting Image was at the top of the charts with the novelty hit song, The Chicken Song. Remember the Chicken Song? It was ghastly. I seem to remember it being absolutely ghastly. And May the 17th, 1983, here we go, this is for people who throw eggs. Margaret Thatcher topped another opinion poll yesterday as the world leader most admired by influential Americans. She won with almost 5 times as many votes as her nearest competitor. The magazine US News and World Report asked 30 panellists to name the foreign leader who exercises the most skilled use of power. There you go. You can't take it away from her, can you? You can't take it away from her. But you can throw as many eggs as you like. And perhaps, people will be going round sort of asking why you're in charge of anything to do with art at all when you seem to sort of destroy things, which is not that I think you can destroy a statue with 3 eggs, only one of which hit, which I thought was even funnier, really. Why are we all booking holidays? Everybody's booking holidays. You know the best place to go at the moment? Cruising. People are talking about cruising. Little Julie, as we know, is on the cruise. There's also a lovely wedding here, which costs a 4-day extravaganza. This was for a Viscount. £500,000 for a wedding. £500,000, £500,000. No expense was spared. Mind you, I've heard of people who spent more than that. £500,000. I think that's okay, isn't it? And Chelsea Davies split up with Harry after a 7-year relationship. She didn't want to be a royal bride or be with him, I should imagine. Happily, the former City lawyer's not been scared off marriage. She's exchanged vows with hotelier Sam Cutmore-Scott, who was in the year above Harry at Eton College. They are married. Very few people knew about the wedding. I was watching the other day. What was I watching? Oh, it's the Made in Chelsea thing. Oh, my God, it's what a vile bunch of people. What a vile... But I couldn't believe it. I was watching it, and there were sort of people going, I don't think I should speak to you ever again. They're almost like alley cats.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
So excited. I've forgotten about the wedding proposal on Made in Chelsea. And the interesting thing was that this peculiar girl who she'd got this ring and she goes down on one knee in front of her boyfriend who quite clearly he was too young to get married and he didn't want to get married. And she then lied to her friends. I mean, she was not very pleasant at all, and he made the right decision. He went, "No, I'm sorry. I like you. We're going to be together for a long, long while and all the rest of it. I don't want to get married just yet. I'm too young." And of course, it made her look like a complete and utter turnip. She had this complete breakdown in front of her friend. And then she turned against him, which only proved that he obviously made just the right decision. And Charlie Girling is turning into the Charlie Girling programme this morning. She says, "Oh, my gosh, I used to know Sam Cutmore Scott. This is the one who's just married Chelsea Davy. How funny. He was friends with my boyfriend at Eton." Honestly, what a small world this is turning out to be. Well, I tell you what, I wonder whether or not Sam Cutmore Scott and Chelsea Davy would like the opportunity to win an incredible holiday for two to Bali. Are we slick or are we slick? I mean, sometimes it's a gift. What I'm offering you today, and we're raising money, as you know, for Make Some Noise. We like to raise some money, please. And you will get a 7-night stay at the 5-star Cross Bali Breakers Resort. You can check them out on YouTube. They've got loads of pictures online, including the place where you'll be staying. I'm going to give you the 7-night stay there with flights, transfers and breakfast, each morning included. You'll be staying in a 1-bedroom deluxe pool villa. They're really quite lovely. You get a private pool, an outdoor patio and dining area. It looks absolutely lovely. I mean, it really does. I mean, I'm so looking at the pictures thinking perhaps I'll go myself. And you do get a luxury bathroom and an extra large double bed. Well, hey. The hotel also has got 3 outdoor pools, a restaurant, plenty of bars and a fitness centre. What more could you want for 7 days of sheer bliss and happiness? For your chance to win, thanks to Flight Centre, text the word BEACH, BEACH, and send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £5 from every text supports our charity Make Some Noise. You don't even see it go. Don't have to hand anything over, no credit card numbers, nothing at all. You've got until 7 p.m. on the 31st of May to enter. Standard network rates apply. You need to be 18 or over. And to see the list of participating global radio stations and full terms and conditions, just go to makesomenoise.com. So if you want to be in with a chance for 7 nights at the 5-star Cross Bali Breakers Resort, with the flights, the transfer and breakfast every morning, staying in the 1-bedroom deluxe pool villa with a private pool, your own, an outdoor dining area, luxury bathroom and extra large double bed. There's the 3 outdoor pools, the restaurant, plenty of bars and a fitness centre. All you do is text the word BEACH, BEACH, and send it to 84850. And I thank you in advance because your £5 goes to our charity Make Some Noise and can do an awful lot of good. And good luck, because as they say on all the best competitions, and this is the best competitions, somebody's got to win. And when you look at the pictures online, you'll be wanting to go to Bali. Perfect service, happy, smiling people, gorgeous food, lovely bars, double bed. It's all there for you, and your own private pool. You could even swim naked, I should imagine. I mean, should you so desire, I wouldn't want to encourage. Yes, in your own private pool. Don't try it in the other pool. Get me in dreadful trouble. Can you imagine, really? Steve, do you remember the... oh, no, it's lovely, isn't it? They've got lots of lovely pools at this place. Oh, this is Julie. This is on board the ship. You know, you forget how big these ships are. And Julie is having a wonderful time there. That looks really great, doesn't it? Look at that. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at that cakes. Don't tempt the producer with cakes. They look lovely. She's even sent the Daily Plan. All the cakes look delicious. I don't know which one to have first. All of them. Looks like Black Forest Gâteau and everything else. Looks wonderful. That's the good thing about cruises, is that, you know, you can be up on deck and then you can just wander to the front of the deck. You don't have to dress for dinner if you don't want to. They've got, if you're going to go into the dining room, they expect you to dress, and there is a dress code for different days. They will tell you in advance, smart casual, which can be a lounge suit or dinner jacket, because they like people to dress up. And the ladies like dressing up. But if you don't want to, you can eat at the front of the ship and you can get everything there. That's where we normally went for our breakfast. And, you know, they do omelettes and chips. They do everything you can possibly. Chips, I know. I've got this thing about chips for breakfast. I don't get them. Chips for breakfast for years, but it's one of my little fantasies. I'm allowed them at my age. I'm that sort of person. And do you remember the pungent perfumes, Steve, of the 80s? Opium, Giorgio, Beverly Hills and Lulu by Cacharel, says Vicky in Upminster. I remember Opium. What was the one that there was one perfume I had. I can't remember. It was called Cabochon or something. Poison. And this stuff, it was a very, very, very heady kind of a smell. We wouldn't miss it. Just one of those things. Poison, I remember it now. Purple bottle, I seem to remember. Steve, enjoying your show. It was called what? Is it still? There it is, Poison. It's not very expensive, is it really? You know, Dior, but quite heavy. I must try this Diorissimo. I'm going to go back for that again, actually. Karen says, Steve, enjoying your show as always from the beautiful island of Barra, an island at the bottom of the Outer Hebrides, celebrating my mum Madeleine's birthday here. We flew in from Glasgow Airport yesterday to Cockleshell Beach Runway, the only beach runway in the world. What an experience. There's a tick off the bucket list, and thank you for your entertainment. I'm having a look, actually. I'm having a look at the beach airport. And it's a beach. You're landing on the beach. I don't know why we should think this. It looks lovely, doesn't it? You know why we like it? Nobody there. Mind you, all I need just to make my life complete would be they've got a fish and chip shop, or a kebab shop, or a KFC. I'm not really bothered about any of these sort of places. Sounds lovely. Desperate to be taken seriously as an actor, Steve Coogan admits he was left spitting blood after being overlooked for an ITV drama because producers couldn't separate him from his comic creation, Alan Partridge. He's very good. I like Steve Coogan a lot. And the Who continue to soldier on with Keith Moon and John Entwistle. The Beatles, meanwhile, have their rhythm section extant, but no John and George. Is there a marriage to be made? Zach Starkey now plays drums with the Who, so we get to see Zach's dad Ringo quite a bit, says Pete Townsend, tickled by the plan. And Macca, I'm very close to, but I don't think the Who and the Beatles will happen. Good idea, though. I don't know. Quite like that idea. Pop star turned TV presenter Misha Paris is sick of the way black women are portrayed on screen. I get annoyed, she said, with the stereotypes. We're still gone with the wind, mammy. She tells me at a London reception, I want to see a black woman on television who's British, smart and looks good. What's wrong? Blimey, I see loads of these people. Have you seen Loose Women? Loose Women's full of these people. They're always giggly. Oh, no, they're not always giggly. I don't think so. I watch people all the time. In fact, I spend a lot of my time watching television, as you all know. Could a pair of infrared shorts help you train for longer? Apparently, I heard rumour that my former producer Corey was seen in the office at LBC the other day in a pair of shorts. I mean, I ask you, they're totally inappropriate. He wouldn't have been allowed to wear it on this programme. I mean, apparently I was told he looked a bit like Steve Irwin. And if you don't know what Steve Irwin looks like, you have to go and check him out. It was all sort of khaki and everything else. I mean, fancy turning up in a pair of shorts. I have a strict rule on this programme. Nobody turns up wearing a pair of shorts. It's just not right. I mean, Ian Dale programme. I shall send him a text later on saying, obviously, your standards have dropped quite considerably since our very successful interview. But, to now tell me that the staff are coming in a pair of shorts. I've never heard of such a thing. Actually, in one company I worked for, well, it's the same company, but they had a dress code, and the dress code was they didn't want you to dress up. They wanted you to be casual because they reckoned that I thought Corey was taking it a bit too far. There is casual, and then there is what I call slovenly. And I bet they weren't even ironed. I bet they would have been creased or something like that. Steve, the tedious programme about Heathrow Airport is back and looks the place looks dead with the shop shut. Is this the one with the Jeremy Spake again? They've resurrected him from the dead. Jeremy Spake, who was on there years ago, and I don't even know where he's working now. Does he still work at Heathrow Airport? Must be a bit of an embarrassment. They were trying to turn him into some sort of celebrity, and unfortunately didn't quite work, actually. It really didn't work at all. So Heathrow Airport back again, but now with the shop shut. You know, that doesn't look so good, does it? Because we want to see shops open, but I think it's going to get worse. I think you're going to see the restaurants going back in again. I think we're going to have trouble because, as the head of the Bank of England has said, apocalyptic food bill rises. You know, on standard things, and I would think mainly it's going to be on takeaways and stuff like that. They're going to be charging. In fact, they've just on everything, but they've just done a program about where you get the best takeaways from, and you know, the companies that deliver, who actually delivers the best, and also where are they made, these meals. You know, many of them are made on industrial estates, but you wouldn't know that. They put down, you know, whatever it is, the Kardashian brasserie or something like that, and you assume it's a store or a cafe or a restaurant. No, industrial estates, porter cabins, you know, made in huge vats, and they just turn this stuff out. But I think you're going to be seeing, you know, it's going to get really difficult. You're going to start looking at the food prices in the supermarket and go, how much? Not paying that. I mean, artisan bread could go out the window straight away. You know, you can pay £4 or £5 for a loaf of artisan bread. Somebody was doing, they were doing Gogglebox the other day, it must have been, and who was it? Oh, it was Nigella Lawson, was a round loaf, and she was doing smashed avocado on it. And they had that family, you know, the family, the boy dances, mother sits there, they've always got cakes, and the father's foul mouth, potty mouth, and they used to have those big dogs that slathered everywhere. The father is just, his language is just absolutely atrocious. In fact, most of them I've never heard so much. And they were going, oh, avocado. Even the two Drearys from Blackpool, the brother and sister, they're a bit odd. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Wednesday, May the 18th. I told you we'd rock it through this month. And we're powering on through because very short May, April, May, June. Then it's July. Then it's August. Then it's Christmas. Fantastic. But this the weather yesterday, thank God it was only the one day. And they went, oh, it's going to be 28 degrees and it's going to hit this and that. Of course, I hate it. Absolutely hate it. It's just one of those things. Some people like the heat. Some people don't like the heat. I don't like the heat. It's all right if you're sort of sitting there drinking ice-cold drinks and stuff like that. But if you're sort of having to go about your daily... In fact, the first time ever, actually, nice day, I go to the doctor's surgery. I was the only one in there. There was nobody else in the doctor's surgery, and had my blood test. Very quick. It really was very, very quick. They've installed some new chairs which have got armrests where you can actually rest your arm on them properly so that they can put a needle in. And I hate it every time I have it done. Every time I have it done. I looked the other day, but the lady who does it is she was very good yesterday. Very good. So we lost Kay Mellor, the woman who turned her life into TV gold. And my friend Stuart Manning had a nice picture taken with Kay Mellor. Everybody seemed to love Kay Mellor. And she was great. Bernard Cribbins is rejoining Doctor Who at the age of 93. And, of course, there is a link between Bernard Cribbins and LBC. Do you remember what it was? Bernard Cribbins, when LBC relaunched many, many years ago, we had the two stations, and we had a competition called Let's Be Avenue, as in Let's-be Avenue, but it was Let's Be Avenue. As in a road, and Bernard Cribbins did the voiceover for it. So there you go. John Peel's record sale, they've got all sorts of things signed by, you know, John Lennon. I think he gave John Peel a signed copy of the Two Virgins album. Also, the company boss who hit 120 miles an hour complained he couldn't afford taxis to the gym if he was banned. And the boss said, well, sell your car. Obviously a bit of a thicko. Britain's next top cop will be a white middle-aged man who's retired from the police. And the Queen of Motown to perform at the Jubilee concert. Yes, Diana Ross at the age of, 78? Something like that will be performing. Having told us years ago she wasn't going to come back to the country after she claimed she was groped at Heathrow Airport. I think she was flying out, I think. And she was touched, she says, inappropriately by one of the people, you know, doing the sort of the touch search. And, you know, she won't be the first person to complain about it. But she said, that's the last time I've ever come back to the country, which, of course, is a load of old hooey because she's doing Glastonbury and she's doing the Queen's Jubilee now. I'm coming out. Oh, and that gay footballer in Blackpool. They've had homophobic abuse already. I mean, you know, they're either incredibly thick in Blackpool or the people who write it are incredibly stupid. I'm inclined to think the latter. And more than half of drivers have no idea what most of the buttons in their car do. I get into my car this morning, it's a Mercedes, and it's like being at Jodrell Bank, sitting in the back of the car, and I'm trying to work out which button opens my window. And eventually I found it, but there's so many buttons all over the place. I've not only got buttons all over the place in my car, in the ceiling, in the door panels, in the front, but also in the middle of the back seat, in front of you, you've got the 2 TV screens, and then down there's looks like a little computer which charges as the car's going along. You take it out and you can program in all sorts of things. Well, I've never fathomed that out in a million years. I mean, have to rely on my godchildren to sort stuff like that out for me. Dan Walker exits the BBC. It's the last you'll hear of him. He's going to Channel 5 News. Nobody knows who reads Channel 5 News anymore. I mean, I used to know it years ago when it was Rob Butler, because he was on all the time and we knew who it was. Now I've got no idea. And so Dan Walker's gone there. It must be for money. It can't be for career, although he thinks that they're going to put him on loads of programmes to raise his profile. But when you're the most beige character on television, there's not much point of it, because he doesn't know how to relax. He's too old to be a youth presenter. So, what he does now, got no idea. And one's ticket to ride on one's own tube line. Yes, Her Majesty out again. I mean, is there no stopping this woman? Oh, and they gave her a horse from Azerbaijan. Do you remember the horse riders they had at the Royal Windsor horse show thing? We've seen them before. They come over, they ride bareback. They do side saddle. They do clinging onto the horses, holding flags at high speed, swapping horses, doing handstands, everything else. And they presented her with a horse because she loves horses. And if you want to buy her a present, they're going to ask you, would you want a piece of jewellery? What the hell does she want jewellery for? She's got enough jewellery to sink a small boat. So, no. So they give her a horse at Windsor Castle, and she was very pleased. And an ex-Russian colonel's dire words of warning on a Russian equivalent of Newsnight. And they literally didn't say a word. Even the host of this news programme broadcast in Russia, they didn't say a word to him. Normally, I think they're very vocal, and you're supposed to go on this programme and support the Russian army and support Putin. He didn't. He was basically telling it as it is. He said, we've screwed up big time. He said, there's no, we need to get out of this as quick as possible. He said, because there's going to be nothing left. And that's not only for Ukraine, but for Russia as well, because the world is ganging up on them. McDonald's pull out, millions of Russians going, and where do we get triple think milkshake? Where do we get these from? And the answer is, you don't, okay? Because your premier is a complete buffoon. What do? He needs to have the courage of his convictions, because it's going to end badly. At the moment, I mean, I think he thought he'd walk into Ukraine. It would be an absolute walkover. Turns out not to be. They're sending home more Russian soldiers in body bags, but mind you, some of the atrocities that they've committed. You know why? No leadership. There's no leadership. They're poorly equipped. They've got nothing going on, and the Ukrainians are blowing up their tanks on an hourly basis. And with them go the Russian soldiers. So expect, if you're a Russian family, your son or daughter's going back in a body bag, because they're hanging on. And the more the world equips Ukraine, the bigger the problem for poor old Putes. What's he going to do about it? The answer is he can't do anything about it. He hasn't got the faintest idea what's going on. He's just a megalomaniac. Monica says, isn't it time Mr. Cribbins was made a Sir? Surely after all these years of acting, it'd be well deserved. Yes, I mean, we love Bernard Cribbins. 90? What did I say, 93? 93! Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So good for him. Good for him. And a Battle of Britain D-Day hero turns 100, and he gets for his birthday 400 birthday cards. What a pain in the rear end. What's he going to do with 400 birthday cards? They go, you've got 400 birthday... What? 400 birthday cards? Bugger off. You can imagine, can't you? Where's he going to put those? Ridiculous. The inquest at Piers Morgan's Talk TV show. When I say inquest, that's not sort of an official inquest. It's a case of one of the newspapers, The Guardian, I think, have sort of said, where's his audience gone? And the answer is, on one of the nights, it went down to 40,000. I mean, we wiped the floor with him at this time of the morning. At this time of the morning. Sharon Osbourne, even worse. Even worse. I mean, it cannot get any worse. You know why? It doesn't matter how much publicity you give a show like Piers Morgan. And believe you me, Piers Morgan gets tons of publicity in The Sun. Double-page spreads, interviews, this, and this. Ever since he did Trump for the first show, and they got 250,000, whatever it was. Can you name me any of his other guests? No. They even had to have one of the guests the other day who said, I'm sorry I can't be with you, I'm touring at the moment. They can't even get guests. So all this publicity, still no audience. Me, no publicity, huge audience. 21.5 million downloads, for a programme that starts at 4 a.m. and finishes at 7. Perhaps Piers Morgan needs to listen to us a bit more and find out what makes this programme work. Because for him, it's not working. And on one of them, I say, it went down so low, it was almost, what do they do about it? You can imagine Piers Morgan doing a show like this. They'd say to him, you've got to do 3 hours. Huh? Three hours. About what? Well, whatever you want. Whatever you want. You're supposed to be an experienced journalist. You just talk. But, it's all sort of set up. And it's not working. I mean, that team that cannot find guests for him because there aren't enough big guests, which is a shame, really. Big shame. But, chuck a load of money at it and it's still not working. And the best that they can make is the newspapers the other day in small type because a guest called him the C word. And that's the only publicity he's had since Donald Trump. That's got to be bad news. How long do you keep chucking stuff out before you go, oh, for goodness, close it down? It's not worth it, is it, really? Not worth it. In the days of your Mini, says Roger, maybe a couple of buttons or switches for the lights, the wipers and the radio. New Minis have 32 buttons. I know my ex-producer Chris has got a Mini, and Corey, I think, has got a Mini as well. And I was going to write to him yesterday and say about the shorts thing, but he very wisely didn't. He's wearing shorts again. It's got to stop. If he's on this programme, we ban shorts. Nobody is allowed to wear shorts on this programme. It's as simple as that. It's a hard and fast rule I've got, and if you don't adhere to it, you're off. Okay, simple as that. I don't want to beat around the bush. But you're right, actually. In my days, you had a push button in the middle of the Mini by the gear stick to start the car. And then you had the windscreen wipers, the headlights and the indicators, and there was a radio. And that was it. There was nothing else. Now, I must have 100 buttons in the car. I don't know what half of them do. I've got no idea. To me, the novelty is that have I ever done something on by mistake? No. I do have to look at things because you push buttons on it's screen. It's a touch screen in the front. I know. Seriously, it's so stupid. Touch screen in the front of the car. And so you can sort of touch to make the volume go up or volume go down or all the rest of it. And then if the phone rings, that automatically cuts in. And you've got different buttons which go to the television. And then from the television, it can go to, bass, treble or whatever. I don't know what's going on half the time. And then you've got the cruise control. And then you've got the temperature. And then you've got the air conditioning unit, which I think is called comfort cooling. They always give it posh names. And then you've got the windows, and then there's different buttons for different bits of the window, and then you've got the slide at the back, and then you've got the sunroof, and then you've got the lights that come on when you open the door, and then when you don't open the door. And oh God, seriously, it just gives me a headache. And then, of course, if you actually get out of the car and you've not taken it out of gear, you go bing, 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 and it won't let you open the doors. So you have to sort of put the car into gear and then turn off the engine. And the seatbelts beep as well. I get the whole set. Bing, bing, and drives you mad, doesn't it? But Steve, I saw the Queen on the morning news, says Shane, opening the new rail line. She looked good. She did look good. I was very pleased. And Chris in Oban says, what hot weather? We only had one. We had one day, actually. Oban, as you know, is that resort town within the Argyll and Bute area of Scotland. It is the largest town, did you know, between Helensburgh and Fort William. And during the tourist season, the town can have a temporary population of over 24,000 people. Isn't that nice? And so you can go there and you can go and explore castles, gardens, villages, beaches. They've got sort of like an amphitheatre. They've got also, it's very pretty. It's very pretty. And you can take a holiday home there, and you could just have holidays in this country. But it's cold. It's cold because it's in Scotland.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. I trust you are well. Tim, over in Melbourne, a nurse. He said it's more to your liking, the weather here. Preparing for winter, where it will be down to single-figure temperatures. The most static weather in Australia here. Today it's been bright sunshine, followed by rain, followed by wind. You see, that suits me. I don't really want the sunshine bit. I know it seems a bit miserable. But it's just a case of it just doesn't do it for me. I know it does it for loads of other people. Couldn't care less. Doesn't make no difference. Jane says, I'm off to Dubai this morning, 9 a.m. It's a family function. I'm dreading the stifling heat. It's only for a week. Oh, don't worry, Jane. Everything is air-conditioned. Everything is air-conditioned. But unfortunately, I don't want to ruin your day, but today the temperature in Dubai is going to hit 40 degrees. Okay, so double it and add 30. Okay, 80. It's going to be 110 degrees. Sunny with a moderate breeze, they say. So it will be stifling. But, I mean, luckily, the car that gets you from the airport will be air-conditioned. I mean, you couldn't survive. I found it bad enough in Florida years ago with the heat over there. You'd come out of the shower, dry yourself off, open the front door, drenched. You know, it's as simple as that. And at night time, bloody frogs. Because it's a reclaimed swamp. So, of course, the frogs haven't gone. And they sort of serve as food to all sorts of birds and things like that. But the frogs, you can hear, I mean, seriously, they're not. But I mean, multiplied by 1,000,000 times. But no, 110 degrees, Jane. Good. Mind you, Thursday. Oh, God, but don't. Oh, God. Well, actually, it's about that every day except Friday when it goes to 41 degrees. But I mean, you know, a degree, who cares? But you're going to suffer with it. You're going to open the plane door, and I remember the first time we went to Spain. You know, when you go to Spain for the first time on your holidays, and they open the cabin door on the aeroplane, and you walk out to go down to have to walk onto the tour bus, and it's like, it feels like somebody's got the hairdryers on you. Oh, it's absolutely dreadful. I hated things like that. And yet, funnily enough, when we lived in Hong Kong and Egypt, it didn't bother me in the slightest. Mainly because I was little. And nobody really cares, actually. So, local councils... Oh, no, the Vardis. Forgot about the Vardis. They had to leave court early the other day because Rebecca wasn't feeling very well. Funny, it seems to run in their sort of family, doesn't it? Really not feeling well. But they say Wayne Rooney's talking nonsense. He said he was told by the FA, get Jamie Vardy to calm his wife down. Because it turns out she'd been around the block a few times and was so desperate to be famous, and that's why she sat behind the Rooneys and she was told to move, and she basically said, off, and all this. I mean, she's quite common. I've never heard such language in my entire life. On one of them, on one of her texts, she called Colleen Rooney a very, very rude word. I can't even hint at it. But it's these dark glasses, everything else. You notice Colleen just walks in and out of court. You know, she's a basic girl. There's nothing fancy about her at all. In fact, I think she met Wayne outside a chip shop, didn't she? She had a bag of chips in her hand and she met him out there. I can remember when they did a programme with Wayne Rooney to start with, and the cameras went live, and they had, I think it was his father there, or his granddad, who swore, used the F word. And they went, sorry, can you please not swear? But of course, where they came from, that was quite normal. And we all know about good old Wayne Rooney and his liking for, let's just call them older women, shall we, of the night. But the Vardis have said Wayne's talking nonsense. It's what Jamie Vardy said. But as I say, you know, somebody's telling lies. It doesn't matter which way you look at it. I couldn't care less who it is. But somebody somewhere is telling lies. They say one thing. They say it didn't happen. Well, somebody's got to be telling the truth. And I think these sort of people tend to live in the culture of not telling the truth. They think that because they're who they are, they can say whatever they want. But unfortunately, you're in big boys' court and you're paying big boys' money. And hopefully it'll bankrupt you. Because I'm sick to death of it, you know, the waste of money. I mean, I don't mind them wasting their money. I really don't care, actually, if they waste their own money. But it's just, you know, when there are so many things going on in the world, you think to yourself, you know, sure, haven't you got anything better to do with your life? And the answer is, no, they haven't. The actress who may face the perjury probe, this is Amber Heard's broken promises. She was given the money by Johnny Depp, $3 million. She was going to give it to a women's charity. She didn't, because she told lies. People tell lies. And a man inspired by Indiana Jones, dun, 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 found a Roman hoard in this country worth about £65,000. Because when you think about it, most of it's going to be under our feet. Kevin the Milkman says, am I still allowed to wear shorts whilst listening to the show? I don't mind being the exception that proves the rules. Exit stage left. No, I mean, Kevin wears shorts all the time. But that's right, because my postman Darren in Twickenham, he wears shorts all the time. But I refuse, point blank, and I am adamant in this, that an ex-producer of mine is not to wear shorts in this building. Why do postmen always wear shorts? Because they're, well, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I've got no idea. Presumably to show off their tattoos. Must be some reason, mustn't it? I can't think of anything, actually. My God, there was somebody the other day that looked dreadful. There's no specific reason, apparently, why posties wear shorts when they're on their rounds. However, some have suggested it's because shorts are more comfortable to wear than trousers, regardless of whether or not it's cold, and because they're easier to dry when it's raining. Oh, well, they don't take them off when it's raining, do they? I told you, one of our road sweepers in Twickenham, talk about stank, walked past the other day. I mean, really revolting. Somebody should say to him, you need to get some deodorant, mate. Really bad. I mean, really disgusting. Really disgusting. Sorry? Wasn't his bin? No, you didn't have a bin with him. He was sweeping. He stank. I know, it was sweat. Disgusting. Cameron from Calgary was 9 Elms. First time driving in Canada today. That'll take some getting used to. Oh, yes, for God's sake, do get it right. Drive on the wrong side of the road and you're in big trouble. I don't know what side of the road they drive in Calgary. Is it reversed from us? So we drive on the right, they drive on the left. Wow, lovely. I've never been to Canada. Never been. Quite like to go. Quite like to go, actually, but not at the moment. Nicole says, Steve, air conditioning everywhere, as you said. Moles are the most luxurious on the planet. Lived here for 16 years, and it's heaven. Thank you, Nicole. I knew it would be. It's like Florida. People, get out the cars, rush into the shopping malls to enjoy the air conditioning. And you get spoiled because you're just so used to the fact that it's cold. Whereas I'm sitting in a studio, a box, basically, gift wrapped, of course, every morning for your further listening pleasure. And it's about 9 foot by about 20 feet, something like that. Yeah, about 9 by about 20 feet. And it's freezing. I mean, it is so freezing. You could pass out. It's very, very cold. Very, very cold. Ian in Banbury says, invite him on as a co-presenter one morning to show him what an audience is and raise his profile. Well, actually, it's really embarrassing because, if the best that Piers Morgan can get for the huge amount of money they're paying him is about, on a good day, 60k, we wipe the floor with him. I can multiply that by 10, easy peasy. Easy peasy. And that's why more people listen to this programme than anything else. Certainly more people listening to this programme at this precise moment in time than have ever listened to his programme. It's as simple as that. Roger says, I got off a plane in Tucson, Arizona, and the wall of heat hit me like I walked into an oven. It was 127 degrees. Yeah, you would be going, wouldn't you? It's too much. I quite like Spain. We didn't have sunglasses in those days. For some reason, no. Well, if we did, we didn't have any sunglasses. And I got off the plane. I remember being hit by this. And then, of course, you realise that the plane's engines are pumping out as much heat. It's like my car pumps out heat, not inside the car, but obviously outside the car. So if you stand next to it, it basically fry yourself because the heat it pumps out, especially if you've got the air conditioning on. But I do like the air conditioning. But sometimes I turn the air conditioning off because it gets so cold. Don't like to do things like that, do you really? What else we got? Jeremy Clarkson plans to launch his own range of fizzy drinks. He's calling it Diddly Pop. Diddly Pop. And why not? I should be buying it. Sounds good, doesn't it? And the strain as food staples and nappies soar in price. The Queen of Motown performing at the Jubilee concert. And what was the other one? Oh, the Bank of England facing a backlash from a decision to allow staff to work from home 4 days a week. Who goes in the Bank of England? I don't want to be stupid or be naive on this. But, who shops there? You don't need to go to the Bank of England, do you? You just go and use your own local bank. They're in charge of all the money. Well, I don't want to go there. Apparently they do have a vault full of gold. Gold bars, which sounds I quite like to see that. But, I wouldn't know. If I saw gold bars, it just could be anything sprayed gold. I've got no idea. What was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, the fleecing of the forecourts facing the probe. Yeah. Do you think, seriously, the petrol companies are going to take a blind bit of notice of anything the government says? One MP wrote to him and said, are you aware that, we've lowered the price of this and that? Yeah, right. Like they're going to take any notice of you lot. The Bank of England is the central bank of the UK and the model, I think, on which most of the model and modern central banks have been based. Established in, wait for this, 1694. To act as the English government's banker and still one of the bankers for the government of the United Kingdom. It's the world's 8th oldest bank. There's another 7. Amazing, isn't it, really? And it's the central bank of the United Kingdom and the model on which most modern central banks have been based, which is lovely. So it's the world's 8th oldest bank. I swear. What's the first one? Oh, I've got no idea. Wait a minute, the first one. Oh, that's not the. Is that? Oh, I can't remember what it's called now. Is it Bancamonte de Paschi di Siena? Would it be that one? And I think that was established in 1472 in Siena, in Italy. I think, about 1472. So that's the The main shareholder, the Italian Ministry of Economy and Finance. It's lovely. Merchant bankers. There's one here, Cornelius Berenberg, a member of the Berenberg family, whose grandfather founded Berenberg Bank in 1590. Second, that's the Berenberg, and that's part of the Holy Roman Empire. Germany, the oldest bank operating continuously, I think, with the same legal identity, the oldest merchant bank, 1590. It's amazing, isn't it, when you think about it? I've been to Drummond's down in Trafalgar Square, which is part of the Royal Bank of Scotland, together with Coutts and a couple of others. And they will show you their books. You go and have lunch there if you're a customer with enough money. And they then, so you sit there in a dining room overlooking Trafalgar Square. And they serve you, and they're not after your money because they've already got your money, but they then show you their books and everything handwritten in the most beautiful copperplate script. So it would have Steve Allen, £6, 14 shillings and twopence. And it would have all the investments in there, and that's how they would know. There was obviously no computers or anything like that. So they've kept all their banking books over the years with all the families. And it's amazing when you look. I was looking at one country house the other day, a beautiful country house, and it said when it was first built, it cost 7,016 shillings and 10pence to put up this vast place. And you think, oh, I could have afforded a few of those in the early days. I'd love to buy an old property, something built of stone, which would be really, really lovely. But yeah, Drummond's, and they've also got them in Coutts as well, and any of the other big banks, all owned by Royal Bank of Scotland.
Having a strong email password can help protect you from cybercrime. But there's an extra step you could take this festive season to make your email even harder to hack. Just set up two-step verification on your main email account to get double the protection. Go on, take your email security to another level the next time you log on. That should do it. Search Cyber Aware from the National Cyber Security Centre.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 27 minutes to 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Nice to have your company. I hope you are well. Finally, says Michael in Orpington, listen to your podcast with Ian. Really, do you know he had trouble on the aeroplane the other day? He turns up at the airport to fly off. I think he was flying off to Ireland, and they've misspelt his name on the ticket. Ian was misspelt, and so they weren't going to let him travel. He had to buy another ticket. And then they said the same will happen on the way back because it was spelt incorrectly, and because the person who made out the ticket, and he didn't check it, so he was a bit stuck on it. So he had to buy another ticket out and another ticket back in again. But anyway, he says, really enjoyed your podcast. I was amazed you've never listened back to any of your past programmes. Did I hear that right? Never listened to one of my programmes in my entire life. In 45 years, never. There you go. Ian at City Airport won't let me on the flight to Belfast City. They say there's an issue with my ticket. Looks like the travel agent issued it under Ian, not Ian. So I-A-N, and it should have been I-A-I-N. When I thought it says Ian on their system, I-A-I-N. Yep, really. They say I have to call the travel agent. At 7:30, he said. And then he had to, sort of redo it again, I'm afraid. Had to buy a new ticket. And they tell me the same thing will happen on the return journey. What a pain. He said, as usual, nobody takes responsibility. Travel agent blames British Airways. BA blame the travel agent. How frustrating. How frustrating. So that's it. But no, I've never listened to any of my programmes back. Why would I? I did them. I think it would just be some sort of peculiar ego if you wanted to listen back to your own radio programme. That's like sort of, they used to make us on Channel 5. I never looked. After you'd done the programme, they do the same at the BBC. After every lottery show, you'd think that Dale could just walk out the building, or whoever it was. But no, they all assemble, the whole cast and crew, and they sit and watch the lottery show from start to finish. And I used to think, God, how painful. How painful. So I've always been anti things like that. Management do it, I think, with sort of presenters sometimes. It depends what sort of presenter it is, whether they're new. It's called an air check, which means that they've taken a chunk of your programme, 10, 15 minutes, and they play it back to you and they say, this should have done that, should have done this, should have done this. But, I mean, after the amount of time I've been doing it, I'm kind of getting it right. I don't think there's very much you could teach me about presenting a radio programme. So that's why I've never listened back to anything at all. I didn't, even in the early days, I couldn't bear it. Absolutely couldn't bear it. I couldn't think of anything worse. It was sheer purgatory for me. No, I couldn't stand listening to my voice. Couldn't stand it. It's funny, isn't it? Because you just have an image of what you think you're going to sound like. And I remember thinking, oh no. I remember sitting up here in this very building, in this very office, and my boss said we'll have an air check. And I think the producer had to put together, 6 minutes. And he played a minute and he said, "You're not enjoying this, are you?" I said, "Listen, it's a radio program. I cannot change what I've done. You present a program. You can't then go back and go, oh, I should have done this or I should have done that." I said, because I know what I'm doing, because I do radio programs, because I'm a presenter. If I was a juggler, I'd be keeping my balls in the air. But unfortunately, I'm not a juggler, and I certainly couldn't. But anyway, and so we sort of kind of abandoned it. It was a happy day as far as I was concerned when they said, "There's no point in doing an air check, Steve. You've been doing it for 43 years." Steve, if you want to change your old paper £50 notes to new plastic ones, says Paul, there's a desk inside the Bank of England that the public can queue up for. No, I don't have any £50 notes at the moment. I really don't. I did have them. I had £1,000 worth, and I used them at Christmas. And so obviously, because we haven't really had a proper Christmas for ages, so I've sort of used them for other things. But I would take the money out, so I didn't get to Christmas and then finally start shoving stuff on credit cards. I make sure I've saved up the money. So I've got it and I take it out and then I use that for buying different bits and pieces. Steve, it was the Dutch who were instrumental in bringing the Bank of England into existence under William III, who was Dutch. The boyfriend was born in the Netherlands. He sometimes acts like the governor of the Bank of England, telling me I'm spending too much. Oh, nothing worse. I've never had anybody that's ever said that to me. Never had anybody. One. Might have been one person. But normally they don't, because I'm quite good, actually. He said the heat on the narrowboat yesterday. Ugh. He says, talk about melt. Had more fans than a Take That gig in the 90s. Mike on a slightly cooler narrowboat. I know, it's especially, you're in a confined area. And that's the problem, isn't it? If you're in a confined area, I mean, it hit 27.5 degrees. So that was at Heathrow. I mean, it's all those blooming planes, isn't it? The west and the north will become cooler, but the warm weather continues in the southeast. But this is when you're going to be watching. I mean, over on, it's an easy picture to take. You go over Westminster Bridge when you're looking, and what have they got? There's an ice cream stand there, and they're selling ice cold drinks, water, they premium for water. You can buy a bottle of water in Costco for 30 pence. They sell it for £1.50. And what they do is they bring in big blocks of ice and stick them all in a big bucket, so it's ice cold. So because you cannot drink lukewarm water on a hot day. I ended up going to Marks and Spencer's yesterday. Oh, I love a slush puppy. You don't find many places that do them round our way. It's obviously seen as very common, but I quite like a slush puppy. Or failing that, going to the fridge and taking out an ice cold bottle. If you're going to go anywhere, it's got to be ice cold. There's no good sort of stocking up. You've got to make sure it's kept in the fridge all the time, and then you just transfer them over and then put more in the fridge, or put it in the freezer for a short while just to sort of chill it down. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Eddie says, how's the new Bentley? Sounds amazing. Does it feel like the old one to drive? No, they're all different. I know that seems really ridiculous, but every single car's got its own little quirks. All the cars I've had, I don't think I've ever had two that drive the same. So, but I never test drive them. I've never test driven a car in my entire life. Never. It's an odd. It must be really peculiar. I'm more peculiar than I thought I was, but it suits me really good at the moment. I'm just waiting to get some money back from the pension. Waiting to get some money back from that, because I've just told you yesterday. I've decided, because I've got two private pensions and a government pension. The government pension is piddly. It's hardly worth bothering, actually. A few £100 a month, and but it's what I'm entitled to, and I've paid into it for years. And the two private pensions, I've had one of them since I was 16, persuaded to start a pension when I was 16, on a, little time. So they weren't worth very much. And also, with the pound dropping and all the rest of it, they weren't worth a lot. So I thought, consolidate them, put them in the hands of a financial advisor, and I'll take out 25%. So I'm just waiting for that to go through, which will be very exciting. I've got nothing to do with the money. Listen, you can take it out while it's there, and you don't pay any tax. So I thought that was worth doing. And it's there for a happy. A happy is like a present that doesn't really cost you anything. So it's there if you want to, say, I want to give some money to my brother You know, then I give money to my brother, or if I want to buy things for me or do something else or change the car. 35%, do you realise, of the adult population say they don't have a pension. I heard Tom Swarbrick saying last night he's going to be working till he's 80. And of course, I'm shouting into the radio, if you live that long. And I thought, no, that's cruel. But 35%, I think it was James O'Brien who said some time ago, most people don't even have £100 worth of savings. And I thought that was amazing, that most people don't have £100 worth of savings. I mean, I've always maintained, never used to. It's only a recent thing as you get a little bit older, and then people start, because you need to take advice from other people. You know, I mean, nearly 1 in 5 adults have less than £100 in savings. 1 in 5. You know, and these are people who will have to work until their old age, because you can't live on the pension. You absolutely can't. But to have £100, I mean, I'm lucky. You know, I do save every month. We put money in. My money comes in, and we sort of ascribe it to sort of various accounts. One of them being my account, my sort of spending account. I give myself an allowance every month. So I've got so much money in one account, and that's, you know, if I need to top it up, I can go to another account, because the other accounts are just there to sort of be useful. We pay bills and everything else. I just phone up and tell my brother this needs paying, water bill, or, you know, council rates. Sort it out, mate. I say to him, sort it out. Deal with the accountant, because my brother does things like that. So that was, you know, so that's really handy. And then I slip him 100 quid or something every so often, you know, and he's always got things to buy. And they go for days out, him and his wife, and they seem to sort of, they like it. I mean, he's off to the gym this morning, if you please. I felt quite physically ill. Imagine saying, yeah, so will he after he's finished. But the saving bit's a problem, and that's why I've always been a big advocate of the Christmas clubs. You know, pick a decent one. And every time you've got a little bit of money, put a little bit of money into it, because you'd be surprised how much it adds up. I mean, I do that thing with putting all my change in my pockets into a plastic jug in the bathroom, because that's where I take my clothes off. Don't ask me why. But I take all my change out, barring a few quid to get myself a roll. And then I drop it into the plastic jug. Then when it gets to the top of the plastic jug, I pour it into a couple of carrier bags, take it along to the supermarket. I could probably take it to Metrobank, because I've got an account with them as well. And you just pour it into this Coinstar machine. And most months, I mean, I should. There's no commission at the bank, but there is in the Coinstar machine. But to be honest with you, I can't be bothered. And you know, I'll end up with sort of £300, something like that, which is £300 I never had before, even though it's my money. And I look on that as a bonus, so I don't have to keep going to the bank all the time. But saving, I appreciate, is a nightmare for a lot of people. Yeah, somebody told me off at the Coinstar. Yes, yeah, some girl behind the counter at Sainsbury's at Hampton. And I took the thing. You get a piece of paper which says, you know, do you want to donate to charity? Yeah, right. Not your charity. No, we have our own charity. And I paid so much commission, and then you take it there and they give you the money. And she said, we have to give us warning about this. And I don't have the money. I said, well, you have to go and get the money. I said, because it says this has to be redeemed today here. You can't take it anywhere else. It can only be redeemable there. And she made a big deal about it. You need to tell us in advance. I said, wait a minute, it doesn't say this on the machine. It doesn't say you need to warn us in advance. It just says you put your money in and you've taken money. You've actually, don't have a Coinstar machine. She's only young. And then one of the other women there, some old bag, said, don't talk to her like that. I said, get the manager. I thought, you don't mess with me. Don't mess with me. So the manager came along and said, is there some new rule about Coinstar? He said, no. I said, I've been told I'm supposed to warn you in advance. I'm going to change this amount of money. It was about 360 quid. And all they have to do is, if they don't have it in their till, they go to the cash office and they give them the money and they come back and count it out in front of you. It's as simple as that. And he said, no, not at all. He said, I'm sorry about that. And I looked at the girl and I wanted to say, see? You know, it was just sort of ignorance. It's people who've not been trained properly. You know, and that's sort of why. I mean, yesterday I was phoning up to change the time of my car this morning. And the call centre for this particular car company is in Peterborough. And sometimes they're not looking on the right page. So I go, I need to change the thing. And they say, have you got the booking number? I said, no, I don't have the booking number yet. I've got an account number for you. So she says, no, I need a booking number. I said, no, you don't. I said, I've got an account number. I said, I've had it for 10 years. And so they're new. They don't know. And so she goes, well, what's the... And it was always a bit of... all right, what's the account number? I felt like saying, wait a minute, I'm paying your wages here. What's going on? And so I said, I do this every day. I said, I change the time of my car every single day. And so she went, right, well, it's at 1 o'clock. I said, no, it can't be for 1 a.m. I said, you're on the wrong page. She said, this is for today. I said, no, we've had today's car. This is for Wednesday. And so it was, and then eventually I said, listen, I tell you what, I normally do this. It takes me less than a minute to do it every day. Every day, less than a minute. I said, get me a supervisor. So, of course, they then go, hold on a minute. So then she goes offline. She comes back and goes, what was the account number again? I'm turning into a Karen. I'm turning into a Karen or a Victor Meldrew. And it was a case of, there was no apology saying, I'm sorry, I screwed up. I got it wrong. You're a valued customer. You spend a lot of money with us every year. Like, I seriously spend a lot of money. And so she said, what time do you want to change it to? And I then said, what time have you got it down for? And she said, I can't tell you that. It's the Data Protection Act. I said, don't give me this. I nearly said a rude word, but I didn't say a rude word. I said, listen, I do this every day. Nobody's ever mentioned the Data Protection Act to me. I said, it's my account. You know what? She said, well, where's it going for? So I had to give her the postcode. She was a right little Mary Jane do-gooder. So eventually we got it right. So I then remember thinking, I bet you anything she's going to screw this up. I've just got this feeling she's not going to do it properly. But luckily, it all ended well. And that's why you're hearing the programme this morning, because otherwise I'd be up in Peterborough. Look at the time.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Roger says every Bentley is different because they're hand-built and not mass-produced. That's why they're all a different drive. I don't think I've ever had any two that have been the same drive. This is a very smooth drive. I'm liking the camera. I'm not still quite used to cameras. I'm used to beep beeps. It goes beep, 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 beep. It does beep as well as the camera. I've looked at the camera thinking, that's very good, but I can't trust myself. Kevin the Milkman says, bringing up 9 children, I've never had the money to put towards a pension. Even though they're nearly all in their 20s and 30s, they still cost me money. I'll have to keep working till I keel over my gold tops. Well, that's what I thought. That's what I thought, actually. And it's just the way it goes. You can always save a little bit. I was always told even a little bit. Pound here, pound there. £2 here, £2 there. If you give up smoking, then you allegedly you're supposed to put the cost of a packet of cigarettes into a little thing. Producer's doing vaping as well at the moment. It's very tedious. He'll sort of go, oh, today it's pineapple and, marshmallow or something like that, mango today. And Richard, who says, I want to say hello to my gorgeous Richard. 2 Richards. We're off to Minehead on a steam train later on. I love you lots, Richard. I'm a bit confused by that one. I don't know whether or not we're both called Richard or somebody's Richard 2 or Richard 1 or something like that. Charlie says, I asked our old postman why he was always in shorts, expecting him to say it was easier in the rain or something along those lines. But no, he explained that when they're allocated uniforms, they can't have one pair of shorts and one pair of trousers. They have to choose. How ridiculous, I told him. No wonder Royal Mail is failing. I'll mention it to Her Majesty today if she attends, when the wife and I go to the garden party at Buckingham Palace. We're so excited to have been invited for our charity work with the Sterling Trust. Well, there you go. There you go. Oh, the weather's all right for you. I don't know what it's going to be like today, actually. It should be okay. Should be okay for little sandwiches. Just remember, you're looking for cucumber sandwiches. Somebody said they went the last time. They said they didn't have any cucumber sandwiches. I'd complain bitterly. I'd write a letter of complaint to the Lord High Chamberlain. My friend Ian says, loose change. I had loads in jars in London. When I knew I had a new job in America, I started using the change to buy breakfasts. And I think those jars got me what seemed like a free breakfast every weekday for around 6 months. It's amazing, isn't it? How much you can sort of save up in a short space of time. But Kevin with his 9 children, I mean, honestly, barely out of the bedroom, I should imagine. And Kim says, you're not old, odd or peculiar, Steve. They're just your wee idiosyncrasies. We've all got them and they make us who we are. Beautifully individualistic beings. How much loose change do we lose every year? Oh, God, I should imagine a few £100. A few £100, isn't it? Brits waste £100 million a year losing or throwing away spare change. 1 in 7 Brits, 14%, throw their spare change in the bin, sending an average of 51p to the landfill each month. I've done that before. You've not done that? I bought something in a carrier bag, and I've thrown the 5p or 6p or 20p in the bottom of the bag, and then you just use the bags for rubbish and then throw it away. So I always think I'm giving to pigeons and seagulls. I never think about anything else, actually. I like the idea of sort of keeping working until you keel over your gold tops. See, I think working is good. I think it's like, when you hear people, I've heard people phone up, different phone-in programs, and they've sort of said, I don't work. I've not worked for ages, because I'm a gaslight fitter, and there aren't any jobs, so I've been down the job centre and I can't find anything to do. And you think, what, for the rest of your life you're not going to work? There's always something you can do. There's always something you can do. It's this sort of lackadaisical attitude of, I did it. When I couldn't find a job, I thought I'm quite happy staying in bed. I didn't look any further than the end of my nose. I didn't think, there's a future. I didn't think at some point, I'd be earning sort of decent money and driving nice cars and things like that. I never thought about that. It's very hard to motivate yourself when you're out of work because you lie in bed and you think, sod it, I'll do it tomorrow. I do that now with sort of anything to do with the accountant or things like that. I pass it on to other people. I'd rather pay somebody else to do it than let me worry about it. Yeah, or I put it off. It's like, should I open this letter? Oh, I'll leave it till tomorrow. Should I do it? Oh, I'll leave it till tomorrow. And the older you get, the more, odd and peculiar you tend to become. I mean, when I was out of work, I existed on air. We didn't seem to eat food. We drank water out of the taps. I don't think we had tea. We certainly couldn't afford coffee. We did it once every so often. I didn't get any benefits. I've never been on benefits in my life. I've never scrounged. I've always paid my way. Except for illness and stuff like that, when you do get a lot of things free before anybody writes you, goes, you're diabetic, you don't have to pay for anything on a prescription. 90% of people in this country don't pay for a prescription. So, you wait till you become ill, which we all live in hope of. So Boris Becker, he's in prison at the moment. Crook, sorry. He had to move cells. He was getting claustrophobic. So they've sort of moved him to a bigger cell or something. Poor Diddums, honestly. The Carry On films were feminist rather than sexist, an author claims. She rewatched all of them again, and said that the women came out on top, literally, in any of the films. I love the Carry On films. I love the orchestrations. I love them. I could still watch them now. They're still good. My favourite is still probably Carry On Cabby, which was black and white with Charles Hawtrey and Hattie Jakes. And I just thought it was great. Loved them. Plus, loved by all the grief for that boy killed by a dog. Remember, they went up to the farmhouse where these dogs were. Do not get out of the car. These dogs are running free. Hoot if you need anything. And you think, what sort of idiot keeps dogs like that? What sort of idiot, And he was killed. What a terrible way for a 3-year-old boy to end his life. Absolutely dreadful. Dreadful. Bruno quits Strictly, like we care. Couldn't care less. He's going to go and live and work in America, which is good. And what was the other one? Oh, the alligators released into a river to stop illegal migrants crossing to America. Well, if they don't put you off, nothing's going to put you off. Can you imagine going, do not try and cross the river? This must be going from Mexico, mustn't it? Across there, because lots of people try and swim across the rivers and then try and disappear the other side. And so they've got dogs and everything else. Now they've put alligators into the river and they'll be looking for food. They don't care what it is. So if it's not Impala and stuff like that, it's going to be human beings, which is interesting. A study has revealed the average British home harbours more than 140 quid in lost sterling and foreign change. Back of the sofa, clothing, pockets in the back of drawers. Dale, when I got Dale's suits, in most of his suits, there was money. Because he'd worn them to do supermarket sweep up in Nottingham. And he'd send one of the runners out to go to the bank machine to get some money out. So he had money, because he was like me. We both worked on money. I couldn't put stuff on credit cards. I like to keep a handle on what I've got. And so he'd put the money in the inside pocket, go and do the show, then completely forget about it, take the suit off. And then when I ended up with all the suits, you'd go through them. I must have found hundreds and hundreds of pounds. And I thought he was testing me. So I'd go back at the weekend and go, another 50 quid. I've just found another 50 quid. Why do you keep tabs on it? And sometimes you'll find a tenner in your winter jacket from last year. But most common places, inside pots, and vases or vases, 16%. Under the bed, never heard of that one, 22%. At the back of drawers, because sometimes it gets caught behind. Also, it's like tills in shops. Sometimes the money got caught behind. I remember in Are You Being Served, there was a classic one where they'd accused John Inman of stealing because we changed this money. And then they went, and he was going, but I never took it. I never took anything at all. He was so honest. And then they went, wait a minute. It's got wedged behind, and it had gone to the back of the till. If you had one of those old early tills where it shot the drawer out in front of you, and it got wedged behind, actually. Inside clothes pockets, 64%, but apparently the most popular place to find your money is down the side of a sofa or under cushions. How it gets there, God alone knows. 72%. I mean, whereas me, I used to, I'd go and get money out of the bank, and then I couldn't be bothered to put it in my wallet, so I put it in my pocket. And then sometimes I go to the dry cleaners and they go, another tenner, Steve, found another tenner here. Which I love, actually. Which I love. What else we got? Oh, yes, I'll tell you about the John Peel record collection. He's got some really lovely stuff. And for some reason, the family are now deciding to sell it. And because he died a few years back. He was 67. I think. 65, 2004. But he's got all sorts of things, including, as I say, a signed John Lennon disc. He had loads of them that were signed. Loads of them signed with little personal messages to him and things like that. And they're worth the money. There's a David Bowie letter to him. Different pieces. We'll tell you about those a little bit later on. And we take more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. This piece of music means we've got the news coming up at 5 here on LBC. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, Wednesday, May the 18th, with you till 7. So you've got a couple of minutes to grab yourself a quick cup. Don't miss anything today. Grab yourself a quick cup of tea, and then you'll be all set. And then as you're getting dressed, take the radio into the bathroom, get yourself ready. And then we will catch that bus, and you will get it on time today. And will you be putting up, says Stella, any more photos of you in different disguises? I still, to this day, crack up at the baby photo. Yes, we like the baby photo. It was a thumbs up of the baby photo. There might be another one tomorrow, I think. We will research that further. But it's nice to have your company this morning. Here's the news.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. I hope you are well this morning. It's Wednesday, May the 18th. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Sue in Maidstone says, Steve, I save all silver change and £2 coins. Counted it last week. 150 quid. Excellent. You can imagine, can't you? By the time you get to Christmas, you can have a fair few £100 going on, which is very nice indeed. And Josh says, do you remember the freak weather day of July the 1st, 1968, when during the afternoon the sky turned black as night and hailstones the size of golf balls rained down? I do, because July 68 was the most severe dust fall thunderstorms for over 200 years. And what it was a layer of mineral dust which blew from the Sahara, met the cold, wet air over the British Isles, which then resulted in the thick, dense clouds and then severe thunderstorms. And then the clouds completely blotted out the light in some areas. And there were rain and hail, which resulted in property damage, flooding. I think 4 people were killed. Leeming Bar in North Yorkshire saw 35.7 millimetres of rain in under 10 minutes. I mean, it seriously was. It was a dustfall thunderstorm. And looking at the size of the hailstones, I mean, they were the size of golf balls. It was just, these hitting your car could dent it. They were coming down in such with such ferocity. It was amazing. 2 inches they were. And do you know how bad to it went anyway? When our post lady, Steve, retired, The village organised a party for her. She was very popular, says Helen, and one of the families she delivered mail to even named their new baby Donkey after her. Somebody made her a Postman Pat cake, and she told her she was going to enjoy her retirement walking her dog. She was lovely. I'll tell you what I like. I've started watching them. They've been out for a few years now. They're Robert, whose father was Robert Irwin, whose father was the crocodile hunter, Steve Irwin, who was killed. And Robert Irwin, when he was a baby, looked exactly the same as Steve Irwin did when he was a baby. But Robert Irwin goes on American chat shows and introduces them to animals, everything from snakes to scorpions to baby bears, meerkats, a camel, elephant, everything. They bring all these things on, and it's really good to watch. I mean, it really is. Some of the animals they bring on, and some of the guests on some of the these chat shows just absolutely freak out when they see all these different animals. And Robert Irwin is just sort of, he's very enthusiastic, but he's also, has he got a baby? No, he can't have a baby, can he? Because that's him as a baby. No, when he's holding a baby there. On Twitter. No, cross to the left there. He's holding a baby. Robert and being Grace. Oh, he's Grace's uncle. But they seem such a nice family. But he takes all these animals on these American shows. And they're fantastic. But some of the guests freak out when he brings them on. He goes, just hold this one. He brings out a snake or a scorpion or something. They go, no, not going to touch anything like that. I'd be like that. I'd be really bad. Oh, dear. Have me a cup of tea, I need it. Steve, I heard you mention you love a lemon drizzle. I know where you can get the best lemon drizzle cake, says Scott. No, we did this the other day, actually. He says, my friend Maddie makes the best in her tea room. Mama Feel Goods, near Canterbury is amazing. My favourite's carrot cake. Oh, I hated carrot cake, but lemon drizzle, Tesco. Tesco, the best one. In a recent survey they did, and Tesco scored the highest. Did very well, and for the cost it was very cheap, because frankly you can buy these things cheaper than you can make them. And also, why'd you put that's quite nice, isn't it? This is Mama Feel Goods, and they make wedding and celebration cakes. I make them very nicely actually as well. And so let's have a look at some of their cakes here. So you can wait a minute. So this is a vanilla sponge with raspberry jam and vanilla bean buttercream filling. Rich chocolate cake with chocolate buttercream, lemon sponge infused with lemon syrup with a zesty lemon buttercream and lemon curd filling. Oh, they do all sorts of things. Almond sponge with cherry jam filling. Red velvet moist light chocolate cake, vibrant red in colour with a mascarpone filling. Lemon and elderflower with scented elderflower buttercream. Take it away from us. We can't. Oh, they do an afternoon tea. Oh, it looks quite nice, doesn't it? Very posh. Very posh. So it's Maddie, according to Scott, who makes these cakes, and very well she does too. If you're making them commercially, it's completely different from Tesco, who are sort of making them commercially, but on a vast scale. Where they're made, I've got no idea, but they did a taste test, and they got the 10 out of 10, which was not bad for Tesco's. Ever since then, Tesco's have started producing lemon drizzle like it's running out of fashion. Oh dear, much better. Fuel prices have driven up the sales of electric cars because the petrol companies are ripping us off. But unfortunately, we can't put anything else in the cars. We're kind of at their mercy. And it galls me. I absolutely hate having to pay the huge prices that we pay. And the government do nothing about it. Absolutely diddly squat, as they say. They sort of go, oh, isn't it terrible? Isn't it terrible? They don't have to worry about it. They've got government cars. The government car means that they don't need to actually do anything. There's a story. Here we go. Petrol firms facing a legal threat. Kwasi Kwarteng asked the watchdog to monitor prices. To monitor prices? You don't need to, he asked them. You don't need to monitor them, sweet pea. I can tell you now, pull into any garage, see how much they're ripping you off. He said the 5p fuel duty cut is not being passed on. Where land are you from? We've known this for the last God knows how many months. The petrol firms are profiteering from the energy crisis. Experts are warned. Well, I'm not an expert, and even I could have told you that. Experts. They've kept nearly half of Rishi Sunak's 5p fuel duty cut. Downing Street says drivers rightly expect retailers. Well, go away. Talk gobbledygook to somebody else. What a pile of garbage. Absolute garbage. They face a legal threat. Kwasi Kwarteng, you're about as effective as a chocolate teapot. Goodness sake, honestly. We'd have more luck if we gave it to Priti Patel. At least she'd sort of say, we're going to burn down the garages and everything else. And then never get round to anything. Just ridiculous, isn't it? Honestly, I love the way they're telling us this now. This has been like this for weeks, months. Price of petrol. You know, and everybody complains about it. How many times have we talked to, you know, we've got tanker drivers on this programme, and they, you know, £600-700 to fill up. You know, the price just keeps going up. Then they bring it down a little bit to try and fool us and then blow me down. They bloody well put it up again. And Kwasi Kwarteng, oh, yes, I think we do. Oh, for goodness sake, stop preaching to the converted, pal. When was the last time you put petrol in your car? I'd love to hear that one. But as I say, I tell you what, it's like, I tell you what, let's get the petrol from Rwanda, shall we? Let's do a deal with Rwanda. We'll take the petrol and they can take the asylum seekers. That's not going to be happening anytime soon, is it? They've got 50 people on a plane that can hold 350. What's the point? Imagine how much fuel that costs. How much fuel? How much money are they? Who's paying for this? The answer is we are. Oh, I'll have a word. The experts are saying that, oh, for goodness sake, really is. Steve, the baby belongs to Steve's daughter, Bindi, says Tony. I think they're a great family. I love it. I loved Steve Irwin. I thought he was a little bit over the top. And I think the mum still works with animals. Yeah, I think they own Australia Zoo. I'm pretty certain. You might have to check on that. I'm not, but I think they did. I thought Steve Irwin and the family owned Australia Zoo, which is, quite a good. I know a lot of people say, we don't like zoos. But to be honest with you, a lot of zoos now, including London Zoo, do a lot of research and breeding of their own animals to keep various things going, because you have to keep it going. So Australia Zoo, there you go. It's owned by Terry Irwin, the widow of Steve, whose wildlife documentary series, The Crocodile Hunter, and his family's new show, Crikey, It's the Irwins, has made the zoo a popular tourist attraction. And so it's now been renamed, hasn't it? So it's 700 acres. 700, that's quite big, isn't it? Steve Irwin's parents opened it. Bob and Lynn. This is opened by Bob and Lynn Irwin. And here they are. They've just opened a zoo. And it was called the Beerwah Reptile and Fauna Park. And then Steve helped his parents to care for crocodiles. Can you ever get friendly with a crocodile? You know, I don't think so. And what they do, all the money raised from filming and merchandise, they put it into conservation and building new exhibits. Amazing, isn't it? I've never been to Australia, but well done to them. I'm glad they own it. I hope they make lots of money out of it, because they work hard at it. The whole family works. It's not like, they don't seem to be really nice people. They do seem to be really nice people. And that makes a lot of difference. Steve, supermarket cakes, says Rob, are made in huge bakeries in Cardiff and Hamilton. They're made in the same way as home baking, just on a bigger scale. Fantastic value for money. Yes, United Biscuits used to make lots of cakes for different people. Marks and Spencers and stuff like that used to get their cakes made there because they've got to be made on a gigantic scale. And I used to watch them making them, which was lovely. And yet, the funny thing is, I'm not a huge cake. I do like lemon drizzle, only because I think the sponge is quite light. I don't feel as it's as dense as a sort of a mixed fruit cake or something like that, even though I like those. The Carry On films, and, with Barbara and Hattie Jakes and Kenneth, we were a matron, and we used to love things like that. But they actually empowered women. An author has claimed the bawdy British classics, known for their seaside postcard-style humour and smuttiness, memorable scenes, Barbara's bikini flying off in Carry On camping, filmed on a freezing cold day, and you'll notice that because there's no leaves on the trees, and they had to spray the ground green to make it look as though it was really nice grass, and they weren't. And Barbara's bra came off it was a fishing rod and a piece of line. So chest out, chest 1, 2, 3, and ping, off it came. And for a brief second, you got to see Barbara's boobs. Caroline Frost, who watched all 31 films for her book Carry On Regardless, said she expected women to be portrayed as stupid and beautiful, but said the films were not sexist romps that reduced their female stars, such as Barbara, to totty. And she argues that the movies were actually more sophisticated than they are remembered for. They were. And in fact, Hattie Jakes, Barbara Windsor and Joan Sims were all fine actresses who took pride in creating characters and never considered themselves exploited. They didn't. They really didn't. Barbara once said the ladies in Carry On would always push the men away. They never actually got there. The films were very moral. And Sally Geeson said of filming her 2 movies, there was an atmosphere of total respect and equality. Feminist commentary, Jean Hatchett, called it a tired argument. Oh, go away, you boring old baggage. Honestly, you'd always find somebody, can't you, who's going to bring it all down again. And said, I'm unsure whether Caroline Frost is trying to create her own comedy through controversy. Well, we don't care what you think. We really don't care. It makes no difference at all. Goodness sake, honestly, live and let live.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 18 minutes past 5. Nice to have your company. So it's still going on. The Vardys and the Colleen and husband and all the rest of it. And now the Vardys are saying, well, in fact, Jamie Vardy is. Not that we've heard from him before, but he's finally, coughed up and sort of said, I don't know what Rooney's talking about. Because Rooney says, I asked Mr. Vardy to speak to his wife to ask her to calm down, because she's always been a bit sort of egotistical. Old Rebecca Vardy, always sort of, desperately wanting the limelight and the attention, and now getting it for all the wrong reasons. And in fact, even before, they'd heard people describe her as, somebody who's a bit economical with the truth. They'd left the court because apparently she didn't feel very well. Well, in fact, in my day, if you didn't feel very well, you sat down, had an aspirin and felt a bit better about life. But in this particular case, it's costing a fortune. It's just at the end of the day, nobody's going to be winning it. But it's so funny. And the papers have almost decided amongst themselves that the Vardys come out of court and look, oh, it's all dreadful, 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 dreadful. Whereas the Rooneys come out of court, big smiles on their faces and everything else. It's just, read into that whatever you want. And Wayne Rooney had this chat with Jamie Vardy. Jamie Vardy says it's absolute rubbish. I don't know what he's talking about. So as I said before, somebody's not telling the truth. Somebody's being a bit economical with it. Perhaps people can't remember. But in fact, Rooney said the conversation between the 2 players took place on the eve of England's embarrassing 2-1 defeat of Iceland in Nice, which sealed their exit. He told the court, I had bigger things on my mind. It was an odd moment for me to speak to Jamie about his wife, but I thought it was necessary, having been asked by the England manager. And Jamie went, I don't know what he's talking about. And so you think to yourself, perhaps these people just make things up. I don't know. Like me having a conversation with the producer, about something, him going, I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm going, but I had this conversation with you the other day. I said to you, don't wear shorts again on the programme, and I don't know what you're talking about, You think to yourself, well, whatever. Doesn't matter, does it really? At the end of the day, it's 2 silly, vacuous people and, we don't really care about it, but we're fascinated to watch it. Dawn Neeson says, absolutely fair play to Blackpool forward Jake Daniels, who's bravely, inverted commas, come out as gay. And the fact that it's even described as brave and makes headline news is sad beyond belief, she says. And the publicity-seeking Wazzock, I love that word, Wazzock. I don't know what it means, but it sounds great, who filmed himself suspiciously and artfully chucking eggs at the newly erected statue of Margaret Thatcher. No doubt, writes Dawn Neeson, sees himself as some kind of crusading anti-hero, a bit like Batman, but with a thing for chickens rather than bats, which frankly isn't anywhere near as cool. What he really comes across as is a self-obsessed vandal with rubbish aim and the arrogance to waste food in a cost of living crisis, which is what we said on the programme. Even worse is that said egg botherer, one Jeremy Webster, 59, deputy director at a publicly funded arts centre. Yep, not only a hooligan, but a taxpayer-funded one to boot. Of course, you'd be mad not to accept that our first female Prime Minister was a divisive figure. But does that really give anybody the right to behave like a spoilt toddler who suddenly discovered they can't always have their own way? He's perfectly entitled to his view of Thatcher and her politics, as are you and I. What he isn't legally entitled to do is deface a perfectly legally and democratically decided on statue. Pathetic behaviour. Oh, he was a pathetic man. Stupid little girl's blouse. Honestly, drives me mad. Never quite understood why some folk get so traumatised by statues. They're lumps of stone or metal, often to long-dead folk who neither know nor care about your hissy fit. It's especially curious when there are so many real horrors going on in the world. I mean, Thatcher, as we pointed out, died 9 years ago. The daughter of a Grantham grocer. She was born in the same street and a freedom fighter, lives in her £400,000 house. She was the first female Prime Minister of this country, an astonishing achievement in itself. Damaging statues does no good to anyone, just makes you look stupid. Well, this particular idiot is a vandal. He should be kicked out of his job immediately. Publicly funded, running an art gallery. Obviously more stupid than we thought. But let's leave Mr. Webster to play with his poultry products and ponder on the fact that at least he's chosen the right food group, considering what a male hen is called. OK, thank you. We'll leave it on that one, actually, which I think is very good. And a fish not seen in our rivers since 1969 is set to be reintroduced. It's called the burbot. It's also clearly the inspiration for the Rooney Vardy court case artist when she's confronted with Wayne, because they're not allowed to take pictures in court, so they send an artist in and they do a drawing of things. It's so funny, actually. So funny. And that's it, is it? A burbot. Do you know, some films are very... oh, what's it got in its mouth there? Or is that its tail? Is it eating something? What is that? That's a giant shallow water burbot fish. Oh, see, I can't. Neil will tell you, my brother will tell you, I care as much about fishing as I do about the Great Wall of China, which is rubbish because I care about the Great Wall of China a lot. And according to Dawn Neeson, women really do fancy rich men more, a study has confirmed, which obviously makes bonkers billionaire Tesla tycoon Elon Musk a total sex wad. Sorry, I meant God. Definitely God. Imagine being that rich. It's lovely. And the final word on Eurovision, Graham Norton made the whole 4-hour campfest bearable. Favourites included host Mika saying, "I don't want to know how much you're drinking. Norton, not enough to watch this." And then there was his, "If Ukraine win, they've got to host next year, and I think the Ukrainian people have suffered enough." On fashion, Norton's withering, "Latvia's Claire's accessories are empty." About the astonishing hair pieces the country's judge was festooning, and finally uttered with a bewildered sigh after yet another excruciating Mika link. 180 million people are watching this. "All I want now," writes Dawn Neeson, Graham, "to do a running commentary on PMQs every week." That is the biggest part of it. All these noise in PMQs. Have you noticed? Shut up. Shut up. Kick you out, I think. Police are hunting 4 suspected thieves. Guess what? This is in Oxford. The victim, who was mugged, was sitting in a churchyard in St Algates in Oxford when he was attacked. They covered his mouth, pushed him back off the bench, and took his watch off from his wrist. Worth £130,000. What idiot goes out, sits on a church bench by himself with a £130,000 watch on? What idiot? You know, and then you wonder... You know, somebody go, "Have you seen that watch? Look what he's wearing." It's apparently a watch, because I don't know this one, a Richard Mille watch. I really don't know anything about them at all. I've never even heard of the bloke who makes the thing, but it's worth 130,000. So he sits in a churchyard, which are generally deserted and very quiet places. You go there to contemplate. You go there to contemplate being robbed of your watch, a bit like the Amir Khan idiot who goes out there walking through the East End with the wife, wearing a £75,000 watch, which he's told people about before. And so some muggers, he's never going to see that ever again. Never going to see it again. You know, but a little bit embarrassing. Mark in East Finchley says, "I'm writing to say how much I enjoy your show on LBC from 4 till 7, which is just as well, because that's the time we're on." Amazing. If you'd said a different time, I wouldn't be as happy. Steve, the reason senior ministers don't understand about the cost of fuel is they're all driven about in government cars. They never go near a fuel station. And the others are chauffeured in civil service cars. None of them go and fuel a car up like normal people. Out of touch divas, says Jeff. Yeah. To listen to what they talk about. I mean, you've only got to look at Priti Patel. I don't know what planet she's on half the time. But all these other people, oh, yes, so they're not passing it on. Well, we've known this for weeks. Have you only just realised? A little bit too busy, I suppose, getting in touch with all those boozy bars in the Houses of Parliament. There's a whole lot of drink. Oh, asylum seekers, get rid of them. Should we get a plane? Pretty, get a plane. Yeah, we're going to put 50 people on it. As I say, who's paying for these things? I've got no idea. Chris in Brentwood, morning. Says, for work, I recently moved offices from Romford to Fulham, so I thought I'd take a walk to the shops one day in order to get to know the new area. I walked down Erdley Crescent, West Brompton, and saw that the number 67 was Hattie Jake's old house, indicated by a blue plaque. I think I remember you saying someone famous owns it now, but I can't remember who. Well, yes, it's owned by Gloria Hunniford. It's owned by Gloria Hunniford's son, Michael, I think. I've been there. Because when Gloria bought it, some years ago, many years ago. She bought it, and it was owned by John Le Mesurier, so they both lived there. And they then died, and the son owned it, but he didn't live in this country. He was living, I might have got this wrong, he might be either in Australia or in America. But anyway, Michael, Gloria's son, said that they were going through the loft, and they found all these cine films of Hattie on the beach and all the rest of it. So they wrote to the son and said, "Do you want these?" He said, "No, I don't want them." And what happened to them after that, I've got no idea. But I've been to the house on I was going to say ordinary house, but for Fulham, it's worth quite a lot of money. But they had it converted. I don't know why he didn't want them. I suppose it's like, I don't know, I can only equate it. David Bowie's family sold all of his stuff, all his collections. They all got sold. And loads of other people. I think Cilla Black's sons sold a lot of her stuff, because if you've lived with something all your life and then somebody dies, that's, you've kept the bits that you want to keep, and then the rest of it you don't want. So, but for us fans, we always sort of go, "Oh, I can't believe it, you got rid of so and so. It's like I've kept all my mum's stuff, all their furniture, because they saved up and bought it, and it's perfectly functioning furniture. But I think even Frankie Howard, they sold all of his stuff, his toupee, his glasses, everything was sold at auction. And the other one, the one who went, "Turned out nice again, ain't it? When I'm cleaning windows," all of his stuff was sold. George Formby, up there in Lytham St Anne's, they had a sale. People queued up down the road to buy his stuff. They bought his pants. I mean, admittedly, they've been washed, but I mean, for goodness sake. People were sort of buying it because the family don't keep things anymore. I mean, I don't know whether or not Carol Thatcher has kept all of her mum's stuff. Probably not. In fact, I think a lot of it was auctioned off, some of her handbags and things like that. The lady is not for turning. But whichever way you look at it, whether you threw eggs at the statue or not, and I mean, a rather pathetic person. Somebody who runs an art gallery. What a complete wazzock, as Dawn Neeson says. And you think to yourself, you wouldn't like it if somebody came around and started pelting eggs at your place, would you? No, but it's all right. I mean, anyway, you've made yourself look the idiot, and we'll leave it at that. Also, a farmer has become an internet hit after setting a higher price for parking like a wally on his beachfront land. Ian Flindle has put up a sign charging people £10 if they park that way, or £3 to park neat and right. He's even had a few £10 notes posted into his honesty box at the car park in Cornwall. The beauty spot is popular with tourists and locals. And one user said it was a genius way to stop people parking like idiots.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your Universal Credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Do you know the amount of... Oh, explain something to me. I thought about this morning. I was sort of standing there waiting for the car. Well, I was sitting. And the buses go past and all the rest of it. And you'll get a completely empty bus. OK, double-decker. Yet there'll be one person sitting on the top deck, right at the very back of it. Who are these wazzocks? What is the matter with them? Why do they get on a bus and then all want to go and sit at the back of the bus? What is the... Surely you want to sit near the door. Because I always think there should be something, when you sort of go to get off the bus and somebody dings the bell and then somebody else dings the bell and then somebody else dings the bell. It used to be, years ago, cool kids sat at the back of the bus at school time so you could smoke. And nobody said anything. Now, the bus sort of pulls in and they open the doors. You've got to wait for somebody to walk all the way from the back down the stairs. I'd have closed the door and driven off. You can go to the next stop. I'm going to make you walk. It's like that. It's as simple as that. But it is this odd thing about people wanting to sit at the back of the bus on the back of the seat. I don't know why people do it. It's never been, I want to sit near the driver. I want to sit there. I like the seats where you pretend you're driving the bus. Which is, is it near the end of the route? Not necessarily near the end of the route, no. Some of the buses that go through Twickenham, there's one that goes to Trafalgar Square, which I think is called the N22. And that runs all the way through. It goes all over the place, takes God knows how many day. It's about 4 or 5 hours or something. You can stop off for a burger and then you sort of get back on again, and then sort of, you know, the stewardess will sort of get on the bus and flick through a book or something. But it is that sitting at the back of the bus that kind of just drives me mad. I can't work it out. And I'm still wearing my mask on the bus. I don't care. Let them look, I always think. Let them look, as if it bothers me. Steve, says Jane, a couple of years ago, I wrote to you. My daughter was very poorly with a rare cancer that caused a brain tumour. It's been a very difficult time. She's lost so much of her memories and is now in an amazing home that looks after people with brain damage. She was always a fan of yours. On Sunday evening, I spent the evening with her watching the Queen's Platinum show. We had our first bottle of Prosecco, good girl, using the Groovy Gang Prosecco glasses, and just for a short while, I could forget her illness and pretend that life was good. Your show has kept me together and always at some point makes me laugh out loud. Not a lot does these days. Always a fan. Much love to us and the team, says Jane. That's very sad. That's very, very sad. But thank you for that. I'm glad you're using the Groovy Gang Prosecco glasses. And I'm glad that you had your first bottle of Prosecco together. And it's not easy. It really is not easy. I know what it's like when you're in a situation like that, and, you know, brain tumours are just, you know, there's so many things that we don't understand. And if you could forget the illness and pretend that life was okay, that makes you feel, you know, a little bit better. I had something the other day, actually. I'll tell you about it because I've just done something for a man who's in hospital at the moment. And he's a big fan of the programme, but at the moment he's in an induced coma. And what the family have decided to do, and I won't tell you who they are because I've already recorded this and we're sending it on to them today, is apparently if you're in an induced coma, they say that you can still hear things. You might not be able to respond, but you can still hear things. So what the family have done is they're helping him pull through, and they've recorded loads and loads of messages from the family, people singing and all the rest of it. But the one thing about this man, we'll call him Peter. He's only 66, and he's been listening to LBC for ever and a day. And in fact, even when the kids were very young, they'd go out in the car and he'd always make them listen to LBC. And he's in this induced coma at the moment. So a few of us of LBC have recorded messages for him. So they're going to play them. They've got them on memory sticks and they're going to play them again and again. The nurses will play them back, and hopefully it'll bring him out of this so that they can sort of get him back home again and he can carry on listening to the programme. But you get this a lot nowadays, and if it makes any difference at all to anybody, then we've achieved something. And for Jane to have that, you know, first bottle of Prosecco, I mean, mind you, I think after you'd had the first bottle, Jane, you should have gone for the second bottle as well and really go for it. And the Groovy Gang Prosecco, I knew that they'd work, those Groovy Gang Prosecco glasses, and so it's nice to know that people are fans of the programme. That's why every year, you know, people sort of say, why do you get so emotional about Make Some Noise? And the reason is, it's because you hear such terrible stories, and you think, no matter how many times I've been in hospital, no matter how many times, you know, I've thought to myself, oh God, you know, how much longer? You know, and you come through it and you look at people who are so poorly with rare cancers. And this lovely man, Peter, who's, he came down with pneumonia after he returned from India. He's in a critical condition, so they put him into an induced coma, and then they will sort of try and work through it. But he's in the best possible place. But he's a born and bred Londoner, and he's listened to us for a long, long time. So his 4 girls, poor sods, sorry, they didn't listen to music in the car. They listened to LBC. Must have driven them mad, I should imagine. But he was a big fan, and continues to be a big fan as well, of Eddie Mayer, Andrew Marr, Nick Ferrari and myself. And so we've all done little recordings, although I don't know how long mine runs for, but it won't be a little recording. And so I thought, a couple of minutes, it'll be something that they can play time and time again, and the family have sung and they've done all sorts of nice things. So for all those people, and for all the nurses who have to look after people in hospital, and they do it without moaning about anything, they just get on with the job and do it. I've seen the 999 programmes, and I happen to know Hillingdon Hospital really well. Really, really well, because my friend Alan Green used to be up there on Radio Hillingdon, Hospital Radio Hillingdon. I went up there on numerous occasions, mainly because the station I used to work for with UBN, Radio Hillingdon, got our record library. So all of our records that came out of the library, they went up there. So in fact, I went to a couple of hospital radio stations, and that's where UBN's records went. But it is good to know that we're still doing something that's good, and if we can help a little tiny bit, then that makes it worthwhile. So thank you to all those people who sort of write in and say, oh, could you do this? Could you do that? I told you ages and ages ago, I got this lady. I think she was a twin. I'm pretty certain. And she'd always wanted to meet me. God knows why. It was one of those bizarre days. She'd obviously been drinking. And she wasn't very well. She was terminal. And they said, would you like to go and meet her? And I said, absolutely. So they got me a car because I couldn't take the bus. It was too far away. And met her, and she was really happy. And to one of our shows, I remember telling loads of you who went to the show at the Shaw Theatre that there was the lady sitting in the front row with her hospital tag on. She discharged herself from hospital. She wanted to come and see the show at the Shaw Theatre on the Euston Road. And somebody had said to me, there's a lady queuing to buy a ticket. A taxi driver phoned us up and said, there's a lady queuing. She's wearing a hospital gown. And I said, are you serious? They went, yes, she's wearing a hospital gown and she's got her number. And I met her after the show and she said, I've discharged myself from hospital to come and see the show. And I remember thinking, my God, that takes some dedication. That takes it. And you want to know why Piers Morgan doesn't score the audience and we do? We let her in. I sent her back to hospital afterwards. I said, you go back to, don't you dare stay out here and, in this sort of state. You go back there. So she did. Kev in Brisbane, Kevin, says, I've just received my new Australian passport. Took 10 working days from application to delivery. Oh, God, ours are taking forever at the moment. Forever. Although some people seem to get them through early. Dawn Neeson says, watching a beautiful sunrise over the Thames, listening to the wonderful Steve Allen show, reading your Daily Star column out. Happy Wednesday. Thank you. But she's so right on so many things that she talks about. And, you sometimes wonder why people, we're also, people who sort of watch all the news and you watch the stories, and some of it you think it's absolute drivel. Some of the stories that we have to report and some of the people. And you think to yourself, this is just garbage. It really is. Steve, Hattie Jakes says Barney had a house in Margate near the Winter Garden. Yes, she also had a place in Earl's Court. She had a flat there in Earl's Court. I never met her. I'd love to have met her, Barney. Absolutely love to have met her. I was a huge fan of Hattie Jakes. Huge fan. And away from it, they used to do her up for the telly. And she just sort of fitted in with so many different films I've seen her in. She was, she was the larger lady, and she made well of it. She really did. Paul, the Rock Doc, got back from UAE from a holiday in the UK. I was never up early enough to catch your show, but now 3 hours ahead, I can hear your dulcet tones, cutting wit and withering comments once again. Withering comments. I like withering comments. I think that's quite a good idea. And Jackie from Plumstead says, love your show, Steve. It's my birthday today, so please wish me a happy birthday, May the 18th. My husband Tom and I are very old, but we listen to you every morning. And she said, loved your interview with Ian Dale. 2 hours of fun, laughter and tears. If you haven't downloaded it, you have to download it. What do you mean you don't know how to download it? It's so simple. All you have to do is just go to lbc.co.uk. You download the Global Player. It's free. It won't take you very long at all. It'll be very quick. You click podcasts and you search Ian Dale All Talk. Don't put my name in, because you'll find it on Ian Dale All Talk, and it's 2 hours of me talking about me talking about family, me talking about radio, and it's kind of. I was going to say it was an anorak's delight, but I don't look on it as an anorak's delight because I'm not really a radio anorak like a lot of people are. I don't know very much about radio at all. In fact, I just happen to do it for a living. I don't know anything about it at all. And it's very good. And we've got some fantastic ratings on it. So thank you very much indeed. We're very grateful. And I did it for free. I did it for love. Well, I did it to boost his ratings, but which worked very well indeed. Robert says, Steve, when you read my message mentioning my guide dog Coco yesterday, she jumped up and got very excited. She's a beautiful chocolate lab, which is very unusual for a guide dog. It is. It is. Love the show. I tell you, I've got guide dogs. Well, I did have some years ago. We did a charitable thing for the guide dogs, and we all recorded long pieces and they were put on a premium rate phone line, and people could phone up, and the longer you listened, the more money we raised. And I ended up with 2 guide dogs. One was called Steve Allen the First, one was called Steve Allen the Second. I've got photos. You could also phone up to hear chart songs in the old... I can't even get my teeth right this morning, honestly. Yeah, you could hear all sorts of things. Mind you, I remember people phoning up to get the time. The time from Accurist at the 3rd stroke, it will be... And so it went on. And I think Clive Bull recorded one. I'm pretty certain Clive Bull did it for LBC. The speaking clock. I don't know if it's still going. Who seriously dials up to hear what the time is? It's on your phone. It's on Big Ben. It's on your wrist. It's on just about everything. On everything. Paddy says, I'm on a break in Ireland, but we haven't had Wi-Fi, so no Steve Allen show. But now all of a sudden I can hear you and the show. Whew, missed you big time. Thank you. And Dale says, I was born in Hillingdon Hospital, 1967. Do you remember the Wendy Ward and Peter Pan Ward? They were like on the perimeter of the main building. I was in Wendy Ward for 6 weeks with a broken leg, 1973. Wow. And Mary says, I really can't keep any more family furniture and memorabilia for my daughters. I can't get into my garage or my loft. They both live in chic houses in the capital and refer to my place as storage. Where do you keep all your stuff? At the boot of the car. Boot of the car complete. It's like the TARDIS, the boot of my car. It's just, yes, with all the furniture's in there as well. And here we go. It's not often I'm up this early and I hate it, but knowing I get to listen to you makes it all the better. And this is Alex Sibley. You remember Alex Sibley from Big Brother? It's the Alex Sibley. He has listened for a long time. He's on the M25. He says, still loving you. Thank you, Alex. Do you know, over these past few days, I've heard a lot of people back who I've not heard from a long while. And Alex used to write on a regular basis. We get loads of actors and presenters. Well, he's obviously on the M25 at the moment, and he's not tarmacking it, is he? I don't know. But yesterday we got Hugh Broom. It was... Oh, I missed my times as well.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, morning, morning. Nice to have your company. 11 minutes to 6 at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. I see that Eurovision's Sam Ryder wants to compete at the contest again. But you can't. You can't do it twice. I don't think you can do it twice. No, I don't think so. I think there's a rule. There's a law. He says, I don't know if I'll do it next year. I think I'll still be catching up on sleep. It's brutal, the schedule for Eurovision. I know, it must be awful to have to sing one song. It must be very difficult. But no, I don't think you do it twice. And also, I mean, how embarrassing. I mean, what do you think? You just keep doing it forever and a day? No, I don't think so. Jordan Banjo plans to ignore social media comments when he makes his debut on Eat Well for Less this week. He quit Twitter after he was bombarded with abuse for doing the Black Lives Matter routine as part of the dance troupe Diversity. Honestly. That's the trouble. He says, I've got hundreds of horrible messages. Oh, you never worry about these people. They're a bit thick. They're a bit thick. We don't worry about that. And another one here from my friend Michael, former producer here. He said, we should have another cold breakfast very shortly. The last breakfast we had was just over the road. It was cold. It was cold. It really was. It was terrible. And my friend Michael says, I loved your Ian Dale interview. You ended up interviewing him. I can't help it. Isn't it awful? In fact, he did say, he said, wait a minute, he said, I'm supposed to be interviewing you. And I couldn't help it. I did the same with Eddie Mayer. I know. I'm sorry, it's a failing. He says, but I didn't get a shout out on it. So I hope that you'll leave me the Bentley in the will. Ha, 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 ha. He says, Rayjar fireworks today. Please tell me how it goes down. It's better than any reality show. Yep. Well, you'll probably hear before I do, actually. You'll probably hear before I do, because we get the... this is the where we find out, where radio stations are. It's only of interest to people in the business, and my God, do people sweat over Rayjar. Every 3 months... Because we're constantly in Rayjar. It used to before just do it as a little sort of drop-in thing, but now it's constantly Rayjar, where they monitor and find out what people are listening to on the old Steam Wireless. And then we all go, very happy and things like that, and very nice. And we find out. But it's a very traumatic time for anybody in radio, especially in commercial radio. It makes no difference to the BBC. It's only commercial radio. And there'll be presenters at the moment sweating buckets, waiting to find out. But they don't get them till this evening, I don't think. Is it this evening? I'm pretty certain. Midnight it comes out. So so you'll know tomorrow. We'll know tomorrow, yeah. Set your alarm for tomorrow morning, actually. Set your alarm all the time. But Jordan Banjo, he says, I like constructive criticism, but on Twitter you don't really get much of that. Yeah, I mean, you just have to ignore it. I mean, as we said before, if you think that's bad, you want to read what that poor footballer gets for coming out at Blackpool. People writing abuse and saying all sorts of things. Apparently, Cliff Richard's done Eurovision twice, and so has Celine Dion. Yeah, but they're Celine Dion and Cliff Richard. They're megastars. Who's Sam Ryder? He's nobody. Nobody knew who he was before. People say, who is he? But, that's just the way it goes, isn't it? I'm not bitter about the whole thing, as you can well imagine. Only a little tiny bit. But no, I mean, I don't think you can, he came second. If you win, well, then maybe you can sort of chance fate and you can sort of push it out a little bit. The tale of the tape, the Vardys, Wayne is talking nonsense. And so what they've actually done is, for Jamie Vardy, he was the first player in Premier League history to score in 11 consecutive matches. Did you know that? I didn't. Mind you, he was caught on tape calling an Asian man a name during a late-night poker game. He was fined in order to undergo diversity training. Did you know that? I'd forgotten that one. He lives in a 12-bed Lincolnshire mansion with an indoor pool and a sauna, plus a tennis court and a gym. Holidays, his favourites include Dubai, Ibiza, Bahamas, and an £8,000 a night wellness resort and spa in the Maldives. He's got a Bentley Continental, so we have one thing in common. Wayne Rooney, football's most expensive teenager when signed by Man United when he was 16 for £25 million. 25 million. It's nothing nowadays, is it? Regular user of, let's just call them ladies, including a 48-year-old grandmother known as anyway. That one, we all remember that one very well indeed. Home is a £20 million 6-bed Morrison's mansion in Cheshire with an orangery, stable, cinema, bar and football pitch plus changing rooms. Isn't it funny? He's got 6 bedrooms, whereas the Vardys have got 12 bedrooms. Nothing worse, is there? Holidays, limitless luxury foreign travel, but also a £5,000 a week caravan park in Wales. Don't be silly. Who's got a 5,000 in Wales? A caravan park? But and he drives a Bentley Continental as well. It's obviously the car of choice, which is very nice. But also an Audi, a BMW, and an Overfinch Range Rover Sport. I love the way. Did you see that product placement all the way over the Queen's thing? The Queen arrived in a Land Rover. Yeah, because they get all their cars for free. You don't think the Queen has to pay for them. Prince Andrew barged through a gate in his Land Rover. They all get them for free. It's some deal done with them. Very, very odd, very embarrassing. Also, common shock as Tory MP arrested for rape. Man in his 50s told to stay away from Parliament over claims that span 7 years, and that's as much as we know. Plus, the red carpets were 650 miles apart, but last night 2 Bond girls stole the show. Gemma Arterton drew gasps of admiration. Nobody ever gasps at admiration unless they're on Gogglebox. Who watches television like that? Idiots, wazzocks. That's who does that. But in the south of France, Lashana Lynch dazzled at the Cannes Film Festival. That's always very glamorous. Unfortunately, it's always marred at Cannes by the porn industry, who will always have some big busted girl exhibiting herself on the beach and all the photographers oh yeah, every year without a shadow of a doubt. And this is the latest porn star. And you think, oh, go away, for goodness sake, honestly. The Queen looking fantastic in yellow. And she was being given a lesson the other day by a man called Kofi on how to use an Oyster card. Don't be so stupid. Don't be so stupid. The Queen with an Oyster card. Why would she want an Oyster card? It's My Railway. So she didn't have to top up the Oyster card, which she clutched along with her walking stick. It's an Oyster card, Your Majesty. I don't see any oysters. You put it on here. It's called the Elizabeth line. You think she's going to have to pay? You can see her taken off in handcuffs, can't you? Where's your ticket? Show us your ticket. I'm the Queen. Yeah, of course you are. We've heard that one before. You're a looky-likey, aren't you? Heard that one before. Another one, Steve. Brenda, Richard Madeley's biggest crush here. Yes, you can enter Eurovision twice. Ireland's Johnny Logan won it twice some years ago. Yes. And she says, hey, Richard, he might be listening. You never know. 66 he was the other day. 66? I'm older than he is. Steve, I was in Wendy Ward in the early 60s with measles not long after my baby brother was born. Also back in Wendy Ward in the late 60s for an eye operation, Ronnie Corbett visited. And for the record, Mum was senior nursing staff at Hillingdon until retirement. And it's the only reason we mention it is because Hillingdon is where this lovely man, Peter, is at the moment. He's in an induced coma. He's been like it for 2 weeks. This is the man I said we recorded these things. The difference is, because of the COVID rules, they can't go in to see him, sit with him, or be with him, as visitors aren't allowed currently. But that's why they're recording all these things. The family have recorded loads of things, and the nurses are playing them back to him. Hopefully, that will sort of, trigger something, and we can get him back again. Jennifer in Twickenham says, did you know Friday the 27th of May is National Fish and Chip Day? Can you recommend a good one where the chips are crispy? No, I don't. I can't recommend chips. I wish I could. They're sort of white and soggy a lot of the time. But so hard to get right, chips, aren't they? We only saw one picture of chips when we were going through all the fish and chip things. And there was one picture of chips, and the chips looked absolutely gorgeous. They really did, and they looked crispy and they looked delicious. Whereas we put up some the other day, they looked so pale and ill. They looked like they should be in a hospital. But sort of watching these chips, I like them crispy as well. I'm like you. I could be quite happy with a portion of chips, but, I don't know. Chris at Chelsea says, you'll have to check, but Johnny Logan won Eurovision twice. Yes, also wrote the third entry. I only remember him from What's Another Year. I've been waiting such a long time. Do you remember him? Of course, Ireland hated it. So they quickly shoved Jedward on to just make sure they didn't win it. And somebody else on. I can't remember who it was now. But yes, because every time you win the blooming thing, it costs you a small fortune to actually put it on. So I think this was done on a farm somewhere, and they had to take all these huge trucks. All these big countries were going down little tiny country lanes trying to put all the equipment in. So, but they can say if they don't want to host it. But Ireland, I think they got to the end and go, for God's sake, stick Jedward in. They've disappeared, haven't they? They've disappeared completely. Julie says, I saw a clip of Omid Jalili at the Windsor Horse Show thanking the Queen for choosing to attend that show over the state opening of Parliament. Her reaction made me think she simply didn't want to be in the same room as any of those dreadful people that make up the government and the opposition. And who could blame her? No, it's horses. If they'd said in the Houses of Parliament there were horses, she'd have been there. She would have been there like a shot, because she was given a horse the other day from Azerbaijan. So that'll go into her stables, and the Queen will be riding side saddle and crawling underneath it and handstands and all the rest of it. I mean, to be honest with you, she shows no sign of slowing down. But to give her an Oyster card, I mean, it's tantamount to treason. Off with his head in the Tower. Disgraceful. News at 6, here it comes.
What do you get when you mix fashion designers, financial advisors, and dance studio? No, not a catwalk of strutting accountants. No, not a ballet piece about balance sheets. I'm actually just talking about Workspace. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 4 minutes past 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Trust we find you well after the heat wave yesterday, and today we've settled down a little bit. Although one of our dear listeners is jetting off to Dubai today, where it's 40 degrees. I mean, really, just too much. However, how would you like the opportunity to go on an incredible holiday for 2 to Bali? I can offer you this morning. 7 nights stay at the 5-star Cross Bali Breakers Resort. Check it out on YouTube, or just check it out on Google. Put in 5-star. We don't need to put in the 5-star bit. Put in Cross Bali Breakers Resort. You'll get 7 nights with flights, transfers and breakfast every morning. You'll be staying in a 1-bedroom deluxe pool villa. It's very nice, with a private pool, an outdoor patio and dining area, a luxury bathroom, an extra-large double bed. The hotel's also got 3 outdoor pools, a restaurant, plenty of bars and a fitness centre. In other words, you can just sort of basically do nothing, which is great. Now, for your chance to win thanks to our friends at Flight Centre. Text BEACH, BEACH, and send it to 84850. BEACH, BEACH, and send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £5 from each text supports our charity Make Some Noise. You've got until 7 p.m. on the 31st of May to enter. Standard network rates apply. You've got to be 18 or over. But you can imagine sort of entering. It's going to cost you £5. And who knows? It could be you winning. You can jet off there and just sort of eat, drink, swim, sleep, do anything you want for 7 days. To see a list of the participating global radio stations and the full terms and conditions, go to makesomenoise.com. So if you want to be in with a chance and somebody's got to win it, text the word BEACH, BEACH, and send it to 84850. BEACH to 84850. And good luck, because that's a very nice holiday. And it could be you. Because I keep saying somebody's got to win it. Vince, oh good Lord, Vince Graff, blimey, I do remember you. Very good to listen to your podcast interview with Ian Dale, 43 years. I recall with great fondness appearing on a show very briefly you did called Cushion Talk. Cushions on the desks in the old LBC office. Young people sitting on them and talking about random stuff. My kids think I must be making the programme name up. No, I remember it very well. I did it with Helena Kirkuch. And I can't remember that I did it all the time, but what we did was we did the programme downstairs in Gough Square, then we came up to the office, and Bavin was the producer, Bavin Cook, who you'll probably remember, Vince, and you would have a topic, and it could be fox hunting, or it could be men wearing makeup, I seem to remember as one of them, and there'd be about 20 people sitting on cushions, and you'd walk up and down with a microphone, and you basically do sort of a Kilroy Silk kind of programme where you'd be going, so today we're going to be looking at, do men wear makeup? And it was fairly innovative. And the reason it was called Cushion Talk is because they put cushions on the desks and people sat on the cushion. And loads of people turned up for it. There was probably about 20, 25 people each and every time. And then you finished doing the programme. It was like sort of phone-in, but with people on cushions. And then you went back downstairs and finished off the programme. So it was, you did the first hour downstairs, then upstairs for Cushion Talk, and then back down for the last hour. I remember the producer going, now, downstairs, Steve, because, wanted to chat. But Vince, nice to hear from you. I remember you very well indeed. Very well. Cara in Michigan says, discovered you a few years ago, and I listen every evening as I'm 5 hours behind. It's my 37th birthday today, and I'm feeling quite old. As always, thank you for keeping me company, and a joy to listen to every Monday to Friday. You feel old at 37. How in God's name do you think I feel? 37. And then Vince Graff's name pops up. Blimey. And Steve, great show as always. Keeping going as I start my 11th high-intensity training session in 14 days, says Cass, the advanced novice spiker. That sounds very... I'm trying to get the producer into one of these high-intensity... He won't go for it. He just doesn't want to do it. He's put his foot down, And I've said to him, listen, come on, look after your body. Your body's a temple. Yeah, he said, only if I do it as well. I thought, no chance of me doing it. It's bad enough giving blood, as you know. Do you remember I mentioned yesterday Prince Nassim Hamid? He was strolling through... he has put on so much weight, but he's now, for some reason, renting a house in the area close to the Queen's residence. He waved at fans before driving off in a bright blue Corvette Stingray worth £120,000. Hardly anybody would recognise him, but he's only 5 foot. Oh, he's only 5 foot 4 inches tall. Must look like a skittle. Because he's sort of quite... He was renowned for his leopard print shorts. He was ranked 22 on Forbes' list of the world's highest paid athletes, reportedly worth about $50 million just once in his career before quitting age 28. And then he was jailed for 15 months. He served 16 weeks. He was stripped of an MBE. And what he does now, I've got no idea. I don't, does he still have the money? I have no idea. It's just that obviously somebody saw him and he's driving this very flash car. But fancy renting. If he was worth 50 million, why is he renting a house? And in Windsor. Very odd, isn't it? Very odd. What else we got in the paper? The Kremlin. Oh, this ex-colonel, dire warning. This is a really interesting story. This is a retired Russian colonel who has declared the whole world is against us in a dire assessment of Putin's war, broadcast to millions of Russians on state television. His name is Mikhail Kodarenok. He gave his most damning critique yet of the invasion, as he warned Ukraine will soon have armed 1 million men and intend to fight to the last man. He says he's urged Russians to maintain a sense of realism, as sooner or later the reality of history will hit you so hard you'll regret it. He's basically saying that the country is failing and needs to get itself out of this failing invasion. On the world stage, he added, Russia is in full geopolitical isolation. Virtually the entire world is against us. Yeah. I mean, put it this way, I think the ultimate was McDonald's pulling out of everything. You know, very soon there won't be any companies over there, and Russia will be sitting in a little ocean by itself. Nobody buying its fuel, nobody buying its fish, nobody buying anything at all. Going to be dire, absolutely dire. I mean, Moscow's hopes for a swift victory appear to be slipping away, as analysts predict they could be forced into a defensive battle to try and cling to what they've already taken. I think it's hitting them now. Very shortly, you're going to be seeing, you know, people queuing, empty shops, nothing on the shelves, and all because of one man's little campaign to do nothing. But to actually have an ex-colonel on state television saying this, and other people on the programme not frightened to say anything at all. Even the host of the programme, who normally is very sort of, her name's Olga, she's normally, you know, very vocal in her support, but said nothing during this interview. He's basically trying to say to the Russian people, you need to get rid of Putin. The tide is turning, and Putin would know this. His life, I would think, would be in danger, because what they need to do is stop it, and stop it very soon, because there's only going to be more body bags coming back. If you can actually have somebody on state television broadcasting to millions saying, this is not going well, this is going badly, but unfortunately the Premier is so stuck in his own ways, he can't see beyond the end of his nose. And that's the trouble. But to get somebody on state, I mean, you know, whether or not this Modokaran man disappears, I've got no idea. But he said it like it is. He said it like it is. And if Putin is too ignorant to realise that the whole world is against them, what have they got to go for? You know, it can only get worse. Can't get any better. Stuart Manning says, I've been listening all morning. All morning. He says, I'm about to hit the M25 and dreading it. Fingers crossed traffic is go to me. We must grab a drink soon. Absolutely. Everybody's on the M25. What's going on with the M25 this morning? Why are you all taking over the M25? We like it. All I need now is Vince Graff to tell me he's on the M25, which I don't think he will be, actually. But what with Stuart on there and everybody else, it's all looking very promising, isn't it, really? Alex Sibley's also on the M25. You might as well just wave to each other. I think what we should have, years ago, LBC used to have car stickers. And you'd have people, but, you know, you don't see car stickers now, do you, really? You know, or you get the ones going, you know, princess on board, or, you know, PS to traffic wardens, you know, you're nice people and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know why we don't do car stickers. They used to do radio stickers so you could sort of show your support for various radio stations. But, you know, it's going very well. We're not complaining, as they say, which is very nice. Sad news about Kay Mellor. What with teen pregnancy, money troubles, battles with her weight. She had experience of so many women's worries, which is why from Fat Friends to the Syndicate, she was the woman who turned her life into TV gold. And she died the other day. Died quite suddenly, actually, at the age of 71. She also wrote episodes of Coronation Street and Brookside and created the award-winning children's drama Children's Ward. I mean, her TV credits, of course, Band of Gold, about a group of women from Bradford's red light district, football series Playing the Field, and Girlfriends. She became pregnant, I think, in 1967 when she was about 16, and married the child's father, Anthony Mellor, who was 17. And she's got two daughters, actress Gaynor Faye and the television producer Yvonne Francis were of school age, and they began working for Granada Television in the 1980s. And a lot of people will miss her. She gave a lot. She gave an awful lot. Happy birthday today to Caroline Charles. She's a British fashion designer, born in Cairo, who worked for the inventor of the miniskirt, Mary Quant. She's dressed Princess Diana, Barbara Streisand, Cilla Black, Ringo Starr, Mick Jagger and Emma Thompson. Lovely. Tina Fey as well, the American actress, comedian and writer, starred in Mean Girls and The Muppets, and was the first female head writer of Saturday Night Live. And she came in, actually, to be interviewed. We did Tina Fey. I have to be honest, I didn't really know who she was. I know in America she's absolutely huge. She's not big here. No, she's big over in America. I mean, she's won 3 Golden Globes. She's hosted the event 4 times, so she gets her place in history. Interestingly enough, we also celebrate another thing from 1987. I'll tell you what it is after we've had a quick check on the news headlines with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. So it was on this day in 1987 that Lord Olivier, 80, decided to quit acting. Location work and even studio work would be too much for him, and he feels he no longer has the strength to appear on the stage. Instead, he's going to begin a new career reading verse or prose for radio. There you go. But he appeared, actually, in Time, the musical with Cliff Richard, which was at the Dominion Theatre, which is where I think they're doing Grease. And the Teen Angel, played by Peter Andre, is appearing on stage, and it all looks like just a small part. And it all looks apparently very good, actually. A lot of people heading on to the M25 this morning. Now Jeff in Maidstone is about to get on it. He says, I'm on a very bright pump if the M25 crew want to give me a wave. At this rate, we're going to bring it to a complete standstill, I suspect. Just one of those things. And in 1899, who turned up? The Queen. A very short visit to London, brought to a close yesterday when Her Majesty proceeded to South Kensington to lay the foundation stone of the Victoria and Albert Museum. So this is Queen Victoria. Her Majesty remained in her carriage during the ceremony. She didn't get out. And she was fairly reclusive. After Albert died, she didn't really want to do anything. In fact, if you watch the film, it was very interesting because I think it was just called The Queen. She didn't want to do anything. She stayed locked away and with her gilly, John Brown, and it was a case of the people wanted to see her back in London. And it was very interesting. There's been quite a number of films, actually. The Mudlark was very popular, which was an early British film in black and white about a young man who was a mudlark. And the mudlarks used to be on the banks of the Thames. They would scavenge to find things. And Andrew, I can't remember who starred in the Mudlark. Andrew, he turned up in all sorts of things. Here he is. Wait a minute. Who was in the film? They scavenged, and then people would buy the stuff that they would find in the river, mainly metal valuables. But in the film, The Mudlark, here it is. This is Irene Dunne starred in it, and Andrew Ray was the boy. It's one of those super British films, and he finds something in the Thames, and it's like a brooch. It's an enamel, and it's a picture of Queen Victoria. And so he makes it his mission. He wanted it because she was like beautiful, and he wanted to go and meet her. So he travels all the way from London, and he goes to Windsor Castle, and he breaks into Windsor Castle in this film, The Mudlark, with Alec Guinness. And Andrew Ray plays this young man, and he wants to meet her. And so he breaks into the castle, and he hides, and all the people are in there. And then the Queen, who was there's somebody in this room. She knew there was somebody in the room, and it was very clever. And anyway, they sort of caught him. And she went, no, get rid of him. I don't want to see him. I don't want anything to do with him. And Alec Guinness goes, no, this young man came to see you because he found this little brooch in the River Thames. He's a mudlark, and you are the mother he never had. It's a bit of a weepy. I cry at it every time. And so she says, bring him to me. And so they bring him, and he's standing there. This poor little lad who they've stuck in a bath. He's never had a bath in his entire life. And they wash him and all the rest of it. Try and make him look presentable for Her Majesty. And she says, why did you do it? And he said, I just wanted to see you. And it's really quite touching. And in the end, they sort of look after him. And he's so good at it. They let him sit on the throne, but he just wanted to meet her because she was like beautiful. And he'd never seen anybody like that before. And And then basically it brought her, I mean, it's just a made-up story, but it brought her out of retirement by saying, your subjects want to see you. You can't lock yourself away. And Andrew Ray, Kenneth Williams, it was said, fancied Andrew Ray. And so he was in a few films, actually, Andrew Ray, had a very, very illustrious career. But as Queen Victoria, Irene Dunne was fantastic. So if ever you get the chance to watch the movie, you watch it. It'll pitch up on London Live now. Most of the films we mention on this programme, they actually put on London Live. So The Mudlark, please. Thank you very much indeed. And then we'll all be very happy. But it's a good film. A little bit of a weepy because she suddenly realises that here is a young man untouched by everything, not anybody who's politically motivated. He just wants to see her. Just wanted to see you, Mum, he says. Just wanted to see you. Very sad. Very sad. Might reclusive Kate Bush regret inviting Sex Pistol Johnny Rotten to her Georgian Clifftop Devon mansion to write a song together. It was about rescuing parrots from an illegal parrot smuggling trade in South America, explains Johnny Rotten. And I don't know. He's been in the news recently, but for no reason. But Kate Bush became this recluse, and yet when she came back, she did shows, I think, in Hammersmith. They sold out instantly, really, really quickly, and her son was, I think, working on the shows as well. And when you think it all started with Out on the Wildy Windy Moors, and I remember when that record first came out, because we were the first people to get to play it at UBN. United Biscuits Network, we had a great guy at EMI, and the record had been out before and it didn't do anything. It just didn't take off at all, and he brought it down and he said, listen, if I can bring Kate Bush down, will you play the record, put it on your playlist? I mean, such was the power of UBN. And so he brought down Kate Bush to a biscuit factory in Osterley all those years ago, and she did an interview with a guy called John Hayes, who's sadly not with us anymore. And then we played the record, and we all got captivated by Wuthering Heights. It was just one of those songs, and we thought, where would it go to from here? And she was a dancer, and she did dance and express music through dance, and it took off. But it was that, will you put it on your playlist if I bring Kate Bush down for an interview? And so I've got a photo at home that was taken on one of those Instamatic camera things of Kate Bush in the library with John Hayes. Happy days, happy days. Stephen Leeds says, morning, Steve. Mid-70s, predicted over Leeds today to everybody. Don't forget to wear a hat and get the sun lotion on. I've got Factor 50 ready. He says, stay safe in the heat. Really? What, you've had that already? We had it yesterday. I don't think we're having it today. I think today we're back to normality. Slightly cooler today, which is better. Paul in Radlett. Did my first shows in Radlett. You can save 15% on Creed by opening an online account with Liberties. Wow. You get a 15% discount on your first order over 150 quid placed online. I've just saved £80 on 100 millilitres of Aventus and 100 millilitres of Green Irish Tweed. Well, look at you being a saving person. Look at that. Who'd have thought? Who would have thought? Other stories. Guess what happened in 1954? Why was 1954 important? Because I was born in it. The first fast food chain opened in London, becoming the first restaurant to serve hamburger-based meals in the UK, and that was called Wimpy. Wimpy. That was the first one. Opened in London, the first restaurant to serve hamburger-based meals. Can you imagine? Hamburgers. Old Compton Street. Was it? Oh, I don't know. It doesn't say. Doesn't say. Trust you to know that. Old Compton Street. That was a Wimpy bar. Couldn't beat it. We used to have one in Reading when I used to work in Heelus, the John Lewis Partnership, and there was one in Twickenham. No, it's not there anymore. It's gone. It's turned into something else, which is doing very well, actually. It's doing very, very well. I can't forget what it's called, but it's good. And I've never eaten in it, but I keep looking at it. It's actually doing very well. But no, the Wimpy bar was great. And in the middle of winter, you'd walk back, me and Dave Maskell, to our car, his car in the car park, which was a van. And I sat on an old mattress in the back of it, bouncing around like Tigger. And if you were feeling flash, you'd buy yourself a Wimpy with cheese and onions. And it was a toasted roll. It was delicious. They tasted more like, they tasted more like proper burgers in those days. But on a cold winter's evening, sitting in the back of a van, bouncing around, eating a Wimpy cheeseburger. Didn't get any better than that. Really didn't. Amber and the £3 million broken promise. Another one who just can't tell the truth. And this is Amber Heard, could face a perjury probe over a claim she made in the High Court that she would donate £2.8 million of her divorce settlement to charity. She didn't. She lied to you. But people just don't seem to be able to tell the truth. And whatever happened to people telling the truth? I don't quite understand why it is that people would perjure themselves in court, making themselves look complete and utter turnips. Somebody was attacked in Ealing in West London the other day, a young woman stabbed to death. Despite the best efforts of paramedics, a man aged 20 has been arrested. It's just seemed to be going on. I thought we'd done away with knife crime, but obviously not. And an Indiana Jones fan's boyhood dreams have come true. Metal detectorist George Ridgway, 30, has found 725 Iron Age and Roman pieces after studying satellite imagery near his Suffolk home. They date from around 206 BC, before the Romans invaded Britain, in the reign of Emperor Claudius in 47 AD, where they're thought to have been buried. Mr. Ridgway, who works as a butcher and lives with his parents in the village of Ashbocking, lives with his parents at the age of 30. He says, I went to the British Museum when I was younger, and I dreamt of finding treasure. I've done it, and now I've added something to Roman history. And they look in fantastic condition. I mean, really fantastic. So he's got a rare denarius, issued by King Juba I in the ancient African kingdom of Numidia between 60 and 46 BC, Iron Age gold coins known as staters from the reign of Celtic king Cunobeline, who ruled in Colchester, and a gold Claudius I dated between 41 and 42 AD. They valued it at about £65,000 for this collection. Wow! Mind you, 720, they're beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And so his father, after they found it, his father guarded the site, sleeping in his truck over the hole to stop it being plundered. They were just buried in a hole. The stash is valued by the Treasure Valuation Committee, with a final rubber stamp from Nadine Dorries. Well, that'll disappear then, won't it? And he will share 50-50 split with the unnamed landowner. I think Colchester and Ipswich museums are expected to acquire the collection. Wow. He plans to invest in a new detector, because they use them in Australia. A third of people in their early 30s still live with their parents. Not surprised. Far too. Who can afford to buy anywhere? Nobody can afford to buy anywhere. I mean, given the choice, would you rather sort of buy a place if you had the money or live with your parents? People say live with the parents. Doesn't until you move out or rent. Doesn't until you move out you suddenly realise you've got to buy toilet paper, washing up liquid, everything. Even silly things you take for granted, like pegs and stuff like that. You've got to go out and buy it. Soap, food. Then you've got to pay bills. People don't realise how expensive it is. That's why students eat pot noodle. They can't afford anything else. Well, they've got to leave the money for the beers. Get in some Peronis, will you? Get a Peroni? Yeah, because you get a discount. And over in the Houses of Parliament, I mean, most of them are, tiddled most of the time. They've got, 16 bars or something down there?
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 25 minutes to 7. How long do you spend on the telephone waiting through to a company? I have a limit. I'll wait a minute and a half. If I don't get through to somebody, I just hang up and leave it. I can't be bothered. One reader of the Daily Mail waited on hold to British Airways for 5 hours. 5 hours. Another waited 7 hours to speak to Virgin Money. I mean, people are now saying, and the government are saying it as well, although it's a load of old claptrap, but nothing happens. Firms need to be fined that don't answer within 10 minutes. Even 10 minutes, I've had enough of it. Pensioners Neil and Julie Jesse have been trying to talk to a customer service agent at British Gas since January. So they've waited a long time. But after they've waited on hold, the supplier continues to keep hanging up on them as an automated voice says they're experiencing technical difficulties and suggests you try again later. So the couple are now at their wits' end. I think really they were transferred to British Gas at the end of January after their previous energy supplier, Together Energy, went bust. Neil from Braintree in Essex says, we're on a fixed income, so we're very worried about our energy bills going up. Nobody's offering us any support. There's no one to speak to. There's certainly no humans we can speak to. Why do they hide between robotic voices? I mean, what they should do is take your number and then call you back. This way, some of these are premium rate numbers. You're not calling freebie. It is ridiculous. I mean, somebody says here, My post office, telephone and broadband were taken over by Shell. I tried to call regarding the date my contract was due to end. I was on hold for 42 minutes and then the line went dead. And the trouble is you can't do anything about it. You're kind of stuck there. And if you swear at them, they hang up immediately. But the trouble is now they hang up before you've even got a chance to talk to somebody. It's just absolutely crazy. And especially if you're a pensioner, and you don't know. I mean, somebody tried to call Barclays Bank. They spent 50 minutes waiting to speak to someone. Hello? Because sometimes I say that. Hello, is anybody listening? Hello? Are you all deaf? They spent 7 minutes while they tried to sort out the query, then took them 5 minutes to transfer me to a third person. They shall be back in the office. I mean, although I actually did something a short while ago, I took money out of an account. And when I spoke to the lady, I thought I'd try it differently. So I went, hiya. I was given the number, actually, by the Royal Bank of Scotland. So I spoke to this person, and she was working from home. And I said, I want to do this. I want to transfer some money out, and I want a little bit of money for myself, because it's my money. And she said, yeah, that's fine. She said, I'll fill in the form now. And she said, I'll be with you within 10 days. So I said, are you sure? I said, this seems a bit quick. She said, no, it should be fine. I'm putting it through now. That shouldn't take any time at all, and you'll have it in your account in 10 days' time. Blow me, true to a word, it arrived in 10 days. I couldn't believe it. But when you hear of somebody, I mean, imagine hanging on for British Airways for 5 hours. I mean, you'd end up with earache. I mean, good service, really, isn't it? It's a surprise. Good service is a surprise. It's like sort of calling LBC for any of our phone-in programmes. You don't have to wait very long at all. The phone operators will whiz through the calls as fast as they can. Hold on 1 second, I'm putting you through. Blah, blah, blah. You'll be through to speak to Darren or to Nick or to whoever it happens to be very quickly. You imagine lost the will to live. There's one here who says, I'm 84. I'm normally a reasonably respectable old lady until I have to make contact with organisations. And during that time, I take on a different personality. And my ladylike language goes out the window. But the trouble is, as I say, the moment you swear, if you're talking to the bank or whatever else, they're taught to hang up. All you're asking for, I mean, it's like going into the bank at lunchtime. Well, apart from the fact that gone are the days where you queued up to go into the bank, now they're sitting round a thing that looks like they're baristas. And they're sitting round there, and then you get through to, somebody, and they sort of sit there. So there's nobody behind bulletproof glass anymore. They're just sort of sitting there like you're in Starbucks. Yeah, we sort of a clip. But how can we help you? Do you need to transfer some money today? Just want to talk to somebody, please. Let me talk to somebody. I mean, when did getting straight through to someone at a company stop? When did it start being because I always get it when you get the car, for an existing booking, press 2. For a recent booking, press 1. To change a booking, we're experiencing high volume at the moment. Why don't you try our app? Why don't you answer the blooming phone? That's all you want to know. Yeah, pick up the phone and I'll tell. And when you do get through, oh, sorry to have kept you waiting, because they can see it. They've got call counters in these things. They will tell you people are waiting on average. What was it who phoned up the other day and told us? Somebody sent me an email, I think, and they said that they called up somewhere and they were told they were 124 in line. Well, I've never heard anything like it. I got a thing from my doctors yesterday saying, how was your service? And I put down perfect. Because I'd made I must be the exception to the rule, because I'm very lucky. I phone up, or the doctor who I've just seen says, I'll make the appointment now. They put it on the computer. I go in, I sign in on the wall, and I'm in, and somebody will see me normally within about 2 to 5 minutes. Never waited any longer than that. They say, what was the service like? And you go, it was perfect. Couldn't be any better. I love giving blood. Ugh. Terrible, isn't it? Steve, I'm not getting on the M25. Thank God for that. But getting ready to take my 2 dogs for their morning walk, but missing the will to get up. A cup of tea or coffee is needed. I wish I'm one of those electric teas made, says Justin. That's the trouble isn't it? You just, you have to force yourself to get out of bed, and it's not easy. But the motivation should be 2 dogs. I bet they're sitting there with their legs crossed, going, I wish he'd hurry up and get out of bed. Much easier. Mark in Essex says, I listened to the podcast of you as a guest of Ian Dale. You'd never guess. An outstanding piece of broadcasting. I too went to a boarding school, in my case Brentwood. I also grew out to be perfectly content with my own company. I've got a great circle of close friends for lunch, jolly boys, day trips, or simply a drink. But I don't crave the constant companionship that others seek. School must have instilled that independence from an early age. Yeah, I mean, I think, well, you went to Brentwood School. We lived in Brentwood. But when I went to my boarding school in Essex, we lived up in Yorkshire. And I think you become independent. Little boys become independent. You know, and you've done. I mean, I unfortunately, school and me didn't necessarily mix. I left at 15. I think I was about the last group of people to be able to leave at 15. But because I'd been to prep school, preparatory school, I was able to speak fairly properly, articulate, and I could read big words. Not that I thought that was at the time. I didn't think that was a great advantage. I did later, and suddenly realised that in fact it served me very, very well. So I was quite pleased with the outcome. But I don't think you necessarily crave companionship. I think having a close circle. I mean, I'm going out with a group of friends of mine, which we do every month, for the Steve Allen Memorial Lunch. We always call it that because it makes it more entertaining for us. And we'll have a nice time. We'll just sort of go out. We'll have some drinks. We'll have some nice food, some good conversation, and that keeps me happy. I'm quite happy with things like that. Quite happy. Jake in the Midlands says, I live in Milford near Stafford, and there's still a Wimpy going strong here. Burgers are amazing, and the queues are always huge. Long love the Wimpy. Isn't it funny? Do you remember Chicago Rib Shack? Says Nick. Somebody asked me if I remembered Boone. I do, with my fic. And the theme tune was Hi-Ho Silver, Got Me Lone Ranger. I can't remember who sang the blasted thing. But anyway, I do remember Chicago Rib Shack. I think it was near Harrods. There was one down in St. Martin's Lane. Was that another one? No, Chicago Rib Shack. You used to have to wear a bib. Yeah, because it was ribs, and they were very messy. But they were very nice, actually. A bit of a celeb hangout. I think Princess Diana used to take the princes there. He said, this is Nick says, by the way, I'm on the M25 too. Will you stop jumping on a bandwagon? You're not on the M25 at all. You're in a car park waiting for the Chicago Rib Shack to open. They used to do an onion loaf. And it was sort of, I can't describe it actually. It just looked like a loaf of bread, but it was onions all stuck together and stuff like that. It was quite nice actually. Onion loaf. I was very pleased with it. Look at that. Oh, God, honestly, it's no good showing me this food now. They do it apparently in Miller and Carter style. And they do a quick onion loaf recipe. Oh, don't show me this food. I quite like onion rings. They're quite nice. We like those sort of things. They're not the most exciting things. I do like an onion bhaji as well. Yes, very much so. I had a chicken curry the other day. Marks and Spencer's had an offer. 20 quid. 2 mains and 4 sides. So I had the 2 mains, and then today I'm having the 4 sides. Just see, nothing the matter with that. And Steve, says Kate, this isn't a joke, it's serious. I've just completed a 9-month course to become a qualified tour guide of Colchester. Fascinating town with a brilliant museum housed within the castle. I'd be happy to give you a tour any time you want. It's Garrison Town, isn't it, Colchester, I believe. And Roman as well, so you've got lots of history. Thank you for the offer. And Steve, can you wish my mum Pamela a very happy birthday from Emma, Alfie and Bertie the Cocker Spaniel? Oh, do me a favour. Cocker Spaniels don't know its birthdays, but we had one. We love your show and listen every morning. Thank you. Rephone, says Tina, not being answered. I've started to write good old-fashioned letters, which get sent in the post. God, you're so old-fashioned. Writing a letter in this day and age? What, with a stamp? I bet you can't even tell me how much a first-class stamp costs now. I couldn't tell you. Morning. Thursday, May the 19th. And strangely, last night, this morning, whatever it was, I can't remember. Who knows what day it is. It was lightning. We had lightning flashes over Twickenham. I was standing there and you heard this rumble of thunder. And then I thought it's my stomach again. And then all of a sudden, this crack of lightning. And I thought, wow. Really impressive. And then a bit of rain came down and then a lot of rain came down. So that's good. So you don't need to wash the car today, which is another pain, isn't it, really? But one more day and then we're into Friday. And Friday means the weekend. And the weekend means, I don't know, nobody can afford food anymore. What did I have yesterday? Oh, I had part of that meal deal. I split the meal deal up into 2 meals. So it was a tenner for each meal. But they've said, I ate the sides, which are very nice with the asparagus. And everybody's now saying, oh, you wait till you see how much food's going up in price. Mr. Kipling cakes are going up in price because of the raw ingredients. Add to that the row over the Tory MP accused of rape. Michael Fabricant, who's obviously the biggest idiot under the entire... What is the matter with these MPs? He was making light of it. This is the man with the funny wig on his head, who apparently is not a wig because he said it's not a wig. It's a bit like the Emperor's new clothes. I can't quite work it out. The Euro Millions couple are going public. Producer sent me a thing. He said, have you seen this? I mean, I hadn't seen it, but then I read it, and they've decided that they want to tell everybody about their £185 million win. Big mistake. Big, big mistake. They're going to be trolled. I mean, I don't know what good can come of it. I really don't know. I mean, I've thought about it, and the idea of winning that much money. Why would you want to tell people about it? I mean, obviously somebody's going to find out and go, oh, wait a minute. They've just moved from this little terrace. Unless, of course, they're rich to start with, in which case it won't make too much difference to their life, I should imagine. But, you don't come clean. Much as though Camelot probably twisted their arm to go, listen, why don't you go public? Because people will find out anyway. And, there'll be somebody at the bank. Lloyds Bank, talking of them, closing another 28 branches. Well, 8 Halifax, because Lloyds owns Halifax, and 20 branches of the bank. I wish they'd close the one in Twickenham. It's such a pain. It really is. Do you know they leave their lights burning all night in the whole of the bank? So, and I don't know which ones are going. They've just said it's branches shut between August and November this year. Manchester, Nottingham and Norwich. So, I mean, it's only 2 months after they closed 60. The move is branded inexcusable. They obviously don't need to have the branches there, because if they can close 60, then all of a sudden you close a few. What difference does it make? People do it online. My brother was on with one of my bankers yesterday because I sort of woke up. And there was a message. They said, oh, somebody's accessing your account. Is it you? They're very good. If it's not you, call this number now. But if it is, so I texted my brother and I said, are you on the account? And he went, yes. I said, I've just got the password for you. So I had to then send him the password. It's all very complicated. But that's what people are doing now. We can transfer money about between my accounts, of which I appear to have quite a number. I have a spending account, 2 savings account. I have not a tax account because I pay tax PAYE. And what else have I got? I've got something. I've got an investment account. I've got an account I use. Yeah, then there's pensions account. I mean, seriously, you end up with loads of accounts, and I can't keep track of it. My brother's got a book with the passwords written down in it, which I love. I love things like that. It's great. But no, the sooner they actually close Lloyds Bank in Twickenham, they've already closed the NatWest. It's not one. It's not, is it? Isn't it funny? And yet it's a big, big branch. It's the equivalent of 3 shops. Used to be offices above it, then they converted it to flats. And so you've got flats above a bank. But do you know you don't read of bank robberies anymore? Isn't that funny? At one time, in London or wherever you were, there'd be bank robberies. In fact, if you watch Heartbeat, there'd be a bank robbery about every 3rd programme. And you think to yourself, we don't get bank robberies anymore. You know why? Because the money isn't sitting in a drawer the other side of the counter. It's deep in the basement. And they push a button on the desk, on the computer, and then they put the code in and it delivers the money to them. So, what are you going to say? Somebody says, give us the money. You go, well, have you got an account? They don't have anything like that. They don't have anything like that anymore. But the race to speed Finland and Sweden into NATO. How many millionaires have there been from the lottery? Oh, quite a number, actually. Nothing like this amount of money. This is the biggest amount of money ever. But I think it's barring 10 million or 15 million or something. Since it started in 1994, how many millionaires do you think have been created? Is this people who've won a million, over $1 million? Okay. 6,300. 6,000. And guess where the luckiest postcode is? Birmingham. 119 millionaires. There have been nearly 36,000 winners of prizes over £50,000. But I mean, who wants 50,000? 185 million. Thank you very much indeed, which would be very nice indeed. Yeah, the producer would take 50k, but there again, once cheap, always cheap. It's like 185 million. You just want it just to see what it's like to have it in your account. That's what I'd be going in there on a regular basis. The bank wouldn't exist. What am I talking about? It would just be a number on paper. But I'd definitely be banking with Coutts and Drummonds and all the other. Yeah, I want it in cash. Because that's where, was it second on the list? People keeping money under the bed. I mean, I thought that, there was a survey that we did the other day. Well, we didn't do it, it was in the papers, saying that that's where the money is kept. There are 6 million winners a week. Over a quarter of millionaires, believe it or not, buy a dog. Buy a dog. I don't know why you do that. More than 4,000 millionaires created. Nearly a third of winners take 5 or more holidays a year. It depends, actually, if you'd really want. You see, I wouldn't be doing holiday. I can't think of anything worse. By the time you bought a house, I wouldn't change the car. I've only just changed the car, so there'd be no point there. And what would you do? I don't know. You just carry on the way you were, wouldn't you? I can't think of any other thing that you'd be doing which would sort of make it. Most millionaires celebrate with a cup of tea. The average millionaire buys 4.5 cars, because you buy them for 4.5 cars, because you buy them for other people, wouldn't you? The good news is, apparently, according to one of the papers today, I don't believe it, but Rebecca Vardy's thinking of leaving the country. Good idea, love. Good idea if it's true, but I don't believe it's true. I think they've just put it in there because she's being basically destroyed in the witness box. And her former husband has gone in for an interview, and he said basically she's a nightmare. What he's said is, because she's had affairs with quite a number of footballers, and what she's looking for, it appears, is money. And he said he couldn't keep up financially with her. He said he wasn't earning enough money. Then he went for another football club, and his wages took a decrease. And he said that sealed my fate. He said she wasn't interested. He said she only wanted the money. So she lives in a house now with 12 bedrooms. She appears not to have any friends either, which is a shame. Listening to your podcast with Ian this week, says Paul, you are an amazing person, and I listen every day whilst trucking over Yorkshire, probably south, I should imagine, delivering milk to the milkman. You deliver milk to the milkman? Isn't this an unusual one? Well, do you have a tanker or something and you sort of deliver it, or do you sort of fill up the bottles? Because it was interesting, because Will Guyot was talking about the LBC milk bottle, and he sent me a picture of it, which of course is unusual because I have a milk bottle, and I remember seeing them with the milk in there, and that's why they were designed in the red and blue. Apart from it was the colours of LBC. It looked and it showed up really well on the bottle. So, of course, that's how they were. They were all delivered. More snap, less crackle, no pop. And it was from Unigate. So you'd see these things all over the place. It was a great way of advertising. And I loved it. But Will was right when he was talking about the merchandise over the years. I've got LBC radios, little radios which came out, FM radios. They still have glass. Yeah, of course they have. We've had them delivered here. We get them from Kevin. He delivers glass milk bottles, yeah. When we've had the gold top delivered, where have you been? Oh, of course, it was Corey who did it. Corey in the shorts. Basically, we had to call in the lawyers yesterday, because I wrote to him saying, I hear you've been seen in shorts, send me a photograph, because he knew that when he was with me on this programme, he was banned from wearing shorts. And the moment he goes onto Ian Dale's programme, it's got a little bit lax. And so he was apparently wearing shorts. So I said, I hear you've been wearing green shorts. And he wrote back and said, it's not true, it's a lie. He said, I wouldn't wear green anyway. And I said, yeah, caught you out on that one, didn't I? So anyway, so he's coming in for it as well. Yeah, khaki shorts. He must look like a reject from It Ain't Half Hot, Mum. Can you imagine? Bless him. Not that I think he can sing. But I forgot to mention the audience figures. And modesty forbids me from mentioning the audience figures, because the producer said, you're not going to mention it all the time, are you? I said, well, I'm not going to mention it all the time. But when the audience figures go up, it's always a cause for celebration. And LBCs have gone up yet again. This is another record thing. We are another 300,000 up in 3 months. It's the highest in 49 years. 300,000 extra people hooked up to LBC in 3 months. You know why? Because it's honest, it's very straightforward, no mucking about. You get what it says on the tin, which is news and all the things which occur in the newspapers. We ourselves cover all the newspapers, and we ourselves have inherited in the last 3 months. Am I allowed to say? I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say it. Is it a secret? I'm not allowed to say, apparently. I can't tell you how many thousands of people we've added to the audience figures for this programme. This It's gone up quite a bit. I mean, put it this way: we are in the amount of audience that we've now got for this programme. Considering we start at 4 a.m, which always makes me laugh when people go, "Oh, the graveyard shift." People of limited intelligence, very limited, and you go, "Oh, you'd love my audience," with no advertising. Not on the side of a bus. Mind you, I don't think my face would fit on the side of a bus. But none of that. No, not today. Soon. And, and all the other bits and pieces. And if you saw the amount of people who now listen, I mean, you've joined one of the biggest clubs. Our share is immense. Nationally, the share for this programme, between 4 and 7 in the morning, that's what's so funny about it, is that it's so big, Radio Shropshire might as well pack up and all go home. They don't even come anywhere near us. Piers Morgan comes nowhere near us. In fact, the whole of the radio station he works for doesn't come anywhere near us as well. So, it's one of those sort of things. So all I have to say is thank you very much indeed. I mean, LBC has done very, very well. As I say, another record card, as they say. Huge increase for Nick. And Sheila's done well, and Ian's done well. Everybody's done well, actually. And we've done very well. In fact, so much so I even got the reverse charge phone call from the boss. You can always tell, will you accept a charge? And you have to go, yes, I'll take it, And I said, I'm just about to open a bottle of Prosecco. I said, is it worth opening a bottle of Prosecco? Because we like to know what the audience figures are. And he said, oh, yes. He said, I think you'll be very pleased. They certainly are. Steve, front page of the Times today, why women should embrace a morning hug. Yes, it's slightly odd, that one, isn't it? You can't just go up to strange people and start hugging. Apparently, only women appear to reap the benefits. No visible stress-reducing efforts were seen in men who hugged their spouses. Nobody hugs anymore. I try and discourage it. I really try and, no thank you.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. So we're all basking in reflected glory, but onwards and upwards. Never let it be said that we sort of rest on our laurels and go, oh, that's okay then, record numbers of audience. But, everybody done really well, which is great. Deb says, I thought I couldn't love you anymore. And then you spoke of your admiration for reggae music. So impressed. Oh, I love reggae. I listen to reggae all the time. I just loved it. But I was a bit more commercial reggae. Somebody wrote in the other day, because I'd mentioned one of my favourite reggae songs, of which there are many hundreds, was Train Tour to Rainbow City by the Pyramids. And this bloke wrote in, poor sad person, he's obviously in a home or something for delusional people. And he said it wasn't all that. And I thought, no, too sophisticated for you. You'd be better off with CBeebies. That's the kind of your sort of level. I don't think we should sort of entertain anything in the reggae department. Steve, I was watching the Queen opening the Elizabeth line yesterday and saw the puzzled look on her face when they were trying to get her to use the Oyster card machine. Made me think, would she ever have been on the tube? Yes, absolutely. She's been on the tube on numerous occasions. I mean, she doesn't have to queue with everybody else. There are always bits they've opened a line or something like that. Yeah, I mean, she has. She's been on tubes many times. I don't think she's ever seen an Oyster card. Do you think she's ever used swear words? Oh, God, yes. In fact, I'm looking at pictures of the Queen riding the tube when the Victoria line opened. I mean, she's been on the tube many, many occasions. She's even driven it at one point, standing there. Mind the doors, please. Mind the doors. That'd be good, wouldn't it, really? And do you think she's ever used swear words? Yes. Princess Margaret was a potty mouth. Absolutely known for it. Swearing because it was all terribly, terribly cultured. If somebody says rude words when they're terribly cultured, it just doesn't quite have the same impact. But no, Princess Margaret was foul-mouthed. She was hard work. She knew she was never going to be queen. So she basically played up. She had various boyfriends. She went to Mustique all the time, with Roddy Llewellyn, who she had a fling with. And it was sort of a case of she just sort of, I mean, I'm told she was quite charming. But she was always just the Queen's sister. She had a nice house. She couldn't have enjoyed life. She never had to do anything. In fact, sometimes she was so bored, she'd get her hair done 3 times a day. Seriously, 3 times a day she'd have her hair done because she was so bored. I mean, if only I was the same person. It's like Dawn Neeson. I reckon she gets her hair done. Actually, I reckon that Dawn Neeson has washed her own hair for donkey's years. I was watching QVC yesterday, and there was a programme, and they were talking with some bloke, I think he was in Canada or something. He brought all these different shampoos out, and I thought, I bet you anything, Dawn Neeson's bathroom has got loads of different shampoos, with jojoba in, and coconut oil and things like that, and freesias and everything else. But she says, adding to your share this morning... Lovely Dawn, she says, congratulations to the team. Yeah, I'm going to tell you anyway. No, I'm not going to tell. I am going to tell them. I'm going to tell them how many we've actually, in 3 months, we've added 60,000 people on this programme. We've added 60,000 people. And so now, when you see the audience for this programme, it's big. In fact, it's very big. And so I was going to bring a cake in for the producer, but, not really the best thing to bring him in. And also, and we're now doing, at this time of the morning, 600,000. 600,000 people tune in to this programme. And we're very grateful. We're very grateful. As I say, we never rest on our laurels. It's always very nice and it's very pleasing. But the funny thing is, we were talking about it the other day. Well, he was talking, I have to listen. And he was sort of saying, he said, we've never had so many texts, so many emails, everything else. I said, but sometimes they don't translate into audience figures. It just means that people are writing in a little bit more. And bearing in mind, that 600,000 at this time does not include people overseas. You don't feature in my figures, sadly, and we've got loads of people overseas listening to this programme, so that's good. Ian says, when I was a kid, there used to be pictures of the Queen on the tube. On the tube? Yes. Yeah, there really were, actually. There were pictures of it. If you came round Leicester Square at the moment, you'd see all these Union flags all over the place. Big ones. It's big ones. Very nice. Princess Margaret, the diva. Upon meeting the former Hollywood actress, Princess of Monaco, Grace Kelly, Princess Margaret sniped, well, you don't look like a movie star. During the swinging 60s, she ignored supermodel Twiggy at a dinner party, finally asking her name, Leslie, ma'am, but my friends call me Twiggy. How unfortunate, the princess said before turning away. She was a right stuck-up snob. She used to collect seashells. Seashells. She had a big... cabinet full of seashells, and the maids used to have to clean these things on a daily basis to make sure. And she would have dinner parties at Kensington Palace. And the trouble is, if you were invited to a dinner party, you better expect a long night, because you couldn't leave until she left. So when she went to bed, then you could all go, but nobody left beforehand. Oh, she was very good at remembering people. They used to give her a little pack of cards in the car with who she was meeting and where she'd met them before, so she could say, oh, I remember meeting you last at so-and-so. She didn't remember anything. Totally used. I get that here. They say, listen, you've already talked to them before. She used to check the TVs weren't warm when she came home to make sure the servants hadn't been watching. Seriously, it was quite something. And I swear to God, I've seen a picture, a photo, and it was her on Mustique, with two men, stark naked, standing either side of her. She was in a swimsuit. And I think that was sort of part of her Princess Margaret set. But they were stark naked, which is lovely, because we've all seen the Prince Andrew one. Again, I sent a letter of sympathy to him, just calling him Andy. Steve. What was the other one? Oh, yes, somebody said, actually, do you think the Queen has ever used swear words? Considering everything with Harry and Meghan plus Andrew, I'd be amazed if she didn't. Says Moffy. I'm told that the Duke of Edinburgh hated Harry and Meghan. He hated the idea that they just upped and left the royal family. You just didn't do things like that. But there again, Harry thinks he knows best. But of course, it's been proven time and time again that he knows absolutely nothing. Nothing. Brit says, congratulations on the figures. I'm just so mad. I only found you around 3.5 years ago. Well, actually, the lucky thing is for you, Brit, you can download 5 years back, 5.5, 6 years back in the archive, if you go and podcast. So you can go back a long way. So there's thousands more to actually catch up on, which is very good. Linda Robson in the papers today, dismissing rumours of a row with Pauline Quirke. They're bringing out a low-calorie Mars bar. Seems a pointless exercise as far as I'm concerned. You're rather bringing out a chocolate bar or you're not going to bother about it. Lloyds, as I say, announcing they're closing another 20 branches and 8 will be the Halifax, because they own that as well. Michael Fabricant, the man with that sort of dead hamster stuck on his head. I mean, you've never seen such a ridiculous person in your entire life, accused of joking about the Tory MP accused of rape. He said he didn't mean that, you know. But they've done, one of the papers has done a big thing on MPs and their misdemeanours, everything from call girls to cocaine. And these are MPs. Makes the rest of us seem like sort of the Virgin Mary. Peter Andrex makes his West End debut, and 2 of his children turned up there. That'll be exciting. And the mother of nobody there actually at all, because those kids were at home. But as I say, Peter will be enjoying it for a little brief while, so that's good. Morecambe and Wise are going to return to television screens as ghosts this Christmas. I don't know how they're going to manage that one. That's very odd. And Uri Geller, mad as a fruitcake, says he knows aliens exist. Why? Because he's held a bit of a UFO. No, you haven't, love. You really haven't. Yeah, it's what was it? Was it sort of the control panel or something like that? Steve, do you remember when she went out with the late Mr. Bindon? Well, he was sort of part of her set. I'm not sure they ever went out. He was well known. He was another Bungalow Bill Wiggins who went out with Joan Collins, called Bungalow Bill Wiggins because there was nothing upstairs. It was all downstairs. Unlike Peter Andre, where it wasn't anywhere at all. Steve, I remember delivering the LBC milk bottles when I was a much younger milkman, says Kevin, working for Unigate in 1982. Do you know how Unigate got its name? United Dairies was bought out by Cowangate in the 1960s, and they combined the 2 names, hence Unigate. He said, follow me for hundreds more useless dairy-related facts. Not old enough to know all about things like that. But yes, I remember Cowangate and loved it. Kim says, congratulations on the listening figures. Wonderful news. Well, I mean, it always it's so funny because it almost guarantees another contract. Because I said to you, in radio nowadays, far more than anything else, if you don't deliver, there's no point in them keeping you. Then they're not doing charity. What they're actually doing is they're actually sort of, you know, finding and employing people who can produce an audience. And to produce an audience that's so loyal that they will follow you. I mean, if I moved to, you know, daytimes, afternoons, doesn't matter where it was, my audience would follow me because that's what they do. It's far more loyal than it is with television. You know, somebody like Dan Walker moves from the BBC to Channel 5. Nobody will watch him. They're only watching because they watch the BBC. They're not watching for some bloke proving he's very clever and can read an auto cue. So he thinks he's going to, pop up on lots of different television programmes. Why? He's bland. He's beige. Mark in Romford says your show is soothing. Just what you need at this time of the morning to ease you into the day. I'm not sure easing into the day is the right idea. And Father Ted fans would be glad to hear it could be coming back. Well, I don't know how they're bringing it back. Well, they'll just bring it back without what's his name? Is it Dermot? Father Ted himself. I liked Father Ted. You will. I just thought, I interviewed her once before I'd even seen the programme. And then I kind of afterwards got into the programme, so I bought the box set. You know me. Mr. Kipling raising the prices. It used to be made by, I'm sure Mr. Kipling used to be made by United Biscuits. Now it's Premier Foods, I think, own it. They've also got various other little bits and pieces. He's not, what do you mean he's not real? Mr. Kip, of course he is. He makes exceedingly good cakes. You'll be telling me next Aunt Bessie doesn't exist. We know how busy she is in the kitchen. Amazon listing slammed for saying the tent that they sell is so easy to put up, even girls can do it. So what have they found? They found an amputee who's an actress, and she said, well, I can't. So they've had to take it down again. I mean, you have to think about these things nowadays. You have to think about these things because there's bound to be somebody who is offended, like a police officer branded Dolly Parton because he worked 9 to 5. He said that was sexual harassment. They've just awarded him just over £12,000 compensation. It's just, you know, does that make it better? Of course it doesn't.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company this morning on a good day, apart from the weather. But I mean, listen, it's quite nice to have some rain because the garden will be looking forward to. All of a sudden, have you noticed, all the stuff that I've got in pots at the moment is it's started to grow. And Lindy, my friend, said, look at it, it's all started coming up now. Do you know what they are? I went, no idea. It's literally going to be pot luck this year. But only 4 hanging baskets. Only 4 hanging baskets this year. I could probably manage 6. No, it'll be 4. I had to tell Paul Cooper the other day because he said 6, and I had to write back and go, no, 4, which is enough because there's loads of things to water, but it doesn't bother me. I've got my my X hose. I should be out there, and once it all it's bursting forth. It's we've got a couple of little things now. There's a bit of colour is showing through. Dan in Sandbach says, if you were to go on Mastermind, which of course I would never, what would your specialist subject be? Me? No, I don't know. I don't know what it would be, actually. I don't know. I'm trying to think, actually. It could either be magic or theatre or... I don't know. The carry-ons? No, I've seen some very good carry-on people who know, literally everything. I know enough about to carry on conversations. But, Steve, they should start to include, says Paul. It's all Pauls this morning. Your international listeners. I don't know why it doesn't include that. There's some reason why we can't include it. I think because it's too complicated to actually to do. And Rich, the trucker, says, good to hear the success of the audience figures. Not that I'm shocked. Best show on the radio. Natural born player. Do you know what I played to myself this morning? Hi-ho, Silver. Got me Lone Ranger. That was from Boone, which I loved. So Father Ted, the man mistakenly given $280,000 in relief money for COVID lost the cash on casino sites. That's the trouble with people who are too stupid for words. And the 4 KFC dinners scoffed in 12 minutes by a competitive eater. I don't even know what KFC dinner is. What is a KFC dinner? I know they do boxes of KFC. What's a dinner? Does it come... Burger and chips? What, a KFC burger? I've never had a KFC burger. No, never. I've never had a KFC burger. I had 2 Marks and Spencer's bacon rolls yesterday. I eat them while I'm waiting for the bus. Well, I eat the first one waiting for the bus, and then I go 2 stops and I get off the bus and eat the second one. And they were particularly good at the moment. So woman eats 4... Oh, it's a woman. So what she did, she's named the Every KFC Box Meal Challenge. So... she gorged on 400 calories worth of food whilst on the clock. So it's 2 chicken dishes, 2 sides and a dip, and Leia feasted on favourites such as popcorn, chicken, burgers, twister wraps and fries. She thinks that the chain's beloved gravy is overrated. Me too. It's gravy, for God's sake. On chicken, do me a favour. No, I wouldn't touch that either. But she lives in Redditch. Of course, she's one of these people. She's thin. She could probably eat the entire output of the shop and not put on an ounce. She's one of those lucky people. A friend of mine used to be married to this Polish girl, and she could eat everything. She could eat 4 or 5 curries, a box of crisps, and still be stick thin. I used to be, like that. Yeah, I could eat and eat and eat. And then all of a sudden you get to that stage, especially for men, get to that stage, and then all of a sudden you start putting on the weight. I got very cross about it. I remember sort of thinking to myself, I don't like this. I don't like it at all. But I got a thing from a friend of mine who works actually just around the corner on Mr. Moyles' programme, and he's called James Robinson. And he says, I heard you talk about Jim Browning the other week. He said, I've now sat through countless videos of him getting revenge, and it's glorious. He's lovely. He's lovely. I've got lots of... in fact, he's the producer of the Chris Moyles programme, and he's from Cumbria. We've never met anybody from Cumbria before. Oh, Jim Browning, that's the software engineer whose content focuses on scam baiting and exposing scam call centres. I love it. Seriously, it's very addictive. Also, type in... I'll tell you the other good one to do. People thrown off aeroplanes in America. And as I say, the stupid woman who is sitting there and she won't sit down or put a mask back on again. She's complaining about a baby that is 1 seat away from her, which is fast asleep. But this woman is so ill, sick in the head, really. Absolutely dreadful. Dreadful person. Not very nice. Morning, Steve, says Tammy in Gateshead. Is that Gateshead, Tyne and Weir? I don't know why I know that. Because I'm a southern Jessie. I'm sorry, Tammy, I don't know these sort of things. Gateshead, a large town, and it looks quite nice, doesn't it? Actually, YA. So it's Newcastle, is it? Is that what we're looking at? We're looking at Newcastle. I went up there once to cover the tall ships race. I worked for a company. They employed me to go up there and do an interview with somebody from the tall ships, and then bring it back, and then you have to present a 3-minute tape, and it was sent out to all the radio stations. There used to be a company called COI. This wasn't COI, this was a private one. And COI used to supply what they call filler tapes for radio stations, and we would have boxes of these things, boxes of them, and it'd be a case of bonfire night, here's so-and-so from Standard Fireworks to tell you all about it, and there'd be these 3-minute interviews, and you got paid 20 quid a time. And which is quite... sorry, Tammy, we moved away from you. Who says, coming to London tomorrow from Gateshead, we're going to the BFI on Saturday afternoon to a Q&A session with the cast from All Creatures Great and Small. Only sad it's a weekend, and you won't be at work. Otherwise, I'd hang around outside the studios. An ageing groupie. An ageing groupie. John says, your specialist subject, Steve, could be your knowledge of the history of London. Even that, I know a lot about London, but only because I'm interested in history, and so I could probably do it on quite a number of things. I could sort of narrow it down a little bit, placing. I mean, we did a thing for Make Some Noise where I was taking people out in my car, driving around London, showing them sights and things that they wouldn't know about, like not 10 minutes from here. There's a little Regency Street in London, and it's sort of hidden. It's off the beaten track, but it's one of those things that you need to go and see, which is very nice. Hey, I tell you what, they've just found this tunnel. Have you seen from Mexico, the drug smugglers? This is 3 stories underground. They've managed to dig it. It's 4 feet square with a little train on it and everything else, and it's for the drug smuggling. They can go from one place, this drugs tunnel, connecting the US and Mexico. Look at it. Seriously, it's described as sophisticated. It's 531 metres long. It had a rail track, electricity and a ventilation system. 6 people have been held because they were caught going in there. A similar tunnel was discovered as well before. And you look at it and you think, my God, that's how much money there is in drugs. Do you know that people, I only learned this yesterday, a lot of people, there are a lot of drugs, and a lot of Mexicans get caught at the border smuggling drugs in. They've got dogs and everything else, and if somebody looks slightly suspicious, they'll rip their truck apart. But they were talking about people who deliberately get sent to prison. They will commit a crime so they can go to prison to sell drugs. Apparently drugs is the #1 currency in prison. You can get at least 10 times what you would get on the outside. So these people, drug dealers, secrete the drugs about their person, go to court for shoplifting or whatever it happens to be, and they send them to prison, and that's when they sell their drugs. Those and those little teeny tiny phones. Did I ever show you those phones? I mean, really tiny, and they were secreted in all sorts of strange places. Dave in Plymouth says, Steve, are your gardening efforts plagued by slugs? Not really, no. We do get a few of them. I pick them up and throw them away into next door's garden. My lawn is covered in them. I've never seen so many. It's like a slug carpet. Can't use slug pellets, though, because they poison hedgehogs. No, you can get them now that don't poison hedgehogs. And the other thing is you will find them under pots or paving slabs. You lift up a paving slab during the daytime, you'll find all the slugs under there. They won't come out in the heat. They come out at night or when it rains. When it rains. I used to sort of collect them with a pair of chopsticks and a plastic bag with salt in it. I thought, you're not ruining my plants, because they can devour plants easily, really. So that's what you have to do. Steve, I've just got my 6 monthly electricity bill for my small office in Hounslow, says Artie. It has more than doubled what we usually pay. Then I thought, oh, my God, the poor shopkeepers with fridges to keep ice cream and cold drinks. Is the summer going to be worse than the winter? Yep. It's going to be bad all round. It really will be bad. I have to tell you, I can't emphasize enough. I've tried to tell people, listen, your bills are going to go through the roof, your food bills are going to go through the roof, and you're right, all these shops that have got fridges, like Iceland, and in fact Waitrose and everybody, they've all got fridges to keep the food chilled. you're going to be paying for that because the electricity is going up in price. They're going to pass it on, and it's going to be to us. Connie in Stockwell says, Steve, I have discovered that more and more taxi drivers are listening to LBC. You should walk around Clapham Junction. LBC's advertised all over the place. And who do you see on the global billboard in Vauxhall? Nick Ferrari. Yes, absolutely. You only advertise the best. Definitely. Greg in Holland Park says, he says, I've crunched some numbers for you based on your glorious listening figures, Triumph. Your numbers are now the equivalent of 20% of the population of Wales, 15 times the population of Monaco, and 7 times the capacity of Wembley Stadium. There you go. That's what 600,000 translates into. I mean, I'm going to try, actually, next time round, I want to push it to 800,000, and then I want to see if we can get 1 million at 4 in the morning. Can't be that difficult, can it? Can't be that difficult, because every time I get in a car, it's LBC they're listening to. And people also tend... I told you the other day I had a driver, and he said, because I just got in, he said, you Steve? I went, yeah. And then halfway through the ride, it kind of dawned on him, and he's kind of put the two names. He said, you Steve Allen? And I went, yes, I think so. He said, on the radio? Well, we nearly screeched to a halt. Yeah, get out. I hate your programme. Yeah, but you're still listening. No, he loved it. He couldn't believe it. He was very excited. This Russian war criminal worries me because he committed murder, and as I say, there's lots of these people. But this one was in cold blood. It was an unarmed civilian. And the Kremlin have said, oh, we didn't know anything about it. Well, you do now, because he'll be spending the rest of his life in prison in Ukraine, praying to God that his fellow countrymen don't blow the prison up, because with it goes him. Steve, on my podcast app, writes Gary, your little bit extra goes back to 2013. Oh, right. It was called Rest in Greece, a bad day for the kebab, which was 9 years ago. So I have 9 years of podcast to enjoy. Well, you lucky... Shh, keep it quiet. Don't tell everybody. They'll all be wanting it. 9 years of podcasting, I tell you. What a fortunate and very lucky young man is Gary.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Do you know, I woke up yesterday. I woke up quite early, actually. So excited with the figures, waiting to phone somebody going, oh, I want to tell you about the figures. And I was watching the television, and I was watching this film called Prince of Muck. It's a film by Cindy Jansen, No Man is an Island. And I don't know whether or not I was watching actors or whether I was watching... It's real. I thought it was real, because he lives on this island with his wife. I mean, he looked like he was on his last legs. As it turned out, he died on Monday. But it was so captivating, this programme, because all these people live on this island up in Scotland, I think it must be, and he's got cows and stuff like that. He's farmed the Isle of Muck since the 1960s. With his family, what he's done is created this rural retreat out of time with the transformation of the world around it. Revered for his eco-conscious stewardship, he now finds himself stubbornly battling to preserve the island for the next generation. And the Dutch filmmaker, this is Cindy Jansen, captured a uniquely cinematic portrait of a place and a person haunted by the past, and he could barely walk. But he drives a tractor, he milks the cows, he does all of these things. I mean, he seriously looked like he was on his last leg, so I was quite surprised, but not surprised at the end of the film, where they said, he died literally 2 days ago. He died 2 days ago. But to watch this programme, it was as if he'd sort of decided that he wanted a simple life. He'd only known this simple life. They had wind turbines, and it was so interesting. And there was the woman in Yorkshire. Yes, with no electricity. Yes, we remember the lady, and I'm now trying to remember her name. It'll come to me in a minute, because she looked a lot older than she was. And her name was, wait a minute, think about it, Stephen, concentrate. But it was, I nearly got it then. Give me a clue. Age, Hannah Hawkswell. Hannah Hawkswell lived up in Yorkshire, and she used to have to hang her bread in her cottage, which had no electricity, up to stop the mice getting at it, and cheese and stuff like that. She had a cow, and she used to have to go down to the spring and break the ice to get water out. When they made this thing, she was only in her 50s, but she looked as though she was about 90. And she was a Dales woman. They called them Dales women. And then they decided to turn her into a celebrity. So this was some bloke who worked for, I think, Yorkshire Television. And he literally, so we charted her. I'm not even sure if she's still alive, Hannah Hawkswell. She died in 2018, did she? She was 91. But it was so interesting because she looked old. She looked, surprisingly. You know when you see people now and they go, oh, somebody's 80, somebody's 90. They don't look 80 or 90, mainly because people have surgery and all sorts of things. But it was Barry Cockcroft, who was a producer in Yorkshire, who proposed to make this documentary, tentatively titled, I think, The Hard Life. And it started with her leading a cow into a shed during a blizzard in a place called Baldersdale. And after the documentary was first shown, for 3 days, Yorkshire Television's phone line was jammed with viewers wanting to find out more and help her. ITV received hundreds of phone calls and mail containing gifts and money for the old lady in the Yorkshire Dales. It was quite something. A local factory raised money to fund getting electricity, and because she didn't have any of these things. She was a Dales woman, and she had what they call a tough life. When it snowed, she had to go out. So 2 decades after too long a winter, they returned to the farm to catch up with Hannah. The second documentary was, I think, called A Winter Too Many, and it saw that she had little more money, which she'd invested in a few more cows. She got followed to London, where she was guest of honour at the Women of the Year Gala, which is quite something, actually. And then out of the spotlight, the work on the farm continued, and each winter became harder for her to endure. And so she commented, in summer I live, and in winter I exist. And health and strength slowly failed. Eventually she sold the family farm and the animals, and she moved into a warm cottage in a nearby village. But it was never the same. They also sent her on a little cruise, where she was talking to a woman on the cruise ship who didn't speak a word of English. She became her best friend. I think she was German. And so, she visited France, Germany, Austria, Switzerland. She also met the Pope. She was quite something. If you've never seen, there is a book, and there is all the DVDs of Hannah Hawkswell. But because people were so captivated, in those days, people were so captivated by something they saw on the television, they wanted to help. You know, that lady with the bowel cancer, she's so delighted. Her book has gone to #1 in the book list. Deborah's book has gone to #1. And she's so thrilled. She's still alive, and she wasn't sure if she was going to be alive or even around to see its publication. And that's what I think this country is particularly good at. I think we're very good at things like that, and very good at sort of, helping other people who have fallen on hard times. But she didn't know she'd fallen on hard times, Hannah Hawkswell, at all. She was just going about her business. And then she had to walk the car to somewhere. But she didn't adapt to modern life because she'd been used to living rough. I mean, I shouldn't imagine she'd had many baths in her life at all, because she had the stream, but in winter it froze. Then she'd have to go and dig sheep out of snowdrifts. She was an old woman. She wasn't as old as we all thought she was, but it was amazing. Jane says, the dog listens to you too. Will you count him in your figures? I'd love to. Tim in Fleet says, listening to you from New Delhi during a business trip. Great to listen online during my morning as I prep for meetings this afternoon, despite the hotel being international. And in the smart diplomatic quarter, there are no free English language TV channels. So as ever, LBC is my go-to. Good for you. From Fleet in Hampshire. So very nice indeed, because we do get people all over the place. And that's why it's so important that you download the LBC Global Player app so you can listen to the station all around the world. All you have to do is go to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. Once you've done that, you download the app. It doesn't cost you anything, the Global Player app. And then when you go around the world, you take your phone with you and you can listen to LBC. There you go. It's our free gift to you. And that's why we're numero uno. I mean, in London, we're mega. Not just London. I mean, we're now mega over the whole country. I now look at my audience figures in terms of sort of global, really. Well, we are global, I know that. But I'm nationwide. I've got a share. And I don't like to boast, but it's bigger than I can't tell you who it is, but there is a national radio station, been national before we were national, and my share of the audience is bigger than theirs. I mean, not that I'm boasting about it. That would be terrible. Never things like that. Hospitals see a surge in eating disorders. Do you know, everybody always used to moan to me about the food in hospitals. Every time I was in hospital, I thought the food was amazing, private or otherwise. And the perfect chip has been revealed. It's the one that's going in this mouth. I love chips, but I haven't had them for a long time. I might get some today, actually. I might get some chips today. Just a portion of chips. I don't ask for a lot in life. It would be nice, though, to have that. Bill Wyman's famed guitars are strumming up satisfaction. He's selling bits and pieces. He's in his 80s, Bill Wyman now. And London comes alive with the red, white and blue. The flags are going up all over the place. They're closing Oxford Street, Regent Street. And even in Leicester, I should imagine by the time I leave Leicester Square, they'll have flags up all over the place. All over the place. So the police force accused of putting a gender over solving crime. They've gone a bit woke. And they've got a policeman's helmet in the rainbow flag. It's so naff, I can't begin to tell you. But they brought out a 50p piece to celebrate Pride, with the rainbow flag on a 50p piece. You buy it from the Mint. And they've also got, what was the other one? Oh, yeah, they've got one for diabetics, a 50p piece with the word insulin written on it. I'm going to get one, yeah. I think they're quite expensive. They're like sort of £5 or £10 or something. There you go, to mark. The Pride one's very nice in colour. It won't enter circulation, but will be available online. It's to mark the 50th anniversary of the Pride movement. And it's very nice, actually. They will sell loads of them, loads and loads, because it's... And also the discovery of insulin, another uncirculated coin. I looked at them yesterday and I thought, I've got to buy these things. But it's trying to remember passwords and everything. I might just phone them up and say, can I have these? Get one for my brother as well. Shall we? Yeah, can I have an insulin one, please, and a Pride one? That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? So what was the other one? Oh, Amber Heard. Have you been watching any of this? Oh, this is very interesting. Body language. She's lying. She's lying. It's just really odd. You did this, and then you took a photograph of Johnny Depp asleep. Yes. And then you took this photograph of him asleep. And then you took this photograph. She's quite clearly not right in the head. And so she goes through, and then you sent it on to a friend. Yes, I was trying to get help. What, by taking photographs of him asleep? Yeah, very peculiar, very odd, very, very odd person. Victoria Beckham has been told body size is not fashion. Well, I mean, she's running out of ideas. I don't know anybody who's buying any of her stuff. I don't know how the shop's doing in London. I've got no idea. We just know that it's terribly expensive. And unfortunately, bad time to have a very expensive clothes shop, which isn't that popular with people. Because for the simple reason, people are going to choose between eating, drinking, or paying bills. They're not going to worry about buying a Victoria Beckham outfit. Definitely not. Kim says, last night I watched a TV programme on BBC 4 about the Laird of Muck. I've just been talking about that. That's the one I watched. He's dead. He's dead, Kim. He died 2 days ago. Yeah, break it gently to you. Mind you, he looked as though he was on his last legs anyway, wasn't he? But the kids all muck in. They were all mucking in with feeding the cows and feeding the sheep. They were mucking in. I thought it was a joke, but they obviously thought he was an interesting character, and that's what makes some of the best programmes, I think, on the television, the real ones. But do check out Hannah Hawkswell, because you'll be fascinated. And she talked like that. She was very, matter of fact. But it was all the food she had hanging up in her little cottage. And she wore the same clothes I think she slept in the same clothes I don't think she actually climbed into a bed. I think she slept in a chair. It was as basic as that. But in the winter, bloody freezing, I should imagine. Listen, we'll take a short break for the news at 5. This is the all-new, all-singing, all-dancing, all-huge audience Steve Allen Show on LBC. It's my early breakfast. It's Thursday, May the 19th. You've got about 3 minutes to get yourself a quick cup of tea, because you don't want to miss anything coming up in a second.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's Conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC as we head towards Christmas. He says, at the risk of incurring the wrath of people going, you're not talking about Christmas already. It's only May, for goodness sake. And you go, well, why not? Goodness sake, we've got to have something to look forward to. Because by the time these bills start dropping on you, Matt, you're not going to be very pleased at all. Steve, I've been listening daily for 5 years from Tasmania. Probably your furthest away regular. I don't know how far away Tasmania is, actually. I'm not very good at these sort of things. Steve, some of my old tenants in Norfolk and Boston still have little amenities and have oil heating, and many are pig breeders. I see all the cruise liners are flat out, so hopefully all the crew and entertainers will be back in loads of work. Off to Tower Bridge, says Paul. Yes. How long does it take to... so London to Tasmania is 10,752 miles. How far is it to Australia? Let's have let's go to Sydney. How many miles away is that? London to Sydney distance is 10,559. So that's more, is it? That's a little bit less, or a little bit more. A little bit less. Oh, okay. We need to find somewhere else then. Let's find somewhere else. New Zealand. We got New Zealand. Let's see how far away New Zealand is. See if we can sort of find somewhere. Otherwise, you look as though you've sort of captured it. Oh, there you go. You've been beaten. London, New Zealand, 11,659 miles. Sorry. Couldn't resist it, actually. Couldn't resist it. Steve says, Costa Blanca Pete. He says, I'm getting up now to head to Alicante Airport. Coming to stay in Leicester Square at the Londoner for 3 nights. Woo! It's very nice. 45,000 Mackems are coming to town to support Sunderland at Wembley on Saturday in the League One playoff final. Wow. Who'd have thought it? Oh, you're like the Londoners, right in the middle. You can't miss it. It used to be a cinema, and we watched them building it over the years. Every morning I go outside and look into this chasm, where all the underground workings, of the hotel sort of come to fruition. Warren's getting very confused. He says, I've started singing Making Your Mind Up. He says, but I'm far too young to realise where the song originated. Well, it was Eurovision. So that's Making Your Mind Up. Don't let... And then they rip the skirts off, And so anyway, that's what it is. And my friend Ian says it's time to talk Christmas. The all-year Christmas store in Dallas have been stocking out for 2022, and Dolly Parton's new Christmas movie was just confirmed for NBC. Imagine LBC has now gone into there. I could have a part in a Dolly Parton movie. My friend Ian is as crackers about Christmas as I am. Craig... He says, off for the sunny part of Inverness, off to the airport to take our little baby boy Ethan to Lanzarote for his first holiday. Oh, we didn't like Lanzarote. It's all volcanoes. Kim says, oh, did he die? Must have been yes, it was 2 days ago. It was on the credits at the end of the programme. It said programme was dedicated to him. Died on Monday, aged 81. Yeah, so literally 2 days ago. And that's why it was so interesting. Very interesting, because, as I say, I was looking at him thinking, how much longer is he going to survive? And it turns out he hadn't. He just sort of pegged out at the end of the programme. There's another rogues gallery. In fact, they're all doing it. People who are in the House of Commons who have been caught out. One who admitted he twice watched porn on his phone in the Commons chamber. A more stupid person, that's Neil Parish. Imran Ahmed Khan, found guilty of sexually assaulting a 15-year-old boy, due to be sentenced next week. He's lodged an appeal. Andrew Griffiths, last year, found by a family court judge. I don't know what family court judges are, but I think there is one of them on the Euston Road. And the only reason I say that is because Dale used to live on the other side. And I remember it was very near the London Clinic where I went. And I remember getting off, and I think the sign on the wall said it's a family court. And I think that's where they hear disputes to do within families, because you could sort of look through the window. I mean, you didn't have to sort of bend down too far to see it. And I think that was a family court. I mean, they must be all over the place, I should imagine. But this one, he was found to have raped and physically abused his now ex-wife Kate by using coercive and controlling behaviour. The former Conservative MP Charlie Elphicke, jailed for 2 years before being found guilty of sexually assaulting 3 women. Mike Hill, the former Labour MP who stepped down as MP for Hartlepool, found by an employment tribunal to have sexually assaulted, harassed and victimised a parliamentary worker. Amazing, isn't it? I mean, the list goes on. The list goes on of all these different people. And had he still been alive, Cyril Smith by now would be residing in prison. It was as simple as that. There was a vile person. The family courts apparently hear all the cases that relate to family and domestic relationships, including custody of children and divorce. I thought so. I just couldn't remember exactly how it worked. But no, Cyril Smith, that was the one. That was an odd one. Up on various charges, being questioned by the police. Phone call, let him go. Friends in high places or low places. And a senior Conservative councillor was allowed to remain in his role 3 years after he'd been arrested for child sex offences. This is John Humphreys, who also served as a primary school governor, was in prison for 21 years for raping 2 boys in the 1990s and 2000s. The council knew he was being investigated, but did nothing to prevent him from continuing with his duties. He was first investigated in 2004. But no charges were brought. The victim reported the abuse again, but police failed to investigate. I mean, what are they doing, the police, at the moment? I've really got no idea. Yeah, that's right, building woke helmets, I suppose. We shouldn't laugh about it, because he was arrested in 2016, only after a second victim came forward, as well as the 2 that testified. 2 other victims are understood to have been known to the police. Do you think they don't do it because it's the paperwork involved? Or, I mean, I can't think of any other reasons. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Heard's sister, this is Amber Heard, describes Depp's drug-fuelled violence. Well, of course she would. It's a sister. I can't believe any of these people. I'm so sorry. All these people, I know that people go into court and they say the same things. I'm assuming the American courts are the same as ours. I swear by Almighty God to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And then proceed to lie. So it doesn't make any difference, does it? You know, read out the words on the card. I promise it. And so it goes on. 25,000 people sent for prostate checks after a lockdown dip. Still waiting for the result of my bowel cancer things, which I thought if it was going to be really serious, they'd have phoned me by now, but I think I'll probably get phoned next week. It's just routine. Yeah, it's routine. But they, who knows? Embattled Rebecca Vardy will quit the UK with husband Jamie. What, he's going to give up football and just move? I mean, best place to take her is away, actually. This is, they say, this disastrous Wagga the Christie. They plan a move to America regardless of the result. And a source said of Rebecca, she's keen to be out of the country as fast as possible. What for? What for? I don't quite understand all these things. The Dark Destroyer. Have you seen this new version of The Chase where they put all of them up in there and then they get some poor sap and they have to try and beat them? It's called Beat the Chasers. Does anybody ever beat the Chasers? Oh, they do. Oh, right. Blimey. There are people out there who can sort of beat the Chasers. I still like it. It's still good. Bradley knows what he's doing. Michael Fabricant, accused of making a joke of the rape claims facing a male colleague. He tweeted he'd be attending PMQs to prove he was not the accused MP. Mr. Fabricant, who's 71. I mean, seriously, he's not the full ticket, is he? He said, I'll be there, along with an emoji of a winking face and a tongue sticking out. The Welsh Secretary, Simon Hart, says it's idiotic, it's insensitive, and it attempts to make light of a really serious situation. Mr. Fabricant deleted the post after addressing down. You stupid man. Honestly, you really are stupid, aren't you? And take that dead ferret off your head. You look ridiculous, OK? Outraged football fans. Everybody's outraged this morning. Might as well join the bandwagon. Let's all be outraged together, shall we? And they've called for a pitch invader to be jailed after he floored the Sheffield United captain, Billy Sharp. Billy, 36, who was left needing stitches, called his attacker a scumbag. A Nottingham Forest fan was filmed running full speed at the striker and knocking him to the floor. They'll have you in court, pal, very quickly. You're caught on camera, and they'll identify exactly where you've come from. They'll find you, you'll go to court, and you're going to prison. What a stupid person. Is there something the matter with football fans? First of all, we've got the Liverpool fans booing, and now you've got somebody flooring the Sheffield United captain, who needed stitches. He's a former Forest player. He posted on Instagram, one mindless idiot ruined what was an unbelievable night of football. Well, he'd be somebody who's a bit simple in the brain department. You get these sort of people, don't you? Steve, it's my day off work. And I'm having a well-deserved lie-in, says Eileen in Scarborough. My kids bought me a memory foam mattress for my birthday, and it's heavenly. I've never had one before. No more springs jabbing me in the back. All I need now is tea and toast, and I'm sorted. Yes, I've got memory foam. Mattress, yeah, and pillows. I've got the complete set. Because you can get a topper as well that goes on top of your mattress, which is just as good, or you can get the whole thing. They used to be really expensive, but you can get something now for about 200 or 300 quid. One of these mattresses. It arrives all compressed. Be careful when you open it. It's sort of like it's like sort of inflating a lifeboat or something like that. Did you see Charles the other day turned up, pouring a couple of cold ones brewed with water from icebergs, and I can't forget where it was actually, but there was somebody holding up a sign, one of these people who's a bit doolally in the brain department. Abolish the monarchy, abolish the monarchy. They also go out and save pigeons and probably, talk to moonstones or something. They're all a bit mad anyway, aren't they? Steve, 10-day break, says Dion, in Menorca. In Menorca? Spent the afternoons tanning around the pool listening to the podcast. My partner is now a proper Steve Allen convert and couldn't get enough. The Ian Dale podcast had me choked. The only possible criticism is we didn't hear any more about your younger brother. Well, he lives. That's all I could tell you. He lives and he does my books, money, and things like that. There's nothing more to say about him. He's very clever. He's very talented. I'm just delighted that he knows how to do these things. So my accountant deals with him, and my brother deals with it, so it's fine. So I did nip down yesterday, actually, and then came back. Suddenly realised when I got back, I forgot to change the time of the car. And I was just about to go out and do some shopping and get some little bits and pieces, some little Satsumas, easy peelers, £2.65. And so I sort of, they have a step at the Lloyds Bank where you can sit on. And so I sit there because it's absolutely ideal. You can sit there. It's very near Marks and Spencer's. In fact, it's almost within spitting distance of Marks and Spencer's. And so I can then phone and change the car, which I do. And I always bump into about 4 or 5 people every day. Seriously, in Twickenham, I get people all the time, actually. Have you ever been on a cruise, as you'd be fantastic as a guest speaker? No, I absolutely wouldn't, Paul. I absolutely wouldn't. I've done after-dinner speaking once. I hated it. Hated it. I can do a show in a theatre. Yeah, the one I had to follow Barry Cryer. I mean, that was... luckily now, Barry is not with us anymore. Thank goodness for that. That sort of took out... He was so good. I mean, he was so... I can't begin to tell you, as anybody will tell you, who's ever witnessed a Barry Cryer after dinner, after lunch speech. He was the master. Absolutely the master. There's been some very good people. I can do a show in a theatre, sit there for an hour and a half quite easily. But, doing an after-dinner speech, there's certain requisites that go with it.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. So the Amazon listing was slammed for saying a tent was so easy to put up, even girls could do it. I don't know. Have you tried putting up tents? Seriously, they're so complicated now. They used to have all these things with elastic in the middle and you clip them together and then feed them through. But anyway, actress Sandra Munier, who only has partial use of her legs, was planning her first camping trip when she saw a he-wolf pop-up tent. But she was shocked to read. I mean, honestly, people get shocked to read, apparently, that even girls can operate it independently. Sandra from East London called it everyday sexism, adding, "I know girls who have more strength than men." Amazon said the reference has been removed. Oh, God, honestly, why don't people get a life? It's just, it's a phrase, it's a saying. It's so good, even girls could do it. Goodness sake. Anyway. Oh, yes. As you know, because I've been mentioning it on the programme, we give you the chance to win an incredible holiday for 2 to Bali. If you're sick to death of the weather here, why don't you go to Bali? Go on, you go to Bali. You go to Bali. You'll like this holiday. It's very nice. And we're raising money for Make Some Noise, which is Global's favourite charity. And so this holiday comprises of a 7-night stay, 7 nights, at the 5-star Cross Bali Breakers Resort, with flights, transfers and breakfast each morning included. And if you go to Google, just put in Cross Bali Breakers Resort, you'll see all the pictures of the resort. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And you'll see your room as well, because you'll be staying in a 1-bedroom deluxe pool villa, which comes with its own private pool, not overlooked, an outdoor patio and a dining area, so you don't want to see other people, you don't have to see anybody. There's a luxury bathroom, and I mean luxury, and an extra large double bed. The hotel's also got 3 outdoor pools, restaurant, plenty of bars, and a fitness centre. The service is impeccable. It's wonderful. Now, for your chance to win, thanks to our friends at Flight Centre, you text the word BEACH, B-E-A-C-H, and send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £5 from every text supports our charity Make Some Noise, and you know, because I've raised money for Make Some Noise every year for quite some time now. We raise millions every year, and this year will be no exception, I promise you. And it helps out little charities that don't generally get any help from people, so we can give them and we can spread the money out between lots of different little charities, some of whom, as I say, are barely holding it together. But with the money that we get due to your help, we can sort of keep them going a bit longer. Now, you've got until 7 p.m. on the 31st of May to enter. Standard network rate supply. You need to be 18 or over. And if you want to see the list of participating global radio stations and full terms and conditions, just go to makesomenoise.com. So all you have to do is get your telephone, text the word BEACH, B-E-A-C-H, and send it to 84850. You don't even see the money. It goes out, you won't see it, don't have to put any credit cards in or anything like that. So BEACH, B-E-A-C-H, and send it to 84850. And as I say, every day, someone's going to win. Could be you. Could be you. Hope it is. Hope it is, because that's a lovely holiday. I've never been to Bali, but looking at the pictures of it, it looks beautiful. Really does look very nice indeed. A family of 4 have removed more than 2 tons of plastic from a tiny stretch of beach. This is Jeff and Rachel Pringle. They're actually called Pringle. Sorry, there's nothing funny about that at all, is it? It just, fits in. And their children, Finlay and Ella, cleared the huge amount in 6 sweeps since last summer. This is in Sutherland, in Scotland. Environmentalist Finlay says it's a continual battle, but one that we feel, with the help of others, we're beginning to win against the plastic tide. It's just unbelievable how much rubbish you find on beaches. I mean, beaches now, people literally all sit there, they do it, and then they go, I can't be bothered to find a rubbish bin. So they dig a hole, they throw their rubbish in it, and then put the sand back on top again. So when the tide comes in, it washes it all out. It's just ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. And here is somebody in Speaks Liverpool, isn't it? Is Speak Liverpool? I think it is, actually. I'm pretty certain. This is, yes, it's Merseyside. And this is the cop, a policeman who sued for sexual harassment because a colleague called him Dolly Parton because he only worked 9 to 5. I mean, I saw this as just being a bit of fun, working 9 to 5, and he was whistling it. Anyway, Stephen Knox complained about it because he didn't like it, and because this fellow PC whistled this hit at the station. I mean, I just see this as a joke. I see it as a joke. Anyway, the other officer also printed out A4-size photos of the star's face and plastered them over his computer and desk. So, I mean, maybe that was taking it a bit too far. But the whistling, I mean, if he just left it at the whistling, that would be fine. Dad of 4, PC Knox, had changed his shift patterns to suit his childcare needs. He complained that the jokes by an officer identified only as PC Rylands. Well, that's his name then, isn't it? Obviously, identified only as PC Rylands, between November 2016 and January 2017. Hello? What year are we in now? Amounted to sexual harassment. The long-serving Merseyside cop took the force to a tribunal, but the claim was thrown out because it was submitted too late. However, he did win more than £12,000 over separate claims of victimisation and disability harassment. So, I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's just absolutely ridiculous. It was said that the pair were pleased and that PC Rylands was pleased for his colleague. So it was just banter. Banter, we do banter all the time. After moving to Huyton, is it Huyton, I think, PC Knox's mental health was said to have plummeted. He was off sick and later diagnosed with depression, anxiety and features of PTSD. And it was while he was off work he made the discrimination claims. I don't want to be sort of rude or anything like that, but I mean, don't they test police officers and find out, what's going on? I think they need to start asking people, because you read more people. So he goes off, and it was during that time he decided to put in the other claim. So he got the 12,000. Remember the old Yorkie chocolate bar advert? It says it's not for girls, says Desmond. I don't remember that one at all. Not for girls. I remember Bourneville chocolate was for adults only. Dick Van Dyke's on holiday. Dick Van Dyke. We had a piece about Dick Van Dyke sporting a spoonful of sugar sweatshirt in Malibu with his much younger wife, who is called Arlene Silver. Now, to be honest with you, Dick Van Dyke looks exactly like the old man in Mary Poppins. Will you invest your tuppence in a bank account? He looks out just like that. How old is Dick Van Dyke? 96, ladies and gentlemen. Dick Van Dyke is 96. They celebrated 10 years of marriage. Dick admitted to Closer Weekly in March, he said, I thought there'd be an outcry about a gold digger marrying an old man. But, so the legendary Dick Van Dyke. I mean, but he does look like the older Mr. Dawes. He's 96, though. He's still got all his own hair. He just looks like sort of a kindly old man who's sort of bent over a little. That's what happens, actually, when you get a bit older. But, yeah, something to look forward to, I think, actually. But I thought it was great. And somebody said Sandra said, lovely to see him going out for lunch with his wife. Well, I mean, look at him. For goodness sake, he's 96. He can do whatever he wants as far as I'm concerned. He does that programme where his son's also in it. He plays a doctor in a hospital who's also a detective kind of thing. You don't know that one? Diagnosis Murder. Is it Diagnosis Murder? I don't know. You might be right, actually, because you seem to watch all the daytime garbage, so you probably know that one as well. And, yeah, I also watch it. Yeah, because it's got Barry Van Dyke. See, I used to know somebody, I didn't know them, Earl Van Dyke, who was recording on Tamla Motown, and the hit single was called 6x6. And it's a lovely piece of Motown music, instrumental. But imagine working with your son. They've got that other kid at the back who looks like a little child at the back of that photo, who's sort of an adult. Is it a bit like, do you remember Doogie Howser? Doogie Howser was he was a doctor at the age of like 14 or something. It's only a joke. It wasn't real, just in case you thought. Another one here, you've got to hand it to Vladimir Putin. Very few politicians can bring the dead back to life. But this idiot just about managed it with NATO. Yeah, he's going to have to. Seriously, they're going to have to take matters into their own hands. The real adverts for Yorkie chocolate bars: do not feed the birds and save your money for driving lessons. I never liked Yorkie. It was just chocolate, wasn't it? It didn't have nuts or raisins in it. No. Oh, Cadbury's take them and they cover them in chocolate. I don't know why I remember that one. That was one of those. Please don't write in with your favourite adverts. We're not BBC Radio Shropshire, thank you very much indeed. Our audience is 15 times much bigger than they will ever achieve in their entire life. And apparently the Americans have confessed to having recorded 400 different instances of UFOs bugging their country. Lovely. Because, I read out earlier on, Uri Geller claims that UFOs exist because he's held a piece of them. That's right, Dick Van Dyke is the older Mr. Dawes, yes. He is. Well, do you not know that? He is the older Mr. Dawes. Yeah. That's what I said. He looks like him. But he had makeup on for the film because he was a young man, of course. Love the one of Barry Cry's last gags. I don't know how long I've got left, but I've stopped buying green bananas just in case. Thank you. We've done that one on the programme before. And Steve, the cruise liners have fantastic theatres on board. It'd be like one of your Christmas shows at the theatres. Will you be doing your Christmas show this year for LBC's Make Some Noise? I don't know, actually. Well, if we do it, and we probably will, because we've done one every year for years and years, it'll probably be coming next year. We sell the tickets before, but it goes for next year.
The most watched Netflix show,
Squid Games, let's get real,
becomes a must-watch reality competition series.
Eliminated.
$4.56 million.
I want to get that money.
456 contestants. One life-changing prize.
Oh my days.
Make friends.
Dude, you're the brightest light in here.
Make enemies.
That is not fair.
Make millions. Squid Game, The Challenge. The real game begins November 22nd, only on Netflix.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
So we've now seen the table, Alfie. So this is a table. Princess Royal, or as we call her, Anne, has officially unveiled this table, huge, at Ely Cathedral, made from 5,000-year-old oak tree, which apparently it's a giant fenland black oak or bog oak, was found buried in farmland. How they found it, I've got no idea, in 2012. It's taken them 10 years to make this table. I hope to God they weren't waiting there with the plates. They've been standing for ages. And so, having seen it sort of dug out of the bog, I mean, it's quite nice, but it's taken them 10 years to make, basically, a very long plank table, which is it's very nice, and it buffs up well, but I don't know what they use it for. Because thousands of years ago, you won't remember this because you weren't there, but I was there. The East Anglian fells were forested by large oak trees, which, due to the rising seas, fell into the silt of the flooded forest floor and were preserved in the peat. So that's why there was a team of privately funded carpenters who created the table. I mean, it's very nice, but what you do with it, I've got no idea. I mean, you can hardly sort of take it with you on the bus. I mean, it's huge. It's really enormous. And Princess Anne's looking at it, you feel like saying, it's a table, dear. It's just a table, OK? But it's a 5,000-year-old tree. I'd have left it in the bog, to be honest with you, because it's not sort of square. It's all, it's fossilised. 43 foot long, 13 metres, 43 foot long. And they're all looking at it. It's wood. Have you ever seen wood before? They're sort of doing it. But I don't know where you put it. In my day, if that had been in our school, we'd have carved our names in that, which we used to do with our desks anyway. Which I used to think was quite pretty. So Tom Cruise is in Cannes. He loves the old publicity, doesn't he? And as I say, he's pictured with Glenn Powell and Jay Ellis. Tom is little man, not as tall as you think he's going to be. And loads of people were there because it's an opportunity. And then somebody will have to explain to them in Cannes who these people are, because they probably don't know. I mean, you know who Tom Cruise is because you recognise him, and all the men wear dinner jackets. That's what men wear. The girls can wear all the nice sort of dresses and frocks and sort of boobies hanging out and all the rest of it, and they like that at Cannes because it's part of it. Dorset has the slowest Wi-Fi speed in England and Surrey the fastest. I don't know. You can put a thing into your machine and your computer. You can test it to see how fast or slow it is. The World's Broadband Speed League statistics had Dorset at just 32 megabits per second, compared to Surrey's table-topping 59 and the UK average of 51.48. I've got no idea what mine is. It seems fairly quick. But apparently, Dame Deborah James, sharing her perfect hour with her husband as her book soared to the top of the charts. And so lots of people bought it. Gabby Roslin, Davina McCall and Lorraine Kelly all said they'd ordered a copy. Good, which is good. And £3 from every book sold goes to the cause. It's all about the mindset. And as I say, she looks great. Seriously, she looks great. You'd never know she was dying. You would never know. I mean, she's managing to get out in the wheelchair. I think she gets tired very, very quickly. But, I mean, even so, she's doing very well. Full-time at the High Court, and that fashion result is in. Basically, rubbish. Absolute rubbish. I've never seen two such badly dressed people in my entire life. And they're supposed to have all the class. Well, of course, they haven't, as we know. Definitely not. I mean, just the most awful outfits. The sort of things that, I mean, charity shops? I don't know what, because we're now on to day 6. Rebecca is wearing a navy blazer by Veronica Beard, £805. Matching trousers, £300. Aspinall of London bag, £650. And Yves Saint Laurent sunglasses, £295. So here we go. Rebecca, in another one here, is wearing an Alexandre Vauthier tuxedo jacket, £1,760. Givenchy handbag, £1,690. I mean, seriously, it's just garbage, isn't it, really? And Prada, Rebecca is wearing Prada maxi dress, £1,780, and an Alexander McQueen blazer, £1,245. You really like spending the old money, dear, don't you? It's marvellous. And so I think on day 1, Rebecca was wearing I don't know where they get this stuff from, but I've never even heard of these designers. Rebecca spent £1,860, and Colleen spent £2,180. Day 2, they decided to up the ante, so Colleen marked down at £883 They've really added it all up. And Rebecca What's-Her-Face, 3,025. Day 3, Colleen put on what can only be described as absolute rubbish, but it cost 4,160 quid. I mean, I've seen better dressed mannequins in shop windows. Vardy had lost the will to live by that time, 2,500. And then by day 4, Colleen, again, putting on an outfit, which, I mean, it's just, you'll look at this and you'll laugh, ladies. £5,198, as opposed to old Vardy, who must be running out of money by this time, only spent 3,450. Day 6, Colleen again turned up in an outfit totally unsuitable, just under 4,000, whereas old Vardy's really run out of money now, £2,050. I mean, you might as well dress yourself in a bin liner, love. It's the best that you can get. And for some reason, they've sort of asked Lizzie Cundy, who apparently is laughingly now put down as a TV presenter. I thought they just used her as a talking head when they can't find anybody else who works as cheap. Oh, look, it's another advert for Piers Morgan, uncensored. Audience way over the hill and far away. A school cook was left in a potato plight when she discovered a potato shaped like a love heart. I mean, but you can find potatoes shaped like willies. I don't know why they get excited about a love heart. Well, you always get that, don't you? If you go through a big bag of potatoes, there's bound to be some odd-shaped vegetable. Esther Ranson spent her life holding up odd-shaped vegetables. Yeah, on That's Life, they would sort of find, you know, something shaped like a pair of boobies or also, yeah, the odd-shaped vegetables became very popular. But primary school kitchen assistant Paula Fennell found the tender tuber as she was making mash for youngsters to go with their chicken pies. And this apparently is a news story. Oh, yes. There it is. There's one here. Somebody sent one in. The security guard shocked after finding a realistic willy-shaped sweet potato. And to be honest with you, it does look like a willy. There's no two ways about it. Or, as we say round here, that's Peter Andre. I'd go to the doctor if it looked like that. But that's, I mean, you always get odd-shaped vegetables. It's weird, she said. It's the second one I found. I must be really lucky. No, dear. No, you just need to get a proper job. Proper job. Steve, I was watching Kes at the weekend. Took me back to my school days, says Doug, who's a pump engineer. I wish I could tell you what I thought a pump engineer is. And 3 metal detectorists. Oh, you know these Roman coins they found? They're now £80,000 better off. 80,000. They went for even more money that they thought they were going to go for, which I'm very pleased about. I love it when people sort of end up with money. And becoming king of the jungle means so much to Christopher Biggins that he would not want to risk losing the title by appearing in the all-star version of I'm a Celeb. He said, being king of the jungle is very important to me. He won in 2007, but insists he's not been asked on the new version. You don't want to do it, Chris. You don't need to. It's for peasants. OK, they've already signed up that bloke who had his watch nicked and an ex-Coronation Street bloke. So full of real celebrities. All stars. We use the term very loosely. We don't sort of like to pretend that these people are really stars. Gary Lucy, the Hollyoaks long-timer, was a blubbering wreck after filming his final scene 23 years after joining this soap. I didn't even know he was still in it. I met him once. He wasn't as tall as I was expecting. Dale introduced me to him at something. He said, "Oh, Gary Lucy, this is Steve Allen." He looked at me and I went, "You're not very tall, are you?" Went down like a lead balloon. He's leaving Hollyoaks. He's filmed his last scene. He made the decision to kill off his character in a heartbreaking dementia storyline which reaches its climax. He's been in the Channel 4 show on and off since 1999. He said, it's very hard saying goodbye. Every time I was doing a scene with someone, we'd realise it was our last to get... Oh, goodness sake, they're such emotional wrecks, these people. We're not going to be working together ever again. Yeah, just get on with it. Just say your words. Somebody goes, cut, print, OK, and that's it. Make such a drama about it, for goodness sake. I know he's been there 23 years, but for goodness sake. I mean, you know... dear. After Davina McCall and Shirley Ballas showed off long... faux tresses. People like false hair, don't they? They were saying there was sorry, I've got confused now, actually. I was reading something that somebody sent in to me who says he's very small. He is very small in height. The bloke we've just said in Hollyoaks. He was a sex symbol, wasn't he? Wasn't Gary Lucy a sex? I'm pretty certain he was a sex symbol. I'm pretty certain. Very good-looking boy. He's only 40. I don't think 40 is a bit old to be a sex symbol. Can you be a sex symbol at 40? I mean, at 68, I know. I mean, I'm the exception to the rule, for goodness sake. I mean, people are just, because I'm pumped full of filler. That's what I've got. Filler and Botox and everything. What did I watch? Oh, there was a woman on the... You get the best things on YouTube. And this is a woman in America. She goes next door, or a little bit down the street in America, to tell off 3 young lads in a house. And it ends up, you're not sure if she's really as cracked as she looks she is. And she told them off for polluting the atmosphere by leaving their car engine running. And she rants and raves about this. Then she says, and look at your filthy house. Dirty, disgusting. And so the bloke goes, what do you want us to do? And she goes, I want you to stop polluting the atmosphere. You know, California, the most polluted place in the entire planet. And so he says, oh, you want me to turn the car engine off? She said, yes. So he goes over to it and he turns it off. And then he thinks better, so he starts it up again. She said, what are you doing? It's making me ill. You're giving me a headache. He said, well, it's kind of tough, isn't it, really? It's your own fault. And so she calls the police. And at one point, she marches into their house to go, look at this filthy rubbish in here. And the policeman goes, out now. And in the end, they don't arrest her. They just, I think, take her to hospital so she can get back on her medication as quick as possible. Makes it a lot easier, doesn't it, really? Look away if you're of a nervous disposition. The word maths. Oh, sorry, I said it. Maths apparently upsets people. Upsets people a lot. And a Bank of England economist, an ex-Bank of England economist, says we shouldn't use the word. It's a bit scary. I mean, I can't believe it either. I really can't believe it. I don't know why it's scary. It's just one of those stupid things where they say, you know, people get worried about it because they're not very good at maths. So it should be banned. This is Andy Haldane, a former Bank of England chief economist, claims a frighteningly large number of adults in this country struggle with their sums, and he claimed people baffled by complex issues will do better if we call it numeracy instead. Oh, don't be so stupid, numeracy. The sort of people you're talking about don't even know what the word numeracy is. He says the important thing about numeracy is not to call it mathematics. Oh, go away, honestly, really, I'm the most boring person. I'm not surprised you're ex-Bank of England. Dear me, what is the matter with the world? We've gone completely balmy mad.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 12 minutes to 6. Good news. Good news. We haven't had good news for ages, have we? A fan has been arrested after Billy Sharp needed stitches. This is after this thug body slammed him. Billy tweeted, as you heard before, I'm not going to let one scumbag ruin my respect. And a Forest spokesman said the club was appalled and would work to locate the culprit. Nottinghamshire police said a 31-year-old thicko was in custody after being arrested on suspicion of assault. You dimwit. Honestly, you're about as stupid as the bloke who was throwing eggs at Margaret Thatcher's statue, which cost £300,000, and only one of the eggs, he's obviously a bit dim, hit the target. I mean, he really should be losing his job almost immediately. Apparently he looks after an art gallery, which we fund. We fund it. That annoys me straight away, actually. My friend Richard Spur is living in a Premier Inn at the moment in Southwark. He said, I was very disappointed to find that Lenny Henry isn't here. He says, flying to Seville for Holes this morning. For Holes. What do I know about... I don't know anything about Seville at all. I really don't. Exactly, oranges. That's the only thing that comes to mind. But Richard's come all the way down to Southwark. Where's he flying to? Where's he go? He's in Southwark. Where's he flying from, then? Is he flying from maybe City Airport or something? Is it? I don't know. Seems a bit odd, Richard. Why are you in Southwark when you're flying? Should you not be up at Heathrow Airport or something like that? Here we go. 59 fun things to do in Seville. It says here, get the hell out as quick as possible. No, it does. It looks very... it's very arty, isn't it? It's very... Yes. Oh, he's flying from Stansted. Poor sod, honestly. Somebody's got to. But it's very... You'll like it, Richard, unless you've been there before. It's... I don't know, it's got some lovely buildings, some nice sort of tropical gardens and things like that, and tourists. And, it's very pretty, actually. It's very nice indeed. And the food should be fun, shouldn't it? I don't know what food they've got in Spain. Is it all paella or something like that? Or tapas? They're doing... Oh, look, here we go. Where to eat in Seville. Certainly won't be eating here, because mainly it looks like seafood. And as you know, unfortunately, I'm not particularly good with seafood. Oh, that looks quite nice. Oh, no, what is it? It's deep fried, and it looks like it's got things in there. The best wait a minute. It's bull's tail. Oh, my Lord above. Mind you, the good news is it comes with a plate of chips. The bull's tail... Go down... No, the other way. So the bull's tail is divided into thick segments and slow-cooked for hours in a sauce of red wine stock and veg. I'd stay home, Richard. It's not for you, this. You know what your tummy's like. Goodness sake. The tail is usually served with crispy... The tail! So what, are the bulls wandering around in Seville with no tails? It's like frog's legs. As Les Dawson used to say, what happens to the rest of the frog? Is it doomed to spend the rest of its days going around the kitchen on casters? So it's the bars around it's got a bull ring in Seville. Oh dear, I thought we'd close those down, actually. It's a bull. What do you mean a big tail? Of course it is. It's a big tail. So it's wedges of bread to mop up the exquisitely good sort. I couldn't eat that. I won't even eat oxtail soup. I don't want to try it. What's the next thing? Pork in whiskey. A fried pork loin. You're better with this one, Richard. You can go for that one. Something called flamenquines. It's a meaty snack. They say you must try it. It's a bit really like slices of Iberian cured ham and chunks of chunks of goat's cheese. Apparently the type of cheese varies. Then it's rolled in pork loin, dipped in beaten egg and breadcrumbs, and then deep fried. It's not the healthiest of dish, but I've seen you the last time you were here, and I think it'll go well with your figure. Spinach and chickpeas. Apparently the people who live in Seville aren't big on vegetarian. Quelle surprise. And I'm not sure about wilted spinach with chickpeas, hint of turmeric and cumin. Oh, bored already. Pork cheek. See, I couldn't eat anything like that. The cheek of it? I know, definitely not. But it does come with chips again. They like their chips, Richard. You should be fine. Fine in the chips department. Yeah, we'll just have the chips, please. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, and also, found on the menu elsewhere in the southern Spain, pig's testicles. Bit of a surprise, I suppose, but you might as well go for it. Stewed meat, a lot of stewed meats. That's pig's testicles, is it? Why do people want to eat this stuff? What is the matter with them? What happened to a beef burger? Or, baked beans or something like that. But apparently the food always leaves you wanting more. No, not in my case. Not in my case. But no, you'll have a nice time. Make sure to get to the airport in plenty of time, though, Richard, because you know what it's like with flights at the moment. It's all over the place. So just be a little bit mindful of the fact that even at Stansted they have delays. But no, the actual place looks nice. The food doesn't look all that much. But there again, apparently that's only because I don't have a particularly sophisticated palate. I wish I did actually, but I'm not a bit of a heathen when it comes to food. Steve, have you been to Wiley's Coffee in Crown Road, St Margaret's? No, not yet, Robert. I haven't got there. You would love their homemade cake. I do like homemade. I might bring in a bit of cake tomorrow, actually. Not that I would eat it, but I might bring some in. I might go and get one today because I've got a bit of money in my pocket. So I can go out there and buy it when I can afford to buy things. I might buy lemon. I might go to Tesco. I'm trying to think where our Tesco is. Tesco. So I might, I'm going to get a lemon drizzle cake. Do you like lemon drizzle? I'm not getting you Fortnum and Mason's. I'm not going to go to Fortnum and Mason. That is just a waste of money to spend. It could be £6 or £7 on when I can get it for a couple of quid. Honestly, he's always trying to sort of up his sort of ante. Oh Steve, why don't you take me in the car? No, I don't think so. We're not doing that kind of thing. Even though it turns out that the car I drive is apparently considered the footballer's favourite. Both Vardy and Rooney have got the same car as myself. Not as nice a colour, of course. They seem to go for 2 doors, whereas I'm 4-door person because I like it quite a lot. And of course, I shouldn't imagine they've even got televisions in them. Steve, do you remember when Newsagent Says Joe used to have big jars of sweets that they sold by the quarter? Oh yeah, of course. It's called a sweet shop, dear. That's what they call it. And in fact, you can still find them about all over the place now. They've got all these retro sweets. You go in there, they've got, unfortunately, all the jars are plastic. They used to be glass. And there's loads around here, the American retro sweets, but loads of the old-fashioned, Old Ma Baker's sweet shop or something, or Polly Perkins' sweet shop or anything like that. And you go there, and the prices have just gone up a little bit. You know, just a fraction. We used to go for Toffee Crunch. Please don't write in with your favourite sweets. We're not BBC Radio Shropshire, as you can tell by the audience figures. And you can buy all of these things. There's a whole bewildering array. Cough Candy, Twist and all that kind of stuff. It's all out there. But it was good. So, Joe, now you know. Hearing you talking about maths, says Tony in Newark, there are only 3 kinds of people in this world. Those who can count and those who can't. Get the gag? No, you probably don't get the gag. No point. Steve, Lorraine and I, says Charlie, had a wonderful day yesterday at the Queen's Garden Party. The gardens behind Buckingham Palace are amazing. It's the biggest private garden in London, actually, next to a house on the King's Road, which has got a huge private garden. And you lose all awareness of being right in the heart of London. Truly the event of a lifetime, much like the Steve Allen Breakfast Show. And we're honoured to have taken part representing the Sterling Trust. Oh, nearly forgot. No cucumber sandwiches. Well, this is very odd because the Queen has 2 favourites, which are normally served for most things. One is the cucumber sandwich, but they literally take all the skin off the cucumber and they go down to the seeds. And apparently it comes with a bit of goat's cheese or something else, or whatever it is. And the other sandwich she likes are called penny rounds. And it's 2 bits of bread buttered with jam in the middle, mainly from the estate. And then they've got a cutter. And they cut out round things. They're sort of bite-sized, about the size of a penny, or a little bit bigger than a penny. And I think that's why they were called penny rounds. And she likes those. She's had those for donkey's years. Absolutely donkey's years. And there you go. There they are. He says, how stupid am I? I've just realised I'm sitting here on the radio saying, oh, there they are, as if you can see what I'm looking at. Although actually I've got that dinner service they're looking at there. That's why I recognise. Oh, good heavens above. That's my dinner service. But yeah, the penny rounds with the jam in there. They look as though they should be toasted. You know. Steve, have been to Seville, says Cathy in Warwickshire, and interested to find many scenes from Lawrence of Arabia filmed there. Well, they filmed the whole of Lawrence of Arabia in Spain. They just made it look like Russia. They sprayed everything with the fake snow. Jack in Brixton says Fortnum's is never a waste of money. Spend away. I'm not buying him lemon drizzle cake in Fortnum and Masons. I don't care what you say. Don't bully me. Make sure you get Tesco Finest lemon drizzle, says Rob. I think because you'd like lemon drizzle cake, wouldn't you? Tesco, yeah, Tesco. What I could do actually is go to Fortnum and Masons, get one of their boxes, substitute the Tesco. He wouldn't know the difference. Seriously, wouldn't know the difference. So no point. No point in spending that much money, is there really? What else we got? What else we got today? Nothing. Nothing in the pop music world, which I'm a bit disappointed about. I was hoping to be something in there. The Morecambe and Wise story, with them coming back as ghosts, they're going to appear in a special Sky version of A Christmas Carol. God, not another version of A Christmas Carol. I've got about 5. Gentleman Jack actress Suran Jones plays a female Scrooge. Oh, no, I'm not buying into that rubbish. A female Scrooge. Scrooge is male. Stop trying to change things. It's rubbish. Rubbish. Don't do it. The Russian gymnast Ivan Kuliak has been handed a 1-year ban for displaying the letter Z on his outfit during an event in Qatar. The 20-year-old Russian who won bronze at the Apparatus World Cup in Doha displayed the letter as he stood on the podium. The International Gymnastics Federation said Kuliak breached its code of conduct, also told to repay his prize. Stupid boy, honestly. 20 years old but brain dead, which is, his own problem. And porn legend Chicholona used to go out with and married to a guy called Jeff Koons, who was an artist, but he never made things. They had a studio where students made the stuff and he put his name to it and it sold for millions. She's offered to bed Vladimir Putin on the condition of peace in the Ukraine. I don't even think, dear, he's that desperate. I really don't.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 4 minutes past 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Great news about the figures. I mean, it really is very, very good. Everybody's very pleased. You know, I mean, if I stuck around today, they'd probably buy me a sort of a Vimto or something exciting like that, because we're very happy with the way that it's going. Nick Ferrari, very, very happy. Everybody, even Ian Dale is very happy, and it's very rare that you find Ian Dale being very, very happy, but with record audiences, you know, why not, for goodness sake? And we've done particularly well. So that's all I'd say at the moment. I mentioned it at the beginning of the programme. You'll hear it on the podcast, which is very nice. So the perfect chip. The perfect chip. I mean, honestly, the papers must have run out of things to talk about. Is 2 inches long and golden with a crispy edge. Yeah, because it's been deep fried. What else do you think it is? The ideal fry is also fluffy on the inside but crunchy on the outside. Well, that's what they call triple cooked chips. You know, and you buy them. You actually buy triple cooked chips. I wish they did them in the fish and chip shops. You know, actually cook them and then put them to one side and then refry them again, which would be quite nice. But they tend not to. Linda says, how funny. Yesterday I made a batch of Andalusian spinach and chickpea stew. Yummy. Yeah, not kind of winning me over on that one. I do like a stew, actually. I like sort of like a beef stew with sort of dumplings and things like that, and some mashed potato and gravy. That suits me fine. Suits me fine. Teachers were left stunned after discovering a pupil had taken a knife into class. This is in this country. Disguised as a pen. The fountain pen had a blade inside its lid, and police officers tweeted, "Pens have changed since we were at school. The pen was taken off a pupil in Cambridge." What sort of thick students have you got in Cambridge? Not that this was the seat of learning. Obviously not. After finding numerous youngsters with knives recently, the officers have been talking about knife crime in schools and urged parents to discuss the issue at home. What are they really thick, these? Mind you, I tell you, I was sort of sitting down the other day, and because the time I get home, I've got all the kids who are on the school buses. I swear to God, these girls' skirts are getting absolutely microscopic. It's a case of when they get on the bus, they have to hold the back of it down so it doesn't sort of. It really is. I don't know whether or not they've all started some new sort of trend, or whether or not, you know, I'm just getting old and a bit senile. I just think it just looks odd. Just looks very, very strange. I mean, the school should be sort of saying there should be a dress code. You know, you put this on. But these skirts are unbelievably. I mean, there was one girl. She was standing next to me at the bus stop, and it was a case of she kept looking in the glass window of the shop behind to see, and pulling her skirt down a bit at the back. And I'm thinking, it's too short. What parents let their kids go out looking like this? Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. That passenger jet, it's now turned out. This is the one that smashed into a mountain. The China Eastern Airlines Boeing 737-800 plummeted to the ground at 350 miles an hour in the mountainous Guangxi area in March. They now reckon it may have been deliberately crashed by somebody in the cockpit. Analysis of the black box data is reported to suggest that human input forced the flight from Kunming to Guangzhou in a nosedive after it was sabotaged by somebody inside the cockpit. Why you'd want to kill yourself at the same time totally defeats the object. But anyway, that's what they've said. But everybody died on board. I think there's about 132 people. Shoppers can now pay for goods with a smile or a wave. Sometimes you don't really feel like waving or smiling, do you? But this is MasterCard's biometric checkout program. Those who sign up for the service will no longer have to go through their pockets or bag for their cards. They can just check the bill and smile into a camera or wave their hand over a checkout reader. I quite like that idea. I could go for that. MasterCard's president says the way we pay needs to keep pace with the way we live. So spending less time in the queue, it could be more hygienic and boost security. I don't mind that, because when you go to most airports now, you look into the camera. When we went to America last time, we looked into the camera. They go, they don't need to know anything else because it recognises you, and it also saves you opening your phone or doing anything else, doesn't it? Because if you're just smiling into a camera, that's it. Because I've got when you're doing your phone, you look at it and it gives you a tick in the box. So sometimes it's Face ID. I've got my mask on, and it goes, and you have to put the number in. So I pull the mask down and it goes tick. It's very clever. Very, very clever. I hate, though, the people in the supermarkets. It all goes through and we're still packing it because we're so blooming slow. And then they get there and then they put it in the thing. And then they go, you in the car park? No. Do you have a Tesco card? No. Do you have all this kind of thing? No, I haven't got anything like that at all. And then they have to rummage around to try and find the card they're going to pay for it with, you know. Yeah, and it's like a big surprise. Oh, we have to pay. Oh, unbelievable. And sometimes it's just... And also, the worst thing is if you're really in a rush, and not that I'm ever in a rush, because I don't have to have a rush in a supermarket. I quite like it sort of meandering through. So when people say, oh, sorry, I always go, listen, take as long as you like. I'm in no rush. It makes no difference to me. But it's a case of, you know, they're sort of, and they chat about it. So I was in here last week, and they said, really, did you? And what about the way? Would you just get on with it? You know, if you want to, you know, open a coffee club, go somewhere else and sit down and have a chat in a coffee club. Fancy discussing things with the person working on the till. Mind you, Marks and Spencer's very good. They don't have anybody working on the till. You do it yourself. And I remember people saying to me, that's never going to work, is it? You're going to see that more and more in supermarkets. You know, we've learned how to put our bags in. The only problem you've got if you do the self-service till is if you buy a bottle of booze, bing, 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 bing. You have to wait for somebody to come and verify the fact that you're 190 and you're allowed to buy it. And then they keep the bags from you. You have to ask them. Yes. Oh, yeah. Get a lot of that. I always go, can I have 2 bags? 2 bags, they say. They're 15 pence each. As if, you know, I'm sorry, 15 pence? Yeah, yes, it's been a good month this month. I can just about afford it. Steve says, Helinka, I'm considering purchasing a new mattress. I'm reluctant to buy a foam mattress, as it might be too warm to sleep on. How do you find your foam one? Absolutely fine. This is memory foam, but it's not like the old foam where you could sweat quite badly on it. It's high density foam, and you won't have any trouble with it at all. What everybody does, Helinka, is you have there's a special cooling foam as well. Now I put the cooling foam on the bed. It's the topper. Then over that I've got a mattress protector, and then the sheet on top of that. So, you know, I've suddenly realised it makes me sound a bit incontinent now when you're sort of talking about I've got the all these different sort of layers over the top of it. But no, I've never had any problem with that at all. No problem with sweating. But years ago with the old foam mattresses, it was a thin, bit weedy foam, but this is high density. That's why it comes wrapped in plastic. So you'll struggle with it. So if you buy one, get them to deliver it and put it in the bedroom. And you put it on the bed, cut it open with the scissors, and then leave it for about an hour, and it'll rise to its density, and it's fine. You won't have any problem with it at all. So good luck with that one. I like the idea of this, you know, paying for your goods with a smile or a wave. But they always ask you, don't you? And then something. It's when they ask you all these questions. I mean, it's like 20 questions before you can get through the checkout. You know, in America, they have kids, young people who work on all the checkouts, just packing your bag. And it's all paper bags. They don't tend to use plastic bags in America. It's all paper bags, and they put the stuff in there. And they'll carry it to your car, which is very nice. A little bit difficult for me because I generally get there on the bus. So it's fine. I always have something that I can eat on the bus or drink on the bus. You know, always take sort of a drinking yogurt or something like that. Something with sort of a healthy thing for your gut and everything else. So Yuri Geller says he knows aliens exist. No, you don't, dear. No, you really don't. I promise you. He's now 75. And he says his close encounter with UFO debris came in 1974 when he was recruited by CIA officials impressed with his mind control ability. He has no mind control ability. Okay, he's a magician. Okay, he cannot bend metal with the power of his mind. Okay, he was tested on LBC years and years ago, and it didn't work because the presenter was also a part-time magician and knew exactly what he was looking for. And so Yuri then comes up with an excuse. No, the vibes are not right at all. It's an excuse. No, there is no such thing as mind control ability. I mean, put it this way. You've got the ability to change the molecular structure of metal, and your claim to fame is you bend a spoon. Grow up. That's it. He was only famous for bending spoons. That was all it was. Oh, the other thing he was famous for, starting watches. You know, bring your watch to the radio and all that kind of stuff. We debunked that one years ago because we did it using a magician on air, but not telling people he was a magician and saying, call us if your watch has started working. We were inundated with people going, my watch has started working, this is amazing. And then we said, he's a magician. We also did paintings, long-distance paintings or drawings. You know, most people draw a pyramid, a house with a picket fence, with, 4 windows and a front door and smoke coming out the roof, or an aeroplane. You know, there are certain things. If I said to you, think of a card, there'll be a lot of people listening at the moment going, Jack of Spades. Somebody at the moment will be going, what? How do you know that? 3 of Clubs is fairly popular too. But no, there's no such thing about this. He was recruited by CIA officials. Yeah, they wanted to prove it was a pile of old hokum and a load of old rubbish. But apparently he said he was shown a piece and asked to hold it and describe what he felt. This is the rubbish, I mean, seriously. He said, it was metallic, smooth, pearl-like, with rainbow reflective skin. When I held it, I sensed vibrations. I felt it was breathing as if it was alive. Well, it wasn't, dear, OK? They were just winding you up. But he says the fear is you can't handle the truth. Yeah, right. I mean, you have to ask yourself the question, if there is such a thing as UFOs, why would they bother covering it up? What do you think it's going to be? It's like War of the Worlds all over again? No, not at all. And an RAF hero is told how he helped save a tourist who was savaged by a crocodile. We've had a few crocodile stories, haven't we? There was the other one the other day. They're putting them into this river, alligators, to stop people swimming across from Mexico into America. And you think, it's a bit drastic, isn't it? A little bit drastic. And now this tourist is very lucky to be alive, attacked as he swam in a pool. A 2 to 3 metre crocodile this was. I mean, you ain't going to be arguing with it. The one thing they can't do is put their tongue out. Like they're going to be going like that. They don't do things like that, do they?
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Oh, guess who's died? Guess who's died? I mean, nothing's going to change your life at all. The eldest child of the real-life Sound of Music family has died. The eldest child. So this is Rosemary Trapp, one of Captain Von Trapp and Maria's 7 famous children. So she died. They inspired, of course, the Broadway musical and the movie. And Rosemary lived in America for many years after escaping Nazi-occupied Austria. Her family said she was kind and gentle and inspired countless people. She was 93. She was 93. And I remember, actually, Maria Von Trapp was with Julie Andrews when they were making the film. And she was filling them in on, the bits which were semi-real and the bits which were sort of over-elaborated and everything else. And they still do. And it's even from 1965, they still do the tours in Salzburg. The Sound of Music tours still go on, where they take you to the famous places and you can recreate the steps and the mansion and all the bits and pieces and the hillside. It was still a good film when you consider how long ago it was. But so Rosemary Trapp has died. And pavement parking should be banned. We get this a lot. I don't know whether you get it round your way, but you get people, there's a bit of the pavement which is marked off with a sort of a white line, so you can half be on the pavement and half be in the road. You get that a lot in London. There's a club by Piccadilly Circus, and they seem to cone off the road as if they own it. And cars park there, and then sort of people mill around outside. I mean, you're not supposed to park on the pavement, but we have bits round our way where it's half and half. So there's, I mean, it's a bit bizarre. But they say it puts people off walking in the local areas. Well, I don't know, as long as they're not actually parking, right up to you, that should be okay, shouldn't it? But if they outlawed vehicles from footpaths, it would help 70% of people to be more active. Oh, what a load of rubbish. You don't just have to walk on a footpath. You can walk all over the place. That's what's stopping us being active. That's exactly what it is, actually. Greg and Leighton, the buzzard, said, Steve, avoid the lemon drizzle cake. 1, you're diabetic. 2, it's impossible to have any one slice. Oh, listen, I haven't had a piece of cake for ages. I look on it as a treat. To have a piece of cake for me is something quite rare. I used to occasionally, I used to like jelly. And I haven't had a jelly for a long time because it sends me round the twist. I go completely, mandarin slices in sort of orange jelly is quite nice. And they did there was a trifle that they did. It's not a trifle. It's a pot of jelly in Marks and Spencer's, which is ready made up. And then somebody said they do this sugar-free jelly. I said, I've tried it. It's rubbish. Absolutely. If you can have sugar for goodness sake. Even if you're diabetic, but you don't have it all the time. It's a treat. You know, that's the way it works, actually. Connor says there's only one place to get a decent mattress, and that's Bosch Beds. Bosch Beds. Oh, look, sorry, just show me a picture of an orange jelly with segments. Very exciting. They deliver. They've also got a shop in Brentwood. Oh, we know about this because Thomas Skinner writes to me on a regular basis. He was on The Apprentice a few years ago. Sells pillows. We know all about Thomas Skinner. He's on Twitter. He's a Jack the lad. He's probably out there listening this morning, I should imagine, actually. But yes, Connor, we know all about him. Thank you. Gary says, myself and my tote bag came back last night from the lovely island of Paxos. Not once, but twice returning from my morning swim. Members of the yachting fraternity recognised the bag and called out to me, "Hey, Steve Allen, nice one." I sat next to somebody on the bus once who had a Steve Allen bag. I'm sitting there looking out the window thinking, don't say. He had this bag over his shoulder. I remember thinking, it's one of my tote bags. Yeah, didn't know it was me. No. I was in disguise. Steve says, Catherine, the thunder and lightning knocked out electrics last night. Fridge off for 7 hours. Would you sling the food or risk it? As long as you didn't open the door, you're fine. Yeah, it's only don't ever, if ever you get a power cut, and you've got a fridge freezer or something like that, leave it closed. Leave it closed. Don't open it. But flights were diverted, actually, from Gatwick Airport because this storm hit the southeast. And as I say, we had it over Twickenham. Very exciting. Very exciting. I like seeing a storm. As long as I'm not there, it's fine. But people are saying it's a bit... I mean, I wouldn't want to be in an aircraft flying through a storm or anything like that. That would frighten me a little bit. Only a little bit. But I haven't flown for quite a while, actually, now. Perhaps I need to sort of get back and get back into the skies again. I do like flying. I don't have a quest for it, but because I just go to sleep. So if anything's going to go wrong with the plane, I'd miss it anyway. Oh, look, Daniela Westbrook, another dreary story. What have we got here? She's opened up about her drugs health. Not again. God, blimey, honestly. How many more times, love? How many more times? And admitted she wasted years of her life. No kidding. Amazing. The former EastEnders star recently had reconstructive surgery following years of cocaine abuse. In a clip for some new podcast, she said, the worst thing I've done is thrown my life away, hating myself for years. I've wasted not liking the person I am. We've heard this a million times. How many more times? So she's now undergoing a series of procedures to repair her face. And she lost her role as Sam Mitchell on the soap. Then they had somebody else in, and then she thought she was going to get back again. It's not happening. Not happening. You should have learnt years and years ago. You know, loads of people in your position. I told you, she came out with us on what's his blooming name? Noel Edmonds' programme, when we took loads of celebrities out on the road, and I was on the bus as well. And she was going out with Brian Harvey at the time. She spent most of her time on the telephone in tears. It was like dealing with a child. It was really difficult. Nearly half of women admit to having can't do secret sex sessions. Well, these things make the papers on a Thursday. Apparently, whilst they're meant to be working from home. Apparently, 48% have been indulging in COVID-busting romps and giving Zoom meetings the elbow over the past 2 years. Where do they find these people? I've never don't like that at all, I'm afraid. Don't like that idea. It just frightens me a lot. And historical figures, more regard for pets than lovers. They were animal crackers. And Napoleon, he pulled no punches when it came to calling the shots in battle, but his first wife, the Empress Josephine, ruled the roost at home. They had an orangutan, a pet orangutan. Who would have known? Who would have known? Anne Boleyn was gifted a lapdog from the wife of the governor of Calais. The pooch was said to have had a quizzical look on its face, so was named Pourquoi, medieval French for the word why. Caligula, I mean, he was absolutely crazy. He had a beloved horse, Ictius, was made into a senator. I mean, he was that mad, completely mad. Also, Queen Victoria, her royal patronage, added the R to the RSPCA. Such was her fondness for animals. One favourite dog was a Pekingese called Lootie, given to Victoria by somebody from the 99th Regiment during the Second Opium War. Lootie was saved from Beijing Summer Palace when British and French forces stormed it in 1860 in revenge for the death of diplomats. The Emperor's aunt took her own life and left 5 dogs behind, one of which was Looty. Did you know that? There you go. Useless information for this time of the morning. Lord Byron owned a half-tamed wolf called Lyron and took a fully grown bear with him to Cambridge University. When his dog Botswain died of rabies, Byron had a marble statue made to remember his furry friend. There was a very famous magician back in the 1800s called Lafayette, and he used to live in one of the squares off the Euston Road. The square's still there, but his house is not there anymore. And he had a dog called Bess, and he said there was a plaque on his door that said, the more I see of man, the more I love my dog. And the dog travelled with him everywhere. And when the dog died, he had him embalmed and put in a glass coffin, and he was buried in the same grave as Lafayette, who got burnt in a fire in a theatre a long time ago, and they had a big funeral. There's photographs of the funeral. It was huge, the funeral. It was just absolutely amazing. People used to have these very big funerals years ago, but not anymore. You don't really see them too much, do you? The poorest households bearing the brunt of rocketing inflation. It's going to get worse. It's not going to... I see no end in sight for this one at the moment. It's soared overall by 9%. The figure was 10.9% for the hard up as their living costs have risen faster. I mean, I still can't imagine how people can afford to have cigarettes and stuff like that. And then we had a lady, didn't we, on LBC? I've heard her on a few things. And she had to choose between buying her medicine or not having her medicine but being able to buy food for her daughter. Highest level of inflation since 1982. Pensioner Sheila Correll is one of those hit by the inflation. She said it's grossly unfair. The government's not got a clue. No. And of course, if you're a pensioner, next year they're going to start charging you national insurance. If you're on your pension, so you're going to have to start paying national insurance. Can't believe it.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Nice, apparently. Neil says, Steve, Tom will be listening to you having a full English. This is Tom Skinner. A full English. I'm not even sure where you go for a full English nowadays. I suppose you go to sort of some of these pubs, don't you, where they sort of serve the full English. As long as it doesn't have anything ghastly like black pudding and things like that. Just doesn't do it for me. Viv says, storm, thunderbolt and lightning, very, very frightening in Suffolk. Done the garden, good though. Nearly done the ironing. Actually, it's good. I love the idea. A little bit of rain for the garden, for the pots and all the rest of it. Then today, go round, tidy up, trim back and all, a little bit of feed. Gives them a bit of a kick. 23 degrees today it's going to hit. Sunny intervals and a gentle breeze. Tomorrow 20, so we drop off. No, sorry, tomorrow being the 20th is 18 degrees. And the 21st, 20 degrees, which is Saturday. Sunday 22, Monday 19, 17 on Tuesday. Practically freezing. And Steve, please, can you go on Celebrity Coach Trip one day? You'd probably hate it, but I'd love to watch you deal with the whining and crying celebrities. It make great television. And you get on well with Brendan. Yes, I mean, they've sort of brought it back. Really, some of these naff so-called celebrities. I don't know where they get these people from. There must be a cemetery which has got, naff people with no hope of ever achieving anything. And Glyn says, national insurance payments for pensioners will be for those still working. I know, you're penalised for working. Not all pensioners, thankfully. Yeah, don't worry. They'll think of some way to get it back. They'll think of some way, I can guarantee. What was the other one? What was the other one that I quite liked, actually? Oh, the story, which might actually change things, because we've had some dreadful stories about dangerous dogs, and what they want to do now is overhaul the Dangerous Dog Act. This is after 3-year-old Daniel Twigg was mauled at home on Sunday afternoon and died a short time later. This law came in 1991. They need to update it. They really, too many children have died already. They published the other day in the paper 10 youngsters, details, who had been mauled. And after this most recent tragedy, a 48-year-old man's been arrested in Greater Manchester. The city's police said it was aware of a number of attacks involving different breeds before Daniel's death, this little Daniel Twigg, and referred itself to the Independent Office of Police Conduct. It's not enough. It's not good enough just to go, oh, sorry, we will learn by our mistakes. You haven't learnt by anything at all. 10 children are dead. because you haven't sorted out the act. I mean, it's just absolutely appalling. You know, they go, the legislation's 30 years old. What more do you need? What more do you need? I thought we'd already sorted out dangerous dogs. Quite clearly not. Quite clearly not. But if you want to know about sleaze and sex scandals shaming the MPs, there's a whole raft of them in the paper today. You know, from sexual harassment claims to prostitute and drug scandal, sex assaults on boys, sex assaults on 2 women, coercive and abusive behaviour, office computer porn claims, sexual misconduct, exchanged X-rated... What is the matter with these people? They're in positions of authority, and they're basically just a bunch of perverts. But yet we vote for them. And yet, in one of the cases, they were well aware of his history with boys and didn't do anything about it. 3 years it took him. 3 years before they finally got round to it. And he went to prison for 21 years. Bit late, isn't it, really? I mean, the police had even ignored these poor kids who'd been there to complain about it. And it's happened. It's been going on over the years. It's nothing new. So these chips now, what does it really matter whether you make the perfect chip or not the perfect chip? Why don't they just sort of say, how do you make... mind you, somebody wrote to me earlier on and said, what is the perfect chip? And you go, well, it's apparently 2 inches long, fluffy outside, fluffy inside. Crispy outside, fluffy inside, and golden brown, according to a poll. They did a survey. They actually went out and asked 2,000 adults what they found the best. Chunky chips were the top ones at 43%. While 22% preferred skinny fries and 5% potato wedges, 4 went to the toilet properly on a Thursday, 5 went and bought their mother a bird. I mean, it's just rubbish, isn't it? It's just absolute rubbish. 28% say Maris Pipers are the best spud for the job. 31% go mad for mayonnaise. 53% like ketchup. Are these people on another planet or something? What is the matter with them? 17% of paired chips with ice cream. That'll be those kids from the other day where their parents were giving them this odd food. They're going to turn out to be real worries later in life. Wetherspoons do a full English, Steve. Yeah, I did actually know that, actually, John. I just couldn't remember what they were. And it's cheap, isn't it? I believe it is, but I've never had one in there. I've never had it. Wayne Rooney has accused Jamie Vardy of running scared after the ex-England teammates disagreed over their wife's libel trial. I'll be glad when the blooming thing's over. We can get back to some sort of normality, because that's what we need, isn't it? And Linda Robson has dismissed rumours of a row with her best friend Pauline Quirke and said Birds of a Feather could return. I can't remember because Pauline quit the sitcom in 2017 and then I think they brought it back. But Pauline wasn't with it. Linda said it's a load of old rubbish that we've had a falling out. We've never fallen out. I've been best friends with her since we were 10 years old. And Linda was reunited with Pauline and Leslie Joseph the other week, speaking at a party held by, of course, the talent agent Jonathan Shalit. Linda said they talked about the possibility of a comeback. So, fingers crossed. Because they don't seem to have aged. They really don't seem to have aged, which I like. Shane in Sydney says it was cold this morning, 8 degrees in Sydney, so you must be going into your winter phase. Stacey says the Puddle Duck Cafe in Upminster is fantastic for a breakfast. Bit of a trek for me, little bit of a trek, the Puddle Duck. We have had a look before, actually, and it's called the Puddle Duck Farm Fishery. And it's not a bad-looking breakfast, although I'm not sure about the size of that tomato, which looks so it's come from anywhere. It's a bit big. Bacon looks quite nice, beans. Only 1 hash brown. I'm sorry, I'd have to go for 2 hash browns. I'm a bit of a hash brown fiend, I think. Working, says David, in the Royal Horticultural Hall in Victoria on Sunday at a vintage photographic equipment fair. Hope it's not too hot as the building is basically a massive greenhouse. Fancy having a photographic equipment fair. That'll probably be really, really popular. Have you been to see Andrew Lloyd Webber's Cinderella? If not, catch it before it closes, says Jules in Chelmsford. I haven't. I think they were gutted when they had to announce that was closing. Absolutely gutted. And here we go. It's the spectacular in Canada. Prince of Wales, Duchess of Cornwall, taken on a musical ride by the Canadian Mounties. Whey! Charles and Camilla watched in awe as the Royal Canadian... Oh, they must have seen them before, for God's sake. They must have done. They performed in front of hundreds on day 2 of their tour. I'd forgotten they were touring somewhere. Yeah, they're always doing something, aren't they? It's just a freebie holiday, you know. So, you know, they just sort of go out there and sort of wave and shake hands and do stuff like that. So here she is, terminally ill Dame Deborah James, enjoying a rare... Do you know, she looks amazing. I can't get over how good she looks. But her book has now topped the charts. And her husband is... it's... there's nothing you can say, is there really? But the book's not released until August the 18th, but she went to Wisley in Surrey, the Royal Horticultural Society's garden. She said it was a bit of a mission, but perfect for an hour. So far, £6.3 million she's raised. And with the sales of the book, I think £3 for every book goes to her fund. She got the treat from banker Seb on How to Live When You Could Be Dead, topped Amazon's bestseller list. And loads of people are ordering it. So good for... I said it would do well. I said it would do really well. The Mars a Day story. They used to run this story years ago. It was Mars a Day helps you work, rest and play. I couldn't quite work out how that was, but they're now bringing out a triple treat. It's a new naked version of the bar. It's made with date paste, nuts and raisin. A bit pretentious, isn't it, really? So it's being launched amid new junk food laws. It'll be sold alongside traditional bars, but will be more prominent on shelves. Its stablemates, Snickers, Bounty and Galaxy, have been revamped with similar ingredients. So this is date paste, nuts and raisins. Just go and buy raisins and nuts then and just eat them. You can buy a jar of raisins and nuts. You know, I've never had a naked bar, no. Have you had a naked bar? Oh, right. What are they? They're just... There's this date paste, is it? What's date? I don't know what date... I'm assuming it comes from dates. Oh, right. How to make your own naked bars for half the price on the internet. They've got all the information. Oh, dear. And so it's just... It's supposed to be a healthy option, is it? Why are there naked people sitting there? What are the naked... Oh, because you typed in naked bar. You put naked bar in on the Google thing, and up comes a load of naked people sitting at tables and chairs. I thought I was looking at a mirror. It's all very worrying, very worrying. And one here from Mary, who says, you're truly on your finest form with much love and laughter this week. My much-loved Auntie Rose has recently started listening, loves the show, and is even downloading podcasts. My beautiful daughter, Francesca, started GCSEs this week, so wish her and everybody else who's sitting them lots of luck. And at least you can start our day with a much-needed smile. Not much to smile about, is there really, at the moment? But GCSEs, I mean, the only thing worth smiling about here is the huge audience figures. I mean, I don't want to blow her own trumpet, but...